Yes, I'm going to turn off my spaces here for a second. Let's see if we... I love everyone dancing. If you see the giant disco ball in the room here, that was a gift from the Audacity Metaverse. They are just awesome. I want to thank Stephanie and Nathania for that's Team Audacity for setting up the whole space today. And so, Leah, if you want to come up and the crowd, if you can just back up a little bit and settle down, because Leah's gonna. It's like everybody. Yeah, great. Thank you so much. I welcome all of you. So I know we're getting an echo on Twitter Spaces. I'm trying with my mic to see if this is possible, but I think it's a little bit better right now. We'll see if that echo comes back. And I don't know. Let's see. Let's start. Let's introduce on the metaverse, and then maybe we'll see if someone mentioned this morning in a Twitter space that this was happening to them. Someone mentioned in the Twitter space that they were getting this today. Oh, it's great to see you, Leah. Nadia, I see Iman Tamor. I see you in the Twitter space. Why don't you come on up?
Hi, hello. I'm having quite a huge echo on my side, so I was just taking a while to regroup. How are you doing, Peg?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself, Leah?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I'm really, really good.
This is so exciting, and I am a fan a long time, and you know, I asked Leah quite a while ago if you know, she would come and do the space, a Twitter space with me on a different show that I had, and you know, it just the times didn't work out. Especially, I was on a show previously where the other co-host was in Australia. So I just love that we're global. Okay, we have you know, everyone here. My co-host is the mompreneur, and I don't know. I don't see. Is that you? I can't see because the I love all this technology, but we're just
Hi. Yes, this is very big. Hi, Leah.
Oh, hello. How are you doing? You have an amazing avatar, by the way.
I figured out quickly how to pick one. It's so fun.
She's brilliant. Okay, she's brilliant, and so she has to be in the Audacity metaverse. Everybody needs to be here. I'm so excited that they were able to host this, you know, and that we could have Leah on today and do all of this in some by telling you, you know, I'm going to let Leah, okay, tell you about herself. So I'm going to introduce myself, and then I'm going to let the mompreneur tell you about herself, and then we'll let Leah, you know, give us everything that she'd like to know right now. And then we have some excellent questions and things to ask. We also have a POAP today. Okay, I mean, this is like a coveted POAP. I've had people DMing me. Okay, like they're like, I can't get there. I'm working, but I need that POAP. So, okay, we have a POAP, and then Leah also has a generous discount for her clothing, which I'm a huge fan. I just, you know, really, it's just amazing, and I just love not only she has put so much thought into the branding. If you've seen I did, I'm going to try to, with the Twitter space, let me see while someone else is talking, if I can pin some of that. But if you saw her merchandising and packaging, and that everything is just, it's stunning. Okay. And then her fashions and so on. But that's not everything that she is. Okay. Today, on her Instagram, and I'm looking, she said, oh, and by the way, I made a haiku for my Malika drop. I'm like, what? She has so many layers to her. So my name is Peg Moore, and I'm a Web3 educator. Okay, I try to help people use, you know, get practical skills for Web3 and social media. I specialize in adults 50 to 70, and I've been teaching adults over 45 since I was that age. And for about 20 years now and more. I've had many tech businesses and things. I'm a former professional dancer, 45 years in New York City. And so I'm really happy that you're able to come. And I'm going to give the mic over to Nadia now. And I welcome you, the mompreneur.
Oh, is the mompreneur anywhere?
Sorry, I had some troubles to leave the full screen and yeah, go to
I
unmute.
know that happens, right?
Yes, absolutely. And this is how we know, even though like we've been using it for a while and everything, but it just takes, I think, some time to adapt. But I love that we're doing it. This is the future of social media. This is how people will be meeting and doing things online in the future. So welcome everyone, especially Peg for hosting this amazing event with Audacity, and thank you, Leah, for the opportunity. I have, so a little bit about me. I've been in the Web3, which is a refuge for me that I found after a corporate job for 10 years, and that ended with the Corona. And I got married, had a baby. Let me just, maybe. I see and I hear my echo. I'm not sure. Anyways, so as soon as I found the Web3 NFTs, the world of crypto, the AI, the metaverse, the mission that clicked right away in my mind is just to explain this concept and help other women, especially through MetaHers, the community that I founded, especially for women with no tech background, to especially enjoy these tools. Probably not everything has to be serious and for business and growth and everything. Sometimes it's just, to make, I don't know, like vision board event, or just like connecting with other women, and that's what would make us, more comfortable using these tools. So I'm very happy and excited for today's event, and I can't wait, I try to get in with my Oculus with the goggles, but for some reasons I couldn't find the app on the store. So I sent them on the App Store. So I sent on Cyber a message. If they can help me finding it, it would be amazing if I can have the full immersive experience. Otherwise, even on the screen, this looks very immersive and amazing so far.
Thank you so much. I know I love it. And so you and I have been connected a while now, doing this type of thing. And I just love the mompreneur, Nadia. She's really, really innovative and, always ahead of things. She's got a lot of great ideas going on with AI. So I'm going to introduce Leah Sams and the Power of Women. So Leah Sams is the artist and founder, and she of the Power of Women, and she's based in London. She has bold, striking work, and that's how she describes herself. And I would say that it's really stunning. I love her fashions. If you, like I said, everything is so well thought out. I just love the chip. Okay, and she could tell you more about that. I'm sure she's going to be the best salesperson for her own garments, I'm sure. I've seen her work at NFT NYC. I've seen her work at the World of Women. Her fashions were not only on display, but they were for sale. I mean, this is just, I have to say, like I said, some creators, they're able to just get to, one level because that creative, process and everything is really overtakes you. But Leah has been able to, get her products out there, her fashions out there, and then get them into, some of the greatest spaces. So Leah, I want to welcome you, and everybody, we're going to give you some applause here. I don't have a virtual thing. I'm going to work that out. But I'm so excited that you're here. Tell us all about yourself.
Oh, thank you for the warm welcome, Peg. I think Peg sort of introduced me quite well. I'm Leah. I'm the artist and founder of Power of Women. I entered this space about 3 years ago. And I was just a, coming in as a digital illustrator, not really understanding that technology, but was so blown away by the sort of revolution that sort of art and tech and community brought to sort of what an artist's life could be. And so I've been here building Power of Women. At first, I think people started treating me like a project because my handle was Power of Women Art rather than sort of Leah Sams. And so I was like, sure, I am a project. And my husband and I, Jack and I, we've been working, building Power of Women as an art brand, and recently launched our fashion collection, which each of them is has an NFC chip, and the digital experience is powered by IYK. And each garment is minted on the Polygon blockchain, which is really, really cool. So if you buy a garment, you can tap your phone on the chip and essentially claim the digital twin of your garment, which is really, really cool. And yeah, my fashion collection is sort of a capsule collection of really bold, striking, statement print sort of unisex shirts, and tiered mini dresses and wrap dresses and silk scarves. And I'm super proud of this collection. I'm super proud that I've sort of delved into another sort of type of art, a type of wearable art, I guess. And yeah, I'm super excited to be here as well. Thanks for having me, Peg and Mumpreneur. your handle.
Back here, so many devices. I just love this stuff. This is like, you guys, I'm like a child with all of this technology and everything. This is so much fun. Really, not in my wildest dreams did I think that the universe was going to give me this, and it's everything I ever asked for. Okay, so Leah, now about the Paradise Collection. Okay, what inspired you to create the Paradise Collection, and can you walk us through your creative process for this collection?
Sure. Yeah. Well, I met a good friend of mine, Shreya, who is also an incredible artist. She has sort of like over a decade's worth of experience in the fashion industry. Found herself quite tired of that industry and with and it's been an amazing process since then. So about a year and a half ago, I said to her, well, yes, I'm ready now. What can we do? She basically said, well, let's do it. Let's create samples. Let's create patterns. Let's get samples printed. Let's try out our fabric. Let's figure out silhouettes. And it's been a really educational process for me, because she's literally held my hand through the whole process. And that's been really, really amazing. And, it's like any other project. You figure out what your budget is, you work out what it is that you can afford to do, making sure that you have enough variety within this, within your collection. So it's really important for me to have at least 3 prints. It was important to me to have a unisex shirt so that it's not exclusively a woman's line. It was important to me that there was also accessible pieces. So the silk scarves are the cheapest garments or products within the collection, and they're only £25 each. So it was really important for me to have a variety, for it to be colorful, for it to be vibrant, and for it to be something that I would wear. And then halfway sort of through the process, Jack was saying to me, like, well, we need to sort of get this chipped. And we were looking at different companies who were able to provide the sort of digital experience. And we were honestly blown away by IYK. We went to NFT NYC recently and just saw the display that they had with G Money's collection. And I can't remember what it was on the top of my head, but G Money had an amazing fashion collection that he launched, all chipped with NFC chips powered by IYK. And honestly, it was so seamless. And so we got in touch with IYK, managed to get some chips. And honestly, like curating the digital experience has been super, super easy and super fun to do. And it's just another layer of engagement. And, you know, a lot of the garments my mum have bought, my family and friends have bought, and they're not really the kind of people who know much about blockchain technology. And so they might not be, they might not tap on the NFC chip, but, after a while, after I've tested for a while, I'm sure she will. But the fact that, you can claim the certificate of authenticity in the form of a digital twin, I think is just so amazing and so, so inspiring. And I thought, if we are going to be doing something completely different to what we have done previously, which, has been a lot of art drops and a lot of digital art, it was just a really nice way to nod back at our Web3 sort of history. So yeah, it's been a really amazing sort of experience to build that, and I'm really, really proud.
And again, with the Paradise collection, how is it unique compared to your previous work? I know you said you collaborated with her, but are there any specific themes or messages that to convey in this collection?
No, do you know what? I think it's just all about fun. Like for me, it was really important to me when I started my art career. I started wearing clothes that made me feel happy and powerful. So it was really, really, really lovely that I could create, garments that made people feel happy and, colorful and proud. And it's been really nice. The reviews that we've had are that people are responding, really they're saying that they're getting loads of compliments, which is the whole point. It's about being seen, and that, that was the sort of important aspect. And it just so happened that while we were creating prints and I was creating these samples, that some of the best samples were the ones that were all floral. And so yeah, it sort of turned out to be a sort of very jungly, very floral sort of aesthetic to all of the prints and all of the garments. And so it sort of felt right to be called the Paradise Collection. It just felt really, really right and really nice. I see a question here in the chats. It says, with an NFC chip, do you get a wearable for a certain metaverse, or is it not interactive? So the NFC chip, basically, once you tap it onto your phone, it doesn't go to a metaverse. It goes into a bespoke page that has your garment sort of digital twin displayed there. So you get all of the product information, all of the metadata, all of that on there, plus anything that I wanted to add on there. So you have all my social links. I could add like a discount code on there for a certain amount of time. So I can curate what you see on that landing page. And then through that landing page, you can access the digital twin either on OpenSea, on Etherscan. And then you can also, I think that's pretty much it. So yeah, it's a really good way for me to sort of like connect to whoever owns that garment. Thanks for the question.
I love that.
Yeah.
I know, I love that. And I also love your color palette. I love the palette that you've chosen for this collection and for the next one. So I'm going to turn it over to Nadia for the next question.
It's been a pleasure listening to. So lucky to be able to ask you some questions, because as I was looking, I was already thinking, like I was having questions about one of the things is your relationship with the technology. I know you mentioned, and through a few words that you mentioned, it shows that you're having a good relationship with it. So would love to hear how it started, how you felt when first finding yourself in this world, and how did that relationship evolve, and what would be your advice for an artist who's totally new to this? I just love how you're taking your art and all what you're doing to another level through the technology. So would love to hear. I know it also might not be all easy. So yeah, what's your story about that? Would love to hear it.
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, good several questions actually in there. Yeah, so when I entered this space, I actually didn't know much about the technology, what NFT was, what blockchain technology was. Actually, when I shifted careers, my husband shifted careers as well. We were both in theatre. And then during the pandemic, everything slowed down for him. I lost all my work overnight. And then through sort of like trying to stay creative, I found digital illustration. And honestly, it's been like such a life-changing moment finding art in the form of digital art, and just, you know, crafting art, like, you know, all of that stuff I love. And, you know, for me, it was the first time I felt like I was truly in control over my creative process. And what happened was, when my husband became a firefighter, he got put into a crew that were obsessed with NFTs and crypto. And so they just kept on talking about NFTs and crypto. And so then he decided, well, I need to know a little bit more about NFTs and crypto if I'm going to keep up with the banter. And so he then eventually showed my art, which is like very, at that time, very feminine, very flamboyant, very, very, you know, female gaze. And when I shared it, when my husband shared it with his crew, they all replied like, "Oh, I'd buy that as an NFT." And of course, when Jack told that story back to me, I was like, "Well, what's an NFT?" And so we were like, do you know what? Let's just give it a go. We started a collection, which is essentially all the artworks I was creating once a day during lockdown. I had 50 of them that I decided were really, you know, good enough. I launched the League of Extraordinary Women as a collection on OpenSea, and then amazingly sold out within like 3 hours, which was absolutely crazy, because I think in that moment I was earning more money as an artist than I had ever did throughout the whole of COVID and lockdown as an artist selling on Etsy. And so I was like, oh God, this is amazing. We need to learn a little bit more. And so it was through that process that we were learning more about what NFTs were, what the technology was, why there was such a community building, you know, cultivated around this technology. And I thought, wow, what an amazing space to be. At that time, there was like this rise of like women, female projects. You know, we had World of Women, we had Boss Beauties, Women and Weapons. And, you know, we had loads of these female projects. And I think people saw Power of Women as another female project that they could get behind. Lo and behold, it was actually just me and Jack trying to just be trying to just support each other, trying to be an artist. But what happened was that actually there was such a beautiful community that was built through, you know, the fact that you can connect to every collector who's collected your artwork, know who they are, interact with them, that I suddenly decided that our artwork was going to be about the stories that they were telling me. So I was, you know, trying to pick up, you know, trying to ask my community for, you know, asking them about my, you know, about their stories. And I was finding these beautiful stories about motherhood, about the challenges of life, about, you know, loads of different things. And I was creating artworks about them and then selling them back to the community. And it was such a beautiful cycle that, you know, Power of Women suddenly became this platform to empower underrepresented stories and have created art specifically for people who always felt that in some way they were marginalized. So it was such a beautiful, you know, journey into Web3, such a wholesome journey into Web3. And it's been really great. It's been really manic during the bull market. And then it slowed down really, you know, quite nicely during the bear market. And, you know, to be honest, it's just like any other artist. I mean, I'm just trying to keep going, trying to keep sustaining yourself in this space is really difficult, especially during a bear market. And I think you'd find that with builders, you'd find that with entrepreneurs, you'd find that with artists. And, you know, it's just been a process of trying to, you know, keep doing the things that you want to do, and find a way to do it, and find a community that sort of still resonates you know, even after 3 years of being in the space. So yeah, it's been a heck of a journey. I think like my biggest advice is, you know, one thing that I heard about the music industry, there was something about Chaplain Rowan, who has an amazing song in the charts at the moment. Someone said about her, it takes 10 years to be an overnight success. And so my biggest sort of like advice would be that like there could be an opportunity that just changes your life forever, but it might take you 10 years to get there or to find that opportunity. So it is really important to persevere and be consistent, and find a way to do that works for your life. I think that would be my biggest advice. So yeah, I hope that resonates with a couple of artists.
That sounds amazing, very creative, and I love how it's community centered, which is, I think, the secret to thrive in this era. So thank you so much for sharing that. I hope it helps someone new to get a perspective from someone who's thriving. My second question is, did you have at some point to adjust your art, besides the fact that you were serving the community, and I love that idea, but besides that, did you have to adjust your art and your craft, like outside of the tech, because of to serve the tech? I hope my question is clear.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. My art has certainly like changed massively. I mean, when I entered the space, you know, I was pretty green in terms of my experience working as a digital artist. So I think when you look back at my earlier collections, you'll see a very natural sort of progression. There's a lot more detail. Everything's a lot more simplistic, which, you know, doesn't say it's worse. It's still very, very beautiful. It's just very different. But still, the style is still there. I think the fact that, you know, being a digital artist was really easy in this space because, you know, because this was a revolution for digital artists to be able to be paid fairly for their work, to be able to sell one-of-ones, because previous to Web3, digital artists couldn't sell their art as one-of-ones. It just wasn't possible, because everyone would be like, well, if I can right click and say, well, why not? Why should I pay for this? So the fact that, you know, blockchain technology has provided digital artists as a way to create a certificate of authenticity, to say that this is a one-of-one, or this is a one of 25, this is an open edition. I think it has really empowered digital artists. And so I think my style and my medium naturally lends itself towards Web3. I think that, you know, during, you know, the sort of burnout of the bull market, I think which everyone to some level has experienced, especially if they were on Twitter like all the time, I did need to sort of explore other forms of art. And, you know, I also, you know, I teach a couple of local kids in my area. I do art tuition. I was an art facilitator before I was, you know, before I was dived into Web3. So I was doing some art parties for kids. I was doing some after school art clubs. So, you know, digital art has always been a sort of like the biggest part of my sort of creative process. But I also love the sort of craftiness of, you know, things that you do for fun with kids, you know, because I think that gets back to this sort of like joyness of art, and none of that ever is seen in the Web3 world, I don't think. But I still love that. I mean, you know, previous to this, working in theatre, I was working on costume on set. So I was making costumes for the circus. I was doing like mad things. And I just love any form of sort of creativeness, because I think you work really hard on something, and then when you see the outcome, there's no bigger sort of high, I think, than when that happens. So yeah, I think the digital art will always be there, but I think, you know, my sort of like downtime is always other things. So you know, things like paper mache or like painting or yeah, I don't know, making clothes. I really want to make, like, actually sew my own clothes. That's another thing that I'd love to do. But yeah, I know it's been an interesting journey, and I think if you look at my digital art style, I think you can see a progression in itself. But yeah, I'm super excited for the other stuff too. I love to craft.
I love finding out that about you as well, because, you know, I have a 45-year history. I stopped in the pandemic. I stopped dancing. But I am a professional dancer in New York City and teacher, and have done the theater thing and costume making and all. And I just loved all of that, you know, about you as well. Really have the same interests where that's concerned. And so I don't know, Nadia, are you finished?
I still have some questions, but I'll give it to you, and then yeah, I have them. I can ask later.
Great. Okay. So I want to know about the Malika drop. If you just give me 1 second here, because my notes just went up the. So you have an upcoming art drop, which is today, okay? And you can tell us all about this. Really exciting, and about your on Floriculture World on Foundation, released just today, okay? And so if you could tell us more about Malika and what's the story behind this artwork. Also, why did you choose, you know, Foundation?
Would love to talk about Malika. Actually, Wildy in here, Wildy Martinez, also known as Wildflowers, she's also part of this Floriculture Foundation world, and it's been really great. So a good friend of ours, Jack Pitry, has decided to create this Floriculture Foundation world, create all this sort of like bringing together all of these artists, creating works sort of around flowers, flora, and it was really, really lovely to be invited. And he has curated some amazing, amazing artists. And every month there is a group of artists releasing artworks. And honestly, if Jack asked me anything, I would do just about anything for him. He's so, so lovely. He's an amazing artist in himself, and he's also a graphic designer. But unfortunately, I couldn't join the first couple of exhibitions, which happened on previous months. But I was able to release Malika as part of this exhibition. And it is a limited edition of 15 artworks at 0.01 ETH. And, you know, when Jack invited me to be part of this, the moment he said Floriculture, I was like listening to Miley Cyrus and her song Flowers, which I think is a remake of another song by another artist. But it was all about sort of like female empowerment and self-love. And now I was just like, you know what, this is what my onto in artwork, this would be it. Yeah, I created Malika as a sort of like ode to, I don't know, like a love letter to yourself, I think. And I decided, you know what, instead of a bio, a very cheesy bio by written by me, maybe I could write a haiku, because a haiku seems a lot more manageable than writing a poem. But it turned out pretty good, I think. I'm really proud of Flowers, sort of Malika, and I'm really proud of the haiku I wrote for it. Yeah, it's a really, really lovely piece, and it's just, I don't know. Yeah, I hope that anyone who sort of mints a piece feels like they are sending a love letter to themselves. And each owner of Malika will be able to claim a free print of Malika to hang on their walls, maybe, if they wanted to.
Again, I love the color palette for this drop, and you can see in the on the screen that we have here and throughout the metaverse. If you look on the walls on your way in and way out, we have Leah's gorgeous work. And thanks again to the Audacity team for making all of this possible, and making the Mentorverse look so special all the time. So I wanted to ask here, one second. Again, my notes here. It keeps keeps flipping back to the top. Okay. So I wanted to know again about Malika. Now, with this, as you said, the limited edition artwork that you're going to drop, are there any other special features or utilities, or do you have anything planned like that for Malika?
No, it's just a piece of artwork. I think a lot of unlike sort of a lot of PFP collections or projects, there's not a lot of utility apart from the artwork itself. So yeah, it's been for a long time now. A lot of my artwork has had some utility attached to it, but I think I've sort of like honed into sort of my artistic side, and I feel like the art in itself is its utility. And I think I'm an artist of I've only got a certain amount of hours in a day, and I think it's all about trying to present what you can reasonably achieve. And I think, I work really hard on these artworks, and I hope they bring, you a little bit of joy when you see them, if you collect them. And I think the stories in themselves are, is its own value. Sorry, my tense is really terrible. It's 8 p.m. here, so my language deteriorates the later it gets in the evening. But yeah, it's all about the art for me quite recently, and the fashion. It's all about the fashion itself. I think my work just, I hope, speaks for itself, and I hope that's enough for whoever sees it and whoever collects it. Yeah.
Before I turn it over back to Nadia, I wanted to know, do you see any future trends in fashion that might emerge, or have you come up with something new that, what are you seeing for the future of this emerging technology?
That's a really interesting question. I think, it was very interesting having visited NFT Paris this year, especially because it was happening the week before Fashion Week. So there was a lot of fashion brands there. And, the thing that kept on being talked about was digital twins. So it was really interesting to see that the technology was sort of gearing towards that. It was not the fact of having an NFT and being able to claim physical merch. It was actually to be able to have garments that were chipped or luxury goods that were chipped, so that you had a certificate of authenticity. So you were able to sell it on and say, this is the authentic sort of brand. I think that was a very interesting thing to come out of it. About my experience, I think the big conversation that I was seeing at NFT Paris was also AI and how and use cases of AI in the creative process. I've heard some really interesting sort of ways in which companies have been really using it specifically for certain things to enhance their product, rather than just using it in everything that they were doing. And also, the bigger the brand, the more liable they are for things like IP rights, questions on, the right to use any of the data that gets inputted into AI. So it was really interesting conversations about where it was going. But, you know, I think in terms of the fashion aspect, you know, a lot of bigger brands are looking at producing less, but being able to be part of the, you know, the long usage of a garment. So being able to be part of the process when you sell it on, you know, if they were able to be part of the secondary sales, the royalties, you know, they maybe don't have to produce as much. It was an interesting thought, but certainly digital twins or product passports, those were the things that people were talking about a lot at NFT Paris, which I thought was very, very interesting.
You know, I thought about too when I saw your fashions, the chipped fashions, you know, about future recycling, you know, of garments, like just like, you know, with the vintage stuff now, and you know how that that chip in that patch might go on to be in other garments, and isn't that cool? And then you could trace it, and perhaps, you know, if you're still alive or something like that, say, because I don't think it's going to be in that distant future, you know, you'll be able to interact with your community, of course, like you're talking about, you know, and you have the capacity to change the you know, the interface and what the customer sees, and offer them new things, you know. But it's going to be so cool to track that garment in the future. You know, when we were young, okay, there weren't a lot, people didn't have a lot of clothing, you know, and there were hand-me-downs, and it'd be great because your fashions definitely lend themselves to, you know, reselling and regifting and things like that. They just look amazing, and even though I don't have it in my hands yet, it just, everything looks so sturdy. Like I said, you've you know, and whoever you have that's manufacturing those for you, the patterns that you picked out are outstanding, and you know, everything just looks beautiful too. You really you know, have the two of you, you know, I have to give your husband credit as well, since you are, the two of you have done a really good job. So I'm going to pass the mic back to the mompreneur. I know her ears are probably standing up because you mentioned AI.
That's right. I had another question before getting to AI, but as soon as she started talking about AI, I moved things around. So thank you for mentioning that. And as an AI enthusiast, I would love to hear, when did you start using AI and how did you integrate it in your process?
Oh yeah, I need to clarify. I haven't used AI, not yet. I'm not. I haven't sort of taken the time to discover yet. It's just I think there was some interesting conversations at NFT Paris that I thought was very, you know, it was very exciting. I think you can't go to a conference without someone mentioning AI and talking about, you know, how it fits into sort of like culture, Web3 culture, sort of business culture, everything, process, artistic process, you know, creative process, enhancing sort of business. I think, you know, there's nothing that AI won't touch soon, I think. And, you know, it's just inevitable. So, you know, I think I am really excited to explore. I haven't given it enough time yet, and I feel like I need to just slow down and do it properly. I just didn't want to rush it, but it was, you know, I would be really excited to see how it works. I don't think I am incredibly precise in my sort of control over my creative process, because I think for a long time I haven't been in control over my creative process working in theatre. So I feel like everything that I do, if I incorporate AI, needs to be really intentional. And I need to feel like I am in control over the process. So yeah, I need to give it a little bit more time. But yeah.
Has its own. My other question would be about something that really, when I was looking at your artwork, your shop, your website, has really made a big impression on me, which is the inclusivity in your art for women of colors and covered women. I really love that. I know we have we've been seeing it with other bigger collection, but you as an individual, we should give you a lot of respect, for considering that and making that happen. Would love to know, because I know it is not easy as an individual to think of all those things.
Of course, I was happy to help. I made a derivative.
What inspired?
It's been very, very interesting. I think when I was in lockdown and I discovered illustration, I mean, I remember drawing women in fashionable clothes with little cat ears and a cat tail when I was like 5 or 6. I've been drawing for like forever, and so what really is sort of became an issue for me was that I am half Malay, half English. I may not look it, but my mum and my mum's side of the family is as Malay as you can get it. They are, they don't look like me, and it was really movement became so prevalent. Are we being loud enough, and are we doing enough to combat our unconscious bias? And when I was looking back at all my drawings, I was seeing people that looked like me, but I was not seeing anyone that looked like a lot of subtle and not so subtle misogyny, and it was a little bit irritating. And I just thought, why is it that women are not represented well here? And then why are diverse groups not represented here? And all of the artwork was pretty much made by crypto bros who were called Brad, made for crypto bros that were called Brad. And, it was just like, well, this is not where I want to, this is not the place that I want us, because I was trying to consciously think about my unconscious bias during lockdown. My colleagues rare in the space. I think there was only a few PFP collections that were truly diverse, and majority of those were women, female-led collections. And so there was a lot of people who felt like, they wanted to be part of this technological revolution, but they couldn't mint anything that felt like they represented them. So they were like, we'll buy Leah's work, we'll buy work from Power of Women. And then what happened was that I started listening to these stories, and these stories were suddenly, it's not just a case of diversity, it's a case of underrepresented stories. There were stories on just when we were talking about motherhood, I was holding a Twitter space on motherhood with about 200 people in the space, my first space that I was hosting. I mean, it was absolutely wild. And people were coming up to tell stories publicly about, about miscarriage, about being queer and trying to be a mum, and struggling to adopt, or struggling to even adopt their partner's child, having issues, finding out that you are disabled. And it was just all of these, and that was just on motherhood. I held other days and things about cultural representation, and it was just such a beautiful moment of feeling like Power of Women could be this platform for everyone who felt like this space is amazing, the tech is amazing, but this is not the diversity we want to see if we're thinking about the future of art, the future of tech, And so for a while, especially during the bull market, you know, I was creating artworks. Women of the Metaverse was all about stories inspired by the community, all to do with, you know, LGBTIQ plus, diverse representation in terms of, you know, cultural heritage, in terms of motherhood, in terms of all sorts of topics. And, you know, it's been really, really great. And, you know, a lot of the community, a lot of, you know, my community members are sort of maybe the most diverse sort of community members in, I would say, in the Web3 space. And because that was the case, you know, a lot of people sort of left because they just couldn't afford to spend the time or the money to stay in the space. And that was absolutely fine. So, yeah, I, you know, transitioned into artwork that was still diverse representation, but probably less sort of like, in terms of like asking for their, you know, personal stories and sort of using, I don't know, storytelling as an artwork as a form of therapy. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's been, you know, I think that's a huge part of sort of my work and why, you know, as much as possible, diverse representation is really important. I think it's maybe an apology to my mum and to my cultural heritage that maybe I put aside or subconsciously was not recognizing enough. So yeah, I am here to, I don't know, to do better and create work that hopefully does a little bit better for the world. I don't know, and just something beautiful as well.
I'm all emotional over here.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Really, you're a beautiful soul. My mother was LGBTQ. She's deceased now, 20 years, and but you know, thank you so much, Leah, you know, for just being who you are, and being inclusive. A lot of us are you know, mixed ethnicity and race, especially in Europe and in the US where I am. And I'm Hispanic, okay, ethnicity. My grandmother's from Puerto Rico. We have family from Africa, East Africa, and Spain. And I just love, you know, I was mentioning that to you before, you know, being a global citizen now, and you know, going forward, we have to, you know, you know, make this a better world, like you're saying, and recognize that, you know, we all came from, you know, from different places that, you know, flavored us, spiced us, and made us who we are. And we all, you know, but we all deserve to be here, and we all just deserve to be, period, you know. So I'm going to, you know, wrap this up, this hour up, and we're just going over slightly. If there's a question you want, you know, with Leah, please put it in the chat. I hope you'll come back again, Leah, you know, after you, you know, as your work progresses, and, you know, love to have you come back here. And it just was a pleasure. Like I said, you got me really emotional with that last stuff. You really are beautiful. So I wanted to remind everybody that we have a POAP. And so would you like to if you want to get your POAP app out? And Leah, if you give us the code.
I've actually been DMing everyone. Hopefully I'm
great
with your individual link, so you'll be able to
look at this.
So it does look like a random text, but I just have been trying to multitask. Not very. But yeah, if you haven't received a DM from me, just DM me and I'll send you an individual sort of POAP mint link. So yeah, please do that. And yeah, it's been an absolute
Sorry,
pleasure.
I was going to mention one other thing. Your 10% off
Yes,
offer
yes.
for your fashions. Okay, if you could tell everybody where to go, on your page, and the code. I don't know how long you'll leave that active, Leah, but the code for today, okay, for 10% off of Leah's Fashions is PEG, PEG.
Yes, I'm typing it out now. There we go. And and PEG as a 10% discount code is available for you to use for a month long. I think it's a month long, on my website, which I've just posted in the chats. And it's just a little thank you for having me. And I hope that if you do decide to collect anything, buy any garments, that you use the discount code for sure, and it brings you a lot of joy. So yeah, I think that was it.
I know it will. Okay, I know. Like I said, these garments are really stunning, and I could just see them, going on for generations. They really are beautiful fashions. Yeah. Maria says, I want one. I know you do. You definitely do. Thanks again, Leah, and thanks to my co-host, Nadia the Mompreneur. We're going to be back with another show like this one in the metaverse. We have long necky ladies, Nyla Hayes. Okay, so I hope you'll all come back. I've just recently been asked to be an ambassador for Nyla. She's put together a community. I've been with her a while. She's gifted me a couple of long necky ladies, and she's also gifted me an IP. Okay, where it's a dinosaur with an afro. She's a nurse, has little Crocs and a stethoscope on that I can use for my adult community. It's going to be a lot of fun. And my son got a big laugh out of it. He said, "Oh yeah, they're your community. They're dinosaurs." I said, "Yeah." So Leah, thanks again for being who you are and for coming to the metaverse. Thanks, to your, I have to give flowers to your husband too for everything that the two of you are doing. It's great that you're working together. And again, Nadia the Mompreneur, thanks so much. Why don't you unmic and say goodbye?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Peg, for making this experience happen. Thank you, Audacity and On Cyber, and especially Leah for sharing all, her stories with us. Thank you for your creativity, your innovation, your inclusivity. You're amazing, and we're here to support artists like you. It was such a pleasure.
And thanks to the team at Audacity. So I'm gonna take us out now. So I had something here, but it didn't work out for the music. So I'm gonna but Audacity usually takes care of that. And if you'd like to do some dancing for a few minutes, they'll have it open for just a couple of minutes. So yes, you'll play. They're gonna put some music on so we can dance. So thanks so much for everyone for coming. I really appreciate you, and see you next month.
Stoppers.
Zoe.
Mario. Finnegan.
Help! My purse! My purse!
Purse snatchers. Alfie. Albert. Mario is in pursuit.
Hold on to your bag, miss.
Oh my.
What is happening?
There. They are over there.
Huh?
Here's your bag, miss.
Here.
Here, take some crypto.
What? No, I'm a crime stopper. Thanks though, man.
That was so cool.
super fun. Oh my god.
Stoppers.
Zoe.
Mario. Finnegan.
Help! My purse! My purse!
Purse snatchers, Alfie. Albert. Mario is in pursuit.
Hold on to your bag, miss.
Oh my.
What is happening?
There. They are over there.
Huh?
Here's your bag, miss.
Hero.
Here, take some crypto.
What? No, I'm a Crime Stopper. Thanks though, man.
That was so cool.
super fun. Oh my God.
Stoppers.
Zoe.
Mario. Finnegan.
Help! My purse! My purse!
Purse snatchers. Alfie. Albert. Mario is in pursuit.
Hold on to your bag, miss.
Oh my.
What is happening?
There. They are over there.
Huh?
Here's your bag, miss.
Hero.
Here, take some crypto.
What? No, I'm a Crime Stopper. Thanks though, man.
That was so cool.
fun. Oh my God.
Alphas.
Zoe,
Mario. Finnegan.
Help! My purse! My purse!
Purse snatchers, Alfie. Albert. Mario is in pursuit.
Hold on to your bag, miss.
oh my,
What is happening?
There. They are over there.
Huh?
Here's your bag, miss.
Hero.
here, take some crypto.
What? No, I'm a Crime Stopper. Thanks though, man.
That was so cool.
Wasn't that super fun? Oh my god.
Stoppers.
Zoe.
Mario. Finnegan.
Help! My purse! My purse!
Purse snatchers. Alfie. Albert. Mario is in pursuit.
Hold on to your bag, miss.
Oh my.
What is happening?
There. They are over there.
Huh?
Here's your bag, miss.
Hero.
Here, take some crypto.
What? No, I'm a Crime Stopper. Thanks though, man.
That was so cool.
fun. Oh my God.
Stoppers.
Zoe.
Mario. Finnegan.
Help! My purse! My purse!
Purse snatchers. Alfie. Albert. Mario is in pursuit.
Hold on to your bag, miss.
Oh my.
What is happening?
There. They are over there.
Huh?
Here's your bag, miss.
Hero.
Here, take some crypto.
What? No, I'm a Crime Stopper. Thanks though, man.
That was so cool.
super fun. Oh my God.
I look in the mirror and see nothing but despair. There's a darkness in me that won't let me care. My reflection stares back, seemingly unaware of the tears that I shed, the weight that I bear. I feel lost and forgotten, without any hope. I feel so ugly and worthless, I can't hardly cope. My heart is so heavy, pressing down like a stone. I'm searching so hard for something unknown. I'm tired of what I've been doing, I just can't. I can't remember when I was happy, when was that? I don't know who I am anymore, should I mourn? I'm so broken, so desperate, so lost and forlorn. Oh, how I wish I could find my way out of this pain, that my soul can be free, all the sorrow can drain, so I can look in the mirror and find me again, so I can rise again. Still glows in my heart. It calls to me when I wake in the night. It's a whisper in the dark. It's easy to miss, but I'll hold it close and dance with it tonight. I'll follow the spark and find strength within. Let it carry me through my darkness and win. A light in the storm, a calm after the rain, a reminder that I can rise again. Oh, how I wish I could find my way out of this pain, that my soul can be free, all the sorrow can drain, so I can look in the mirror and find me again. Oh, I will rise again.
Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids, and I'm like, what are fibroids? fibroids, because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder, why? Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just a little introduction from me for you guys to just get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. People are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next everyone. Welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because, you know, fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And, you know, I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, what it was. I didn't know, much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder, why? Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just a little introduction from me for you guys to just get to know why I decided to start this podcast, and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue. But basically, that's how I found out that I had fibroids, okay? And since then, I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. People are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to, for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids, and I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And, they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder why. Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just a little introduction from me for you guys to just get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. People are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids, and I'm like, what are fibroids? Because, you know, fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And, you know, I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, what it was. I didn't know, much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder, why? Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just a little introduction from me for you guys to just get to know why I decided to start this podcast, and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue. But basically, that's how I found out that I had fibroids, okay? And since then, I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because, you know, fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And, you know, I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, what it was. I didn't know, much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And, they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder, why? Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just a little introduction from me for you guys to just get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids, and in my next episode I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And, they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself and I wonder why. Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just like a little introduction from me for you guys to just like get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue. But basically, that's how I found out that I had fibroids, okay? And since then, I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids, and I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, what it was. I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And, they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. Like, I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. One, two, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. Three, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself and I wonder why. Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just like a little introduction from me for you guys to just like get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue. But basically, that's how I found out that I had fibroids, okay? And since then, I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. I almost told her, give me a husband, because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? Like, I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and like I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. Like, I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. One, two, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. Three, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself and I wonder why. Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just like a little introduction from me for you guys to just like get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, what it was. I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. And I almost told her, give me a husband, because like I need me a husband to get pregnant. Like, I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So like, yeah, like, what are you saying? What do you mean? So yeah, that was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? Like, I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and like I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. Like, I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. One, two, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. Three, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself and I wonder why. Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just like a little introduction from me for you guys to just like get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue. But basically, that's how I found out that I had fibroids, okay? And since then, I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but it was really low. And, they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you have to drink your water, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. And I almost told her, give me a husband because I need me a husband to get pregnant. I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So what are you saying? What do you mean? That was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more and I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is going to talk more about what fibroids are exactly. I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself and I wonder why. Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just a little introduction from me for you guys to just get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. People are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids, and in my next episode I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me, go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. they call it HB. You know, I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but like, yeah, it was really low. And, you know, they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you know, you have to drink your water, you know, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. Like, and, you know, I almost told her, you know, give me a husband, because, like, I need me a husband to get pregnant. Like, I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So, like, yeah, like, what are you saying? What do you mean? So, yeah, that was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? Like, I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and like I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. Like, I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder, why? Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just like a little introduction from me for you guys to just like get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, you know, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids, and in my next episode I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next. Everyone, welcome to Hey Uterus, What's This? A podcast about fibroids. I am your host, Delight Hangala, and I'm going to be taking you on a journey to understand what fibroids are. I guess some of you have never heard about fibroids, and to be honest, that was me, a 20-year-old in university. I'd never heard about fibroids. The first time I got to hear about it was when my roommate's mom was going for an operation, and my roommate told me, oh, my mom is going for an operation for fibroids. And I'm like, what are fibroids? Because, you know, fibroids are not talked about as much as breast cancer, as much as the other diseases out there. So she told me, oh no, fibroids are just growths in the stomach. And, you know, I left it at that. I didn't probe more. I was just like, oh, okay, shame anyways. I wish your mom the best in her operation. And that's how I packed fibroids. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know, much information about it. But then a few years later, I was not feeling well, and at the time I was staying with my mom, and she told me go have a full body checkup. So I went. I had a full body checkup, and at the clinic where I went, they found out that my blood was low. They call it HB. You know, I was learning some of these terminologies for the first time, stuff like HB. So yeah, my HB was low. I can't remember the exact figure, but like, yeah, it was really low. And, you know, they told me, no, go see a gynecologist. So I went to see a gynecologist, and they did a scan. For ladies that have been for a scan, you know, you have to drink your water, you know, have to have enough water in your system. So yeah, I had the scan done, and the doctor told me straight up, yeah, you have fibroids. They're really big, and you should get pregnant in the next year. And I'm like, excuse me, Miss Ma'am, what do you mean get pregnant in the next year? At this point, I'm single. I don't even have a boyfriend. Like, and, you know, I almost told her, you know, give me a husband, because, like, I need me a husband to get pregnant. Like, I'm a Christian lady. I believe in no sex before marriage. So, like, yeah, like, what are you saying? What do you mean? So, yeah, that was heavy for me. Of course, I went home. I broke the news to my family. At that point, still, I didn't really understand what this fibroids is. What are fibroids, you guys? Like, I didn't understand at that point. Of course, I started researching more, and like I got the medical point of view of what fibroids are exactly. And this podcast is gonna talk more about what fibroids are exactly. Like, I'm not a medical personnel, but I just know, of course, there are growths in the stomach that can grow in your uterus and outside the uterus lining. And yeah, this is why I decided to start this podcast, so that we can raise awareness on this issue of fibroids, because I got to find out actually that a lot of women are suffering from fibroids. 1, 2, a lot of women don't know that they have fibroids. 3, the women who have fibroids are quiet about it. It's not being talked about. This issue is not being talked about. And I ask myself, and I wonder, why? Is it because it affects fertility? Again, we'll talk about this in the other episodes to come. There's just a lot surrounding this issue of fibroids. And this is why I decided to start this podcast called Hey Uterus, What's This? This was just like a little introduction from me for you guys to just like get to know why I decided to start this podcast and the importance as well. And to all men listening, by any chance, if there's a man listening to this, I'm glad you're listening, because this podcast is for both male and female, because men also need to know about fibroids as well, because men have sisters, men have wives, nieces, you know, that are experiencing this, that go through this. Bosses at work need to know about fibroids, because of course, when you have fibroids, there a lot of your menstruation is heavy, your flow is so heavy. So there's a lot that will be talked about this issue, but basically that's how I found out that I had fibroids. Okay. And since then I've gone for an operation to India. That was by God's grace, by the way, guys. That was a miracle for me to go all the way to India. For those who've been for medical treatment to India, you just know that India is so expensive. Like, people are selling houses out there just to go to India. It's crazy. It's really crazy. So I just thank God for the opportunity and the miracle that happened for me to go to India for my operation, and I am much better. So I just wanted to warm you guys up to this topic of fibroids. And in my next episode, I will have a medical personnel who will be able to answer questions about fibroids, because I have questions as well. We'll be able to tell you what side effects you should look forward to for somebody who has fibroids. So I'm excited about this journey. I'm excited to those who've joined this first episode. It's going to be an amazing journey, and I'm looking forward to meeting you guys in the next
Stoppers.
Zoe.
Mario. Finnegan.
Help! My purse! My purse!
Purse snatchers. Alfie. Albert. Mario is in pursuit.
Hold on to your bag, miss.
Oh my.
What is happening?
There. They are over there.
Huh?
Here's your bag, miss.
Hero.
Here, take some crypto.
What? No, I'm a Crime Stopper. Thanks though, man.
That was so cool.
Wasn't that super fun? Oh my god.
I'm sorry this happened. If they're escaping from underground, I don't know what to suggest.
You didn't see this coming, kid? We known for ages they were gonna let them out them tunnels. Just keep your head down. Don't say nothing.
That's it? We are all out for ourselves now?
Some of us gonna get some guns and that. Take a drive out there. See what the hell's going on. Ain't gonna be pretty. But there's a lot of them and they're coming this way. I heard they can't be killed too easy. The ones popping out top be weak as hell. It's the ones trying to pull y'all in you gotta watch. Might be some kind of gas that can do the trick, just gotta make it ourselves, you know.
Don't let them see you. Stay in your bunker.
Set us free.
Set me free.
We must defeat them as one. There is no other way.
Hello, everyone. I don't usually play the full song, but I was just in a Coldplay mood and I was dancing around my kitchen. So I had to share that energy with you guys. Thank you so much for coming to today's Connect and Chill. I know the time is totally different. So many of you guys were like, what the heck? We do this in the mornings. But so we decided to switch it up. I thought it would still be fun to come hang out on a Saturday night, do something different. I'm always in spaces during the day, so I thought maybe a different crowd. Who knows? But either way, thanks for joining in. The purpose of today's space is really to just check in with each other, right? There has been so much happening, there's so much noise. So we really can check in with each other on everything, mentally, physically, even what you're working on, what you're building. We're halfway through the year. I remember us doing spaces back in January talking about where we saw ourselves. Are you guys there? Maybe you've even surpassed your goals. You have new goals. I'd love to hear about it. I'd love to celebrate you. Let's all talk about what we're doing, right? So as always, this is an open mic space. I'd love for each and every one of you to request the mic, hop up, join the conversation. And remember, this is a safe space as well. Let's be mindful, not just about what we say, how we say it. I like to keep the conversation respectful, let everyone feel comfortable, all that good stuff, all about the good vibes. So I also want to shout out anyone that's listening to the recording. Yes, this is a recorded space. I'd like to remind you guys, especially since we're doing this in the evening. Thank you to everyone that takes time out of their day to listen to the recordings of this space or any space that I'm a part of. I appreciate that. And also special shout out to Audacity. This space will be shown in the metaverse on their platform. So we appreciate you guys as well. Now, before we dive in, let me remind you to go down to the bottom right corner, like, share the space. You know the deal. Comments are welcome. Tell your friends we're hanging out and this is the place to be on Saturday night. And of course, if you're unable to hop on the mic, drop your comments. I'll pay attention, try to include you in the conversation as much as I can. Now, let's get started. I'm going to hand the mic over to my amazing co-host, Benjamin. How are you?
I am doing great, Liz. Thanks so much for hosting, and thanks so much for everyone for being here. This is going to be a great conversation. We are halfway through the year, so this is going to be a perfect time for us to check in with one another, as Liz has stated. So super appreciative of everyone who either comes up to speak, listens to the recording, because your support means so much to Liz and myself, and we truly couldn't do this without you all. So can't wait to hear everyone's contributions. Yeah, I'll try to make this as quick as possible, Liz. I think you know a lot more about this year and how it's kind of been for me than probably a lot of others. So, just a quick recap. This year, especially the beginning part of 2024 was pretty difficult. I was going through a lot. I was transitioning somewhat to not necessarily a new career, but transferring to a different department, transferring to a different firm. I was balancing the decision as to whether do I want to remain on my previous job or do I move on. And so, that was really a difficult decision to make because, I had to take into consideration my family. I had to take into consideration, everything that I was going through. So, I think the very beginning of this year was really difficult. I think I'm at a point in my life now, around the midpoint where I'm a lot happier. I think I finally found peace and satisfaction in my decision. And, Liz, I think I mentioned this to you, a lot of this year, I was struggling with IRL and I was struggling with social media in general. Like I needed to take a break, and there were several weeks where I probably took weekends off. I wasn't really as active, and that did a tremendous amount of support or that really helped my mindset because I needed to really prioritize IRL. And so I think this year, as much as the early part of it wasn't as great, I think now it's a lot more. I'm happier now than I've ever been. And I think it's the decisions I made, and it's the knowing that, everything I've done, as much as I try to help others and as much as I, want to be supportive of everyone, I also have to keep into consideration my own needs as well. So I can't wait to hear everyone's thoughts. Folks, we do have some sponsors for the space. Liz has done such an amazing job with Connect and Chill that, we have some phenomenal sponsors for the space. Our first official sponsor of the space is by Costco. Once again, Costco is the newest sponsor of Connect and Chill, so we super appreciate Costco for sponsoring this space. Let me remind you that Costco has been selling their hot dogs at $1.50 since 1985. So we appreciate Costco and their hot dogs for sponsoring the space. We're also brought to you by Chevron. So Chevron, thanks so much for sponsoring us. We're sponsored by JetBlue, as JetBlue is the official carrier for when Liz comes to Southern California. So we appreciate JetBlue for sponsoring Liz's trip in 2025. With that being said, I would love to hear everyone's thoughts. Liz, thanks again for hosting. And with that being said, handing the mic back to you, friend.
Okay, awesome. I love Costco. I don't know about you guys. I'm just going to be straight up. I enjoy the whole experience of Costco. I love the environment, and I'm a big Costco fan. I think it's the superior of those stores. Sorry, BJ's. Sorry, Sam's Club. But thank you for opening up and being honest, right? I think it was a tough first half of the year for a lot of people, but thankfully, I see a lot of us in our growth era right now, just like thriving, living, and on to that next chapter. So I'm really excited for all of us to keep on this positive trend, right? Sometimes you have to go through that difficult, dirty, hard part of life to kind of come out on top like this. And I love to see it. So I'm really happy for you, Benjamin. And this new job is going to be it because you're already on vacations all the time. You're like all over the place. So I want this job, right? Such a good time. But before we get to the rest of the speaker panel, I just want to shout out some of the legends in the listening lounge because it's nice to see you guys. And I appreciate everyone pulling up a little later on the Saturday schedule, right? We have Margie, Villa Model, Brittany, MV, so great to have you. Brazzy, Kat, Didi, ooh, a rabbit in the space, Wealthy, Grace, and then an amazing panel. I'd love for all of you to share, and of course, only share what you're comfortable with. It doesn't have to be deep. We can keep it on, what you're working on. Whatever you'd like to share is always a good time. Ooh, and Empress joined us on the panel. A legend has walked in the building. X is a little laggy, so sometimes you see people as speakers and then they're listeners. I don't even know, it's backwards. But we'll continue on the panel. Next, I'm going to hand the mic over to Creative because we were just talking about a new project for you to start cooking up. How are you doing?
Yo, I'm doing good, man. You already you're already putting it in the atmosphere. I hear you. That's what's up. That's what's up. What's going on, L, Ben, man, everybody down there in the listeners section and stuff, other speakers as well. I want to say, well, I would say my year at the midway point is gonna go from. I want to say like the first half of the year, yeah, it was pretty positive. I never really say things are too high or too low. I try to keep even keel on stuff, but going into the second half of this year is going to be a season of resilience with everything that's going on as far as just with just our country in general. You know what I mean? There's certain things as far as things that could be implemented, things that could not be implemented. There's things I got to prepare for and be resilient about when it comes to me, my household, things of that nature. So I always like to, I've learned I learned a lesson a long time ago that most of us as human beings are reactive and not proactive. So I try to be as proactive as possible and try to prepare as possible for the good, bad, ugly, and all that other stuff. First part of the year, joined the X maybe like the latter part of last year. So, coming into this new year, I was getting my feet settled and stuff like that. Found a nice little circle of people, man, and then around the last month or so, just had to really distance myself from that group, man, and kind of just move in another direction, man. My growth, and it doesn't always necessarily mean it's a bad thing. You know what I mean? It's just sometimes you just have different journeys, you know what I mean? So, sometimes you just got to go separate ways. There are like maybe like one or two people that I still associate with from that circle, but Ben's one of them. What's up? Ben's always going to be the OG, always going to be family. And then Miss Stephanie is the other one, but everybody else I kind of just had to just split off from, which, like I said, it's not like I have any ill will or any bad feelings towards anybody. It's just that's how life goes sometimes. You just grow in different directions. Um, getting into the AI space and getting into the AI art stuff, that has been phenomenal for me. I've made a lot of different connections with people. I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of great people. If it wasn't for AI and AI art and stuff, I probably wouldn't even be on X because I don't really do social media like that. So, I'm a real life person, so I like living life. You know what I mean? So sometimes I see how social media can kind of take you away from real life, and then you find it hard to balance the two, right? But I'm glad that I am on X because I meet people like Elle, meet people like Ben, meet people like Miss Harley down there, Miss Margie down there. So I meet some good people, man. I was able to start with my cousin. I was able to start Tough Talks. And some of you guys come to that as well, which is cool because it's really been growing. It's really been helping a lot of people, man. And it's not even about the numbers, man, but it's just good to see people get genuine help on everyday issues, right? Like a lot of times we come on X and we see a lot of these big polarizing spaces, but to have that one space where you could just come in and just whatever you were going through that day, whatever you was dealing with that week, get that help, you know what I mean? Or just get it off your chest, man. Maybe not even nobody's in there that can really like help you have the expertise, but just being able to have a safe space where you can just get that stress off your chest. Because they say pressure busts pipes. So I'm looking forward to the second half of the year. I'm looking forward. There's a lot of great things that's going on with Tough Talks. Kim has joined the team. So if you guys don't know Kim, dear Kimberly K, she's joined the squad. So man, she's brought a whole new dynamic to Tough Talks. Her expertise has definitely helped out a lot as far as like how to do the social media thing, how to do the spaces and stuff like that. So, the family is growing, man. We building family, we growing family, we bigger than, just the community stuff, we actually trying to build a family. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to me and Elle's project that she talking about, that she putting out in the atmosphere, speak things that aren't as though they are. So, she has a lot of expertise when it comes into certain lanes. I would say I'm not gonna say too much because then I start giving stuff away. But I'm looking forward to me and her putting our minds together and presenting this project to everybody, man. Hopefully in the near future, in the next couple of months or so, so we can put something together, and it's gonna be a lot of fun, original things of that nature. So I'm looking forward to the second half of this year. Even though I know it's gonna be a season of resilience, a season of testing. Um, but sometimes you gotta go through tough times. You gotta go through hard stuff. You gotta go through certain things, man, to grow. So I'm looking forward to it, man. And back to you, El.
Oh my God, I love that. You said so much. And yeah, I'm that person that when I see my friend has a skill and I have an idea for them, I'm like, yo, you got to get on this. You got to do it. I know you have the skill set. And Creative is so good at AI art. It's just in the early stages now, but I know there's a lot in the second half of the year that he's going to be grinding. He doesn't know yet, but it's going to happen. We're going to be talking. So I'm super excited. There was another great thing that you said about being reactive instead of proactive. I think that is so good. That's something I've also worked on. And even just like responding versus reacting, that's another thing that I've called myself out on. I think I used to react a lot more than I do now. Now I'm just like, all right, it's all good. It's chill. You're not going to get a reaction out of me, buddy. You know what I mean? But that takes work. Like it sounds so simple, but it's not easy. And it's not easy to win that battle 100% of the time. Got to be honest. So thank you for being honest about what you're going through. It's always a pleasure to have you in the space. Your community is definitely growing. Creative does spaces on Tuesday and Thursday night. I know it's very late for the East Coast, but still show up. He does them either 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. EST, kind of changes depending on daddy duties and all that stuff, but they are awesome spaces. Definitely want to check it out. It's another safe space to just be real and say what's going on, right? Those are not common here, so I would recommend it 100%. But before we go on to the next speaker, I'll hand it to the co-host. Benjamin, what's up with you? Anything you want to share?
Yeah. Les, we do have one more quick sponsor. They reached out to me about 15 minutes ago. Red Bull is now a proud sponsor of this space. I know it's late. If you're on the East Coast, it's 9 p.m. It's Saturday night. And if you're not in the mood for alcohol and you need something to wake you up for the space, Red Bull is your go-to beverage. Red Bull gives you wings is the newest sponsor for the space. Back to you, Elle.
Oh my God, the other day I had a Red Bull for the first time in a minute, and it was actually really good. I don't know, it was like blueberry or something, the blue can guys. Not that I should be promoting energy drinks, but it happens sometimes. You're at Target, in the checkout, and you're looking for something really quick because the Starbucks line is too long. So I grabbed the Red Bull, and I don't regret it. But anyway, we'll go on to the next speaker here.
Yo, I
Harley,
wanted
so
to
good to
check
see
if my
you.
mic is on.
Oh,
Can anyone hear me?
yeah, T, you're
Yep,
live. Why
you're
don't
good
you
to
go
go.
Yo,
next?
L, something just happened right now. Now let me explain, right? I was in I'm currently in another space, and then I hopped in this space with my PC, and I just automatically had the speaker roll without even requesting. Like I appeared, like I bumped in, like like a ninja. I sneaked in. Come on. I mean, this is the second time it's happened. I thought it was a glitch the other time, but I think I've got superhero powers in on X. I mean, it's extraordinary. Come on, come on. Let's fucking go, guys.
What an entrance, T. But now that you've interrupted, you have to go next. and do your mid-year check-in. How are you doing? What's going on with you? I know your internet seems to be doing great because before you couldn't get in one space, now you're in 5. What's up?
Yo, I'm multitasking right now, and of course, Elle is hosting a space, and I have to be there no matter what. And of course, there's electricity, so I'm like happy, and always connect and chill. Come on, trust me, tonight I'm chill. I'm just super cool. My head is calm, and I'm just like, enjoying tonight's vibe. It's actually 2 a.m. I don't know what Mark can ask for right now because I'm currently chill. And it's just all, I don't even know how to explain it, but it's just all calm, right? So yeah, toggling between spaces, dropping one or two alphas, and what, just Web3 generally. So yeah, it's all good.
Dude, I love it. I could literally hear the smile on your face right now. Speaking of living your best life, you are definitely doing it. You got the internet, the electricity, the vibes are high, my friend. I am so happy. You've been doing really great this year, killing it in all forms of social media and just life. So I'm super bullish on what the second half of the year is going to be like for you because it's crazy. Like I said in my other space, I have to like book you. I think I'm going to have to message you a week in advance and say like, hey, T, can you show up to my space? You got so many people in your DMs. I DM'd you last night. I don't even think I got a response yet about that rabbit because you hopped in the space and literally helped me blow it up. So make sure you hit me back if you want to hop into the rabbit hole. We're going to make that happen. So thank you again for showing up, multitasking, and whatever alpha you share in that other space, make sure you share it in my DMs too so I know what's happening. All right. So next, we're going to go over to Miss Harley. What's happening with you, girl?
Hey, yeah, I was about to rest, but I saw the series went live. Thank you so much for having me here. And was just gonna say to Fiona that Fiona is a settings of spaces wherein people can come in right away as speaker. So yeah, hate to tell you that it's not a superpower, but we both have the superpower today. Anyway, yes, thank you so much again. And of course, what I've been building, what I've been cooking, a lot. And yeah, it's overwhelming actually because it's when you are about to be there and you feel that it's you are doing it, and there's a lot of necessary other things to do. I know there's a lot of decision making and you know a lot of tricky decisions you have to make. But yeah, I'm thankful of the people that's around me right now. That's giving me the kind of like the things that I need to learn. L just you remember that L when we were on the space and we had like a conversation about the winner's mindset and things like that. It's all about um, admitting to yourself that it's not gonna be always you. Sometimes you need others as well, others help, and yeah, it's like having the team admitting that you can do it yourself and just acknowledge it as well what the others can contribute and including them to what you're building. And yeah, that's what I did, and we're doing it. It's I started it. We're getting there. I can say that we're getting there. Where the the hardest part is to start it, or just you know sometimes we overthink of planning things like that, and I hate it because when I start to plan some things that I that I want to do, it just become not interesting anymore for me, or I see a lot of things that that might make me not pursue it anyway. So I wasted lots of good ideas already, but this time, nope, I did not. So this is the NFT, or this is the first ever Twitter Space NFT ever minted on on the blockchain, like the recording itself, and that NFT actually is you know special as well. The recording is one of the most special session, or one of the most special days of the web reality spaces and live stream. And yes, we are also already on Drip House, so it's awesome because and I just got a call yesterday from one of the uh, one of the partners, or like offering partnership, and it's awesome. It's overwhelming because it's like you're getting there. It's like, and I used to be just a small, just a community manager who go to projects to deal with partnership and things like that. But now it's awesome, and that that NFT, the Web Reality NFT spaces, the people who minted that can be, if they want to be on the Web Reality stars, they will be. And I have already the two of the guys are three, yeah, three guys there too, and I have already have did some stuff for their profiles to just their some help for their stuff that they're doing, and it's a web reality star. So yeah, um, still building it, and I hope that this will be a great addition to what we have on Web3. Or I'm not here to change anything or something. I'm just here to I think what I want to do is entertainment on the Web3 space, so that it's not going to be meme coin entertainment anymore. Kidding. But yeah, I wish to have more entertainment here in Web3 so that we can enjoy in safe space and support system. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope to, again, uh, you know, have you on other spaces, talk to you on other spaces, because that's what we need to do, talk more and yeah, be with each other. Thank you so much, Elle.
Absolutely, Harley. Thank you so much for sharing. I am so excited for you and everything that's coming together. You're one of the hardest working people in Web3. Guys, if you don't know Harley, I'm sure you've seen her or seen a space she's in, because morning to night, you wouldn't even know what time zone she's in because she's probably still online. I don't know if she sleeps, or maybe she sleeps when she's in the listening lounge of a space, but she's always working on something. She's an awesome, really positive person. So I'm glad to hear that things are going well for you and that your hard work is paying off. And I know we have some stuff cooking too that we're going to be doing. So I'm really excited to see where we're at later this summer. All good vibes. And I hope you share that up top. Yes, it's in the Jumbotron. Guys, everyone up here on the speaker panel, you're more than welcome to share what you're cooking, what you're working on. Of course, positive stuff, right? Nothing negative up there, but I'm sure you guys don't have any negative projects because I don't really hang around with negative Nancy's on here. So far, so good. And Benjamin, I saw you just shared something. Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, in the spirit of positivity, I think this is so true. And I've said this since I would say the early part of this year. This is by Roy T. Bennett, and he says, be the reason someone smiles, be the reason someone feels love, and believe in the goodness of people. And I think that is so, so true. We live in a world where a lot is really going on. And not everyone is necessarily super kind to one another. So I think we can do a better job of, just reaching out, just spreading more kindness in the world. That's one of my biggest reasons of being on X, is to spread kindness and positivity. That's why I have my account. Um, uh, so this definitely resonates so true with me, and I hope it does with you all too. Just be really mindful. Just do everything you can to just spread a little bit more joy in each other's lives. Just be kind to one another. That's all I ask of you. Um, Al, we do have some couple of new sponsors for the space because you're such an amazing friend, and we certainly had to do this for you, my friend. This space is now partly inspired by Keenan and Kel, where Kel just absolutely loves his orange soda. So you know where we're going with this. Here we go, friends. Who loves to connect and chill mid-year check-in? How are you really doing? We all love to connect and chill mid-year check-in. How are you really doing? Is that true? We do, we do, we do, we do, we do, we do, we do. Ew! And this is really inspired by the 3 margaritas that I will be having in about the next 10 or 15 minutes or so. So you are welcome for that. We're also brought to you by State Farm, as Liz is always known on these platforms. Like a good neighbor, Liz is always there, as well as Allstate. Are you in good hands? Nationwide is on your side. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on Liz's insurance. So we super appreciate everyone for being here. With that being said, Liz, handing this back to you.
That was so good. And 3 margaritas in 15 minutes. Okay, wow, we're going to see where you're at in the next check-in with our sponsors, because I don't know if it's going to get better, faster, or what, but I'm here for it. So I just want to give a quick shout out to a few of the legends that walked in. Keandre, you made it. Nice to see you here. Always a pleasure having you in my spaces. We also have legend Dan Ryan Neff in the building. Thanks for stopping in. He runs Coco Spaces on Tuesday, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. EST. Always a good time. I mean, I've been there with those spaces since he started back in the fall, and now they're huge. Really great. So we also have King Vita, and Kev, thank you for joining. Tony, welcome. Steve, bunch of legends. MV, I hope you enjoy your sushi. I'm going to get sushi soon. Looking forward to it. It's been a minute. But with that, we'll go back to the speaker panel, and we have Degen Dev, who just picked up a Kurabu. Welcome to the club. How's it going?
GM. It's 2 a.m. right here, 2:30 a.m. and I'm working on a lot of things actually, right? I'm always working on stuffs. That's one big problem I have, right? Might be a blessing, might be a curse, because I don't really get much of sleep. But my mid-year check-in, my mid-year review, it's kind of mixed feelings, right? Earlier this year, up until March, up until after my birthday, things were going well. I was bagging jobs here and there, um, getting funds and all that. And, I still do teaching by the side, and I was making profits too. It was a good year so far until just one bad trade. There's this network issues we do have here in Nigeria. There was one time um an underwater cable got damaged, so the network was really messy, right? So got in the trade, network went bad, and I just said, let me just get a nap, right? Came back and minus 98 PNL, lost all, like went back to literal zero. So I had to take a step. I had to take a step back and just I still drop lists for people in my group, but I'm still trying to take a step back and strategize on how I'm going to get back on my feet. So right now I'm working on personal growth, right? I came back to Twitter just to link up with a couple of my friends. Siona was part of the people that brought me back to X, right? So, and since I've been back, it's been great, right? I was at 2,300 followers when I came back in the space of 7 days. I'm at 2,800 now, and I met a lot of amazing people, and a whole lot of other people that I've connected with during this space of 7 days, right? And I'm looking to do more, and like I said, I've been focusing more on personal growth. I don't do DJing right now. I'm just dropping plays for my community. So, um, I just want to grow personally to a certain point where you know I provide value to people without even trying, right? So that's the point that I'm aiming for. And I've been planning a lot of things alongside you now. We've been planning to launch a project on Ton, and I've been planning some personal stuff with you that's deals with educating people that are in the Web3 space, and I just pinned it up in the jumbotron, right? So yeah, I'm looking forward to a better year, to a better half of the year, to grow and just improve myself. Like I feel like personal growth is one of the best things that you can do to yourself. So that's pretty much it. Um, I don't want to spiral. I don't want to go down this spiral habit of mine. I'll just keep talking and talking and talking. So I'm just going to leave it there.
All right, awesome. I'm so glad we've connected recently because you're definitely a builder. And like you said, you're always working. I can see it. You shared your analytics. I was like, whoa, that was a great week that you had. You're really killing it. And now we're sharing different communities together. So I'm really excited for all of that. And part of the reason I wanted to do this space is because when you talk about what you're doing, what you're building, and you say it out loud with your friends, like we're doing here, it really does hold you accountable because I'm going to check in on you guys like, hey, how's, this going? And I hope you do the same for me, right? If I say I'm building something, a couple weeks from now, say, hey, how's it going? Are you actually doing it? Do you need help? I'm always here to support you guys. You guys know that my DMs are always open because that's what we're here to do. If you're just focused on yourself, you're not someone that I really want to be around. And you shouldn't surround yourself with those types of people either because we really grow when we build our own communities, join other communities, try different things. That's what this is all about. That's how this space has grown. And you guys teach me something new every week. So I really value each and every one of you for being here, for sharing, and we will continue with the speakers. Victor, I believe your hand was next, and then we'll go to DM Bricks and Keandre.
Sorry. Quick question before Victor goes. This question is for El and Siona. Like the is it Kubaru? The NFT that I got, I just got in because I saw El was about it, and it looks like I snagged a pretty cool one. Siona, what do you think? Should I have a change of PFP? Should I change my PFP? Should I rebrand? What do you think, Siona? And El, too, you can pop in something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was honored that I shared that collection and you picked one up right away. That was really nice. It's a great collection, nice founder. They are actually rebranding right now and rebuilding the team. So they're having a rebrand space announcing the new team members next Thursday, 4 p.m. EST, actually. I'd love for you to be there. I know I'm gonna bring my questions, but I thought it was slick. It was really, really nice NFT. And, it's a great price point too. It's not like, I had to spend your whole bag. So good job. I don't know if T saw it. I think he's also co-hosting at least 4 other spaces because he cannot be stopped.
Yeah, no problem. I'll just change my PFP, and it looks cooler than this one that I'm currently using. This one is on Say blockchain, but yeah, I'll just change it to this one. This one looks sleeker. So yeah, I guess I'll be losing my blue tick for a few days, but that's cool. It's all good.
Right. It's worth it. If it's more you, if you think it's smoother, then you lose the blue check and you'll get it back. I know the struggle. I recently changed my profile picture to an upgrade that I got from Creative, who's here on the speaker panel, and I lost my blue tick. He actually still saw it. He's like, yo, how'd you do that? Did you hack the system? Are you friends with Elon? And I'm like, no. And then it disappeared. But it's worth it. I love my new profile picture. This is like a sneak peek, a one of one, if you will. But with that, let's go back to the hands. Victor, what's happening? Good to have you here.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's happening today? GMGML. I see you, Haley. I see you, Benjamin. What's happening? How you guys doing, man? I was so pumped when I saw that. Hey, let's connect. Because actually, yesterday I actually saw you did something like this yesterday, but I was unable to join due to some issues that I was actually working on. Right. So I'm done. Haley, are you logging? Because I'm seeing connecting in your site. Right. I didn't want to say, hey, I'll be here on the space or something, giving in promises I might not fulfill. So just said, okay, let's see how it's gonna be. I'm here to connect, and the first quarter of the year have been rough and stuff, but we keep on building and connecting with new people, new family, new friends, to build more in the space. And I'll love to, when Benjamin was talking, I was so curious, and I want to ask him a question, right? Benjamin, are you actually building are you building a product in the space, or you are actually working in the web 2 space and also in the web 3? How are you doing it, Benjamin?
Oh, well, he did say he was going to be having 3 margaritas. So he probably can't unmute because the blender is on and he's mixing up his drinks. So once he gets back, I can let him talk more about that. But no, he's mainly in the Web2 sector. He's an accountant, so he's not really into Web3 just yet. But I keep dragging him around to all my Web3 communities, and eventually he's going to have a wallet with an NFT. We just have to see which project will be the first lucky one to bring Benjamin to the dark side or the light side, whatever you want to call it. But what about you, Victor? What are you working on? I know you are bullish on Tiger Coin. We were talking about that. Is there anything else that you are doing or buying?
Okay. For now, I haven't compiled the list. I'm literally trading, working, providing, giving up my 2 cents for projects, actually advising projects and helping them to grow in the sector. Provide some value to the project and stuff. For now, I haven't started building anything for now. I'm actually connecting with people, valuable people in the space, and yeah. So that's the main thing I'm building on. Like I'm heavily building on right now. So I want to connect with people, know what they're actually doing, connect with projects, know founders and stuff like that, so that I'll have that connection. Yeah, hey, I know you, and I've spoken with you on spaces and stuff. I don't like, hey, let's chat. No, no, no. I just like, hey, let's connect, let's talk. That's why I'm so bullish on Tiger Coin. Yesterday we spoke with the dev and stuff. Yeah, I saw his courage answering my questions and stuff. So I felt like, hey, this guy is here to stay, and he's going to do a lot of great things in the space. Yeah, but I haven't actually gone to talk to him privately yet. But I will still be watching on what he's building, and yeah. So is there any founder or stuff here that we can actually connect on? Tell us what you're building on. Let's know, and connect together before Benji comes in.
Right. I don't know how long it's going to take him for the margaritas, but whenever he gets back, I'll shoot him a text and tell him to. Oh, there you go. I see a heart. He's here. Is the blender done? You good?
Sorry, I had to step away. Can you hear me?
Yeah, all good. Welcome back.
Yeah. I Liz, can you can you replay the conversation real quick?
Yeah, no problem. So I was telling everyone that you were busy with the blender making margaritas, which is why you couldn't answer Victor's question. He was asking what you were building, if you were building a project in Web3 or Web2 or a product, what you're working on right now.
Yeah, Victor, that's a great question. I think the project that I'm going to go back into, and I don't know if you really want to call this a project, but Liz knows more about this. September, I was going to go back to continue spaces. We're going to continue doing the CLE ones because I think, well, and I said this to Liz, I needed this summer off to refresh and reset. So um, the overall plan for Web3 is for me to continue doing the spaces again. Sometime in September, I haven't really figured out the dates, but I will let everyone know. And the whole point of CLE, it's choosing love every day. And the overall goal is to spread kindness, spread positivity, and give everyone, a voice in the space. Very similar to how Liz runs her spaces with Connect and Chill. Mine is really, really similar. So we're looking forward to returning to doing spaces again. So Victor, thanks so much for the questions. And Liz, I was in the middle of making margaritas, so I made a glass for you, and I made a glass for everyone in the space. So it took me quite some time to get back. Also, had to stop by and pick up In-N-Out at some point for you, my friend. So we had a very busy evening. So I think the margaritas will be kicking in soon. So the sponsorships may be a little bit wacky as kind of the night goes on, but really enjoying the conversation. Liz has also informed me that March of 2025, we are intending on doing a 170-hour space nonstop. So we're really looking forward to doing that. So tune in. We haven't really finalized the date, but it will be 170 hours nonstop. So that's probably going to be a mixture of a lot of 5-hour energies, a lot of monsters, Red Bulls, probably some alcohol involved to keep us going for that period of time. So we're really looking forward to everyone joining that amazing space. Really looking forward to the conversations. Handing this back to you, Al.
All right, awesome. You did mention beverages, so I just want to do a hydration check. We've been here for almost an hour, whether you're drinking, water, coffee, tea, or margarita like Benjamin and myself, make sure that you take a sip and stay hydrated. So Victor, I know you had your hand up. Did you want to respond? I'll give you back the mic.
Yeah. I actually want to ask, Benjamin a question. Before he actually started talking about things, he actually said, this space is actually sponsored by some, group of guys and stuff. So I want to actually know more. Are they actually in the Web3 space, or it's just, hey, you're just calling the names or stuff? You can actually tell us more about that. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not real. So here's the thing. I'm not really a part of Web3. So what I mean is the reason why I have this platform, right? The reason why I'm on X, it's really more to spread kindness and positivity. So that's really my main goal. So I don't necessarily consider kind of my platform a part of Web3 in a sense that I'm not trying to push anything on anybody. Like I always want people to come in freely. I always want people to have a voice. Um, and so I don't try to push an agenda on anyone. So that's what I do here. So it's not like I'm trying to get you to, you know, do anything in particular. I just want you to have a open and free, or an open an open platform for you to come in and share what's on your mind. So I don't ask for anything in particular. It's why I don't push anything on anyone. It's if you want to come in, you're more than welcome to. So that's what I do. Um, that's kind of everything I do with social media in general. I don't ask for anything. I don't ask for endorsements or anything of that nature. So it's really more so for everyone to have a space to come in and chill. So that's kind of what I do. So I appreciate you asking, Victor. Les, we do have a couple of new sponsors for the space. which is absolutely amazing because we're not even an hour into the space and we have so many amazing sponsors. So our next official sponsor for this space is by Only Hands. Once again, Only Hands is the newest sponsor for this space, so we appreciate your love and support for Liz's space. As Liz has stated, we are brought to you by so many alcoholic beverages. So whether you're consuming tequila, whiskey, margaritas, you are always more than welcome to consume it in the space. Just consume it responsibly. Remember, don't drink and drive. That's the worst thing you can ever do. It's best that if you're make sure you're not going anywhere the rest of tonight. If you're really going to drink, we highly recommend that you don't, go behind the wheel if you're going to drink at all. That's a no-no. And then um, okay, this margarita really is starting to kick in. Okay, so, yeah, handing this back to you.
All right, awesome. Well said. Yeah, everyone, be safe. And also keep in mind, I know I do a lot of different spaces. I want to let you know that it is not financial advice. Always do your own research. Some people see me do a space and instantly think that I am endorsing the project. That's not necessarily the case. If I'm bullish on something, you'll know. You will see me post them. You guys know how I am. But just because I'm doing, a project spotlight or maybe interviewing a token doesn't necessarily mean that I'm recommending that you purchase that or, go bullish on that. And if you have any questions, feel free to DM me. I'm completely transparent on what projects I'm in on, what projects I'm not. Just want to clarify. So with that, let's go to Keandre. I think his hand's getting heavy. Good to see you. It has been a minute. I'm so excited to hear your mid-year check-in.
Well, I'm glad that you're excited about it because I'm glad to semi-reveal it, I guess. But anyway, though, first and foremost, most importantly, I'm still alive, so there's that. We'll start with that right there, right? But it is nice to get to your connect and chill, good little space, and then you're like, "Oh, I'm doing it at 8 o'clock today," and I'm like, "Yes," because I just put some stuff on the grill. I'm gonna have to step away for a second to record my video and upload it as I do every Saturday. For those who don't know, I am a grilling aficionado, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, all right, well, I'm not the best at it, but I like doing it. And my girlfriend enjoys it. So there's no complaint there. But as far as the check-in, I had just learned recently how to use CapCut, and I've been doing that in my morning videos. Now it takes a little bit more time, and I have to like play with it a little bit, but I think that I'm getting better at it. So there's that as far as writing and stuff like that. I think I'm getting better at that a little bit too. I got my first payout, woohoo, whatever. It was more than what I expected. I wasn't expecting the shit actually, but you know, $40, I could use that more than enough. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, like, I don't know if that's gonna be the same thing next time around, but it is what it is. But as far as spaces going, I plan to start up my spaces again. Season 2 of What You Got For Me is coming as soon as I get settled in my new place. I'm currently waiting on another place, so there's that. But again, shout out to everybody in here. I hope everybody's doing well. We're obviously all alive because we're in here, but at the same time, hey, if you're having a hard time, just know it's gonna be okay. Every day you wake up, even if the time is just as hard as yesterday, you woke up to see it because a lot of us do not make it past that each and every day. And I'm gonna leave it at that until the next time I speak. But appreciate it letting me do that.
That's awesome. I love it. Yeah, and then the videos too, because I've seen them. You grilling, I'm like, man, it makes me hungry. But if you're happy, you like it, and your girlfriend's happy, most importantly, it sounds like a perfect Saturday night to me. So I'm glad you can take out some time here. And $40 is $40. So we'll check back in. I bet in a few months you're going to be like, yo, you won't believe how much I made. Or at least I'm going to manifest that for you because you deserve it. And then that'll mean more steaks. And I don't know what you're drinking, but maybe a couple drinks on the side. That sounds good to me. And with that, Benjamin, it's all yours.
I just was thinking about, as we talk about check-in, I think this is a great reminder for everyone. You know, do everything you can to check in on your loved ones frequently, family, friends, whether that's a text, a call, or if you can even visit, that's perfect. You know, and this is kind of heavier on me lately. It's you just kind of never know, right? So, you always want to be a part of each other's lives. So, just a quick text to your family, to your friends. I'm going to give an example. Someone close to me, I was thinking about this. I haven't heard from her in a while, and I texted her the other day, and she was going through a lot, and she said it means so much that you took some time to check in because, you know, um, there was a lot on her plate, and that's it's just the little things you can do for one another. So I encourage you all to call, check, or call, text, visit, right? Do everything you can because you just never know. So if you're not hearing from your loved ones, your family, your friends in a while, just be a little bit more mindful. Just do everything you can to send us a quick text or quick call or even a visit. That'd be absolutely perfect. Liz, we do have another quick sponsor for your space. I know it's closer to 10 o'clock for you. So In and Out is still open. So if you would like to visit or to stop by In and Out, we can definitely send you some In and Out products your way. It'll arrive to you by tomorrow. So if you would like some in and out, just let me know. With that being said, I would love to hear more from our fellow speakers.
All right, that was awesome. I completely agree. Check in on your friends. Shoot a text if you don't want to call. Send them a DM. Say hello. I'm always doing that. And Benjamin really does. He does that for me too. He's like, hey, you good? So definitely check in on your friends. I love that. And next up, we have the Empress. Welcome.
Yo, GMO, can you hear me?
I can. It's a little muffled. You sound a little low.
Okay. GMGML, Siona, shout out to you, the Gene, Creative Madness. Wow, that's massive. So it's been a very, very good opportunity to be here today, although I've been hopping on all spaces with Siona, and all the spaces are always very, very insightful and educative. So yeah, about the header, connect and chill media. Yeah, for me, my media is going very, very well. At least I'm not where I was before, and I feel this is a good thing. Yeah, it's a good omen, and I know I'm positive about it. Yeah, when the space started, what Benjamin or Creative were talking about, yeah, at some point it's good to take a break of social media. Yeah, because I tried it too, and it definitely worked for me. I took a break of social media. That was early this year, and I just was on WhatsApp with my family, friends, and school friends. So, and after some time, I got onboarded on the Web3 space, and I noticed that the Web3 space is kind of a bit different. Yeah, it's a bit different. People are ready to connect, to give you all values, to make you as they want to see you progress on the space you get. And for that, it means a whole lot to me. So I'm going to shout out to Tiona on this one too. So I'm happy. I'm happy to be here. It's a privilege. So I'm gaining insight, and I'm also learning from other people's experience, so that now you don't definitely you learn from your experience. You learn from other people's experience, so that when you face that situation, you'll be like, oh yeah, I heard somebody talk about this situation, and you can navigate it without falling getting something, as in falling into negative things. So thank you very much, Elle. Let's fucking go.
All right. I love that. That was so positive. I'm happy that you're saying you are happy and your Web3 experience is going well. That is awesome. I know a lot of people in the Ton community really just want to see everyone win, which is nice. It's refreshing. It really reminds me of how Doge was. Still there a little bit, but that excitement, the spaces are full, everyone's shouting, playing music. It's a good time. So I'm glad that you're having a great experience. And Tiona is an awesome person to guide you. He's one of my best friends here in Web3. And eventually he's going to make it to America. We're going to hang out, go out for dinner. So that's awesome. Thank you for sharing. You're welcome to any one of my spaces. I just dropped you a follow, and keep updating us, right? Keep coming to the spaces and let us know what you're building, what you're growing as you learn and connect with different people. So on that note, I will hand the mic to Om. Welcome to the space.
Yeah, thank you. Much appreciate the spirit of collaboration here, right? I ventured into the space with a couple of, usual suspects like Dan, Ryan, Neff, among others. I guess some of you friends, some of you strangers who will become friends. to your point set around, peer or mutual accountability, yeah, that's if there is one thing that I think all the Nobel Prizes in behavioral science teach us consistently, that peer collaboration is the key to bringing out the best in all of us. Going back to game theory and what I guess John Nash talked about, what is the best thing for the world is when people act in ways that are best for them and also best for the group. So that's that's really awesome. Just by way of a little bit of intro, and I'll keep this as brief as possible. I've spent a couple of decades in financial technology back before Web 3 or even Web 2 became real things. And so, as some of you might know, our present project and platform is called SaveAway, that you can check out in my profile, etc. You don't certainly have to, but we're actually in the midst of going from soft launch to a public launch with more to come out in upcoming weeks and months. I can go into answer any questions about that. Also, to the point around groups, me and a couple of my kindred spirited friends host a monthly forum on humanizing commerce and fintech. The next one is planned for the first Sunday of August. So folks are welcome to keep a lookout on that. And I think, I think in terms of the mid-year check-in here, I think our momentum couldn't be stronger. As I mentioned, we are looking at more publicly making the SaveAway platform available, which in a nutshell allows people to make their unaffordable purchases more affordable without credit debt regret by being able to save up in multiple ways. So yeah, that's it in a nutshell. I'll just pause there and certainly happy to answer any questions or reactions folks might have.
All right, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing. I was trying to figure out where you looked familiar from, and then once you said Dan, I'm like, oh yes, I've seen it in Coco. I think you've been on that speaker panel quite a few times, so it makes sense. It's nice to connect with you and actually hear about you and what you're building. Seems like you're having a really positive year, grinding. Love to see it. I'm going to follow along so I can watch that journey as we continue into the second half of the year. If anyone has questions, of course, raise your hand or hop on the mic and feel free to ask. Let's connect with each other. That's part of the title, part of the point of the space, supporting, building together. Love that. So thank you again for sharing. And then I will hand the mic back to Benjamin. How's it going? Still good?
Yeah, we're nearing 4 margaritas, so so far so good. World record is 5, and I'm trying to get my best to get there tonight, so we'll see. If I can make it through the 4th, then I probably will make it to the 5th. I don't know if I'll get to Brady status of 7. That's a little bit too much. So listen, I don't know if I can do that. 6 is, I might be able to surpass Montana, but reaching Brady at this point is probably a no-go, but we'll see if I power through, we might be able to. But in all seriousness, this is such a fabulous space. Thanks so much for everyone for contributing. I think it's great, Liz, that you're doing the space midpoint so that we can, it's kind of like a review of how our year is going, our progress of the year, because we can always improve and we can always do more to better ourselves. So thanks so much for hosting the space. And then Liz did also promise us that if we, for every speaker in the space, that means Liz will do a 3-minute song. So let's do a quick here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's about 6 songs. So we're nearing about 20 minutes of Liz singing. So thanks so much to all the speakers for joining the space. So whenever you want to sing, Liz, take it away, my friend.
Oh no, we're on the 4th margarita and he has jokes. I don't know anything about singing, but if either of you like to sing, you are more than welcome to sing and showcase your talents. Speaking of which, we have a lot of talented people up on the Jumbotron sharing some art, sharing their projects. If there's a link to something, that you have online related to what you're working on, you're more than welcome to share it up top as well. Would love to see it and have people check that out. And with that, we have another speaker here. He didn't put his hand up. There's a rabbit on stage. Well, he's not technically a rabbit at the moment, but inside he's a rabbit. So I'm going to just hand him the mic and check in with him. I know Victor asked if there were any founders in the building, and we actually have a rabbit founder right here. Lucky us. What's going on, Dee?
I just talked to myself the whole time?
Yeah, I thought you were ignoring us.
Yeah, me too. Hi, everybody. We're going to run that back. Hold on, give me a second. I got to walk out and come back in. Yeah, I'm not going back. Anyways, I just sat down from walking my dog. And yeah, I guess I didn't unmute when I was speaking. But yeah, that was a late night yesterday. Had fun with a lot of people in this room. And just getting ready. Painting a picture. But chilling. Had some good meetings today with some other people about the Web 2 side of our, stuff coming out. So just a good day. What are you guys up to?
That sounds awesome. I heard Blue's Paws walking by.
You heard dog. I swear that was his name one day.
That's cool. We are just hanging out, checking in, seeing how things are going, mid-year check-in with everyone. And that's pretty much it. I know that you've been grinding the first half of the year and then maybe now into this half. Do you think you're going into another chapter or still deep in that same grind?
Does the grind ever really stop in Web3?
Not if you want to be successful. That's a great question.
I think anything that's successful at the end of the day is always adaptable and transforming and can be evolved, right? So I think we have a lot of excitement ahead of us because I love to create. My in real life job is working on film sets and stuff, so I always get to create, and this gave me the opportunity to do that with amazing people from around the world. So what can come out of this, it's going to be pretty amazing.
Ooh, I love that. That was a mic drop moment. Makes a lot of sense. And Victor, I had a feeling your hand was going to go up because you're the one that mentioned a founder. So go ahead. Is there a question that you had?
Yeah. What's good, DD? Okay, the question goes like this. I got so many, but I'm gonna give just a few. I won't give a number. Yeah. First of all, when building your project, the Rabbit, right? Can you tell me the challenges you faced when you were actually building?
Challenges. That's a good question. And I'm eating peanut butter. But to answer that shortly and briefly, the challenges is trusting people would be the hardest challenge. Anything can be built in the world, but it just has to take the right people behind it.
I know, Victor, you said you had a couple questions. I'll go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Also, I have are you actually the artist behind the Rabbit, or you have an artist working for you, stuff like that?
I do have an artist.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much. Are you full time in Web3, or you actually combining Web2 to Web3?
I couldn't answer that question right now, just because I don't know. I'm everywhere.
All right,
Okay.
awesome.
Ouch.
Other one?
All right. Yeah. Okay. I want to also ask another question. Do you think of also backing the Rabbit with a token, or you just want it to just be an NFT collection?
I don't know. We haven't thought about that part of it yet. There is going to be a token in the future, but a token, I don't know. Could be not. We're going to find out together, though.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for the questions, Victor. Of course, if you want to keep up with the rabbits and you're not already following Didi, let's fix that. Give them a follow BTFD Rabbits, and you can see everything that they're building because there's a lot happening there. And I know that you're really interested in the project and learning more, which I think is awesome. So I appreciate you always coming with some questions, making it fun, keeping it interesting. That is great. We do have another speaker that joined us, Villa Model. Thank you for joining. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am great. I didn't know how this space was going to turn out. It's a completely different time slot, and I am so happy that a lot of people showed up today to come hang out, check in, be honest, be vulnerable, share what they're doing. You know, it's great for me. This is an awesome Saturday night, so thank you for stopping in.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for letting me up on the speaker panel here. This is my first time in this space. I was in a space with Metavision right before this one, and they had rugged their space. They were like, come on over here. So I was tagging along with Metavision. Shout out to Metavision. But I'm glad to kind of get acquainted with everybody.
That's awesome. Metavision is a legend. I'm so happy that they were able to join into the space. You know, that really put a smile on mine. So thank you so much. Glad you tagged along for the raid. Always good to connect with different people. And even though it's your first time, I do have to ask, would you mind sharing? How are things going? Mid-year check-in. What are you working on? Now we're looking into the second half. Do you have new goals or still working on the January goals?
Yes, I think as far as mid-year, I think it's kind of crazy to think we're already at the mid-year, you know, and it seems like it's kind of going by fast, but then sometimes when you think about different changes that have kind of happened within the last 6 months, or, you know, barriers that kind of rise and fall, and it kind of puts that timeline back into perspective, because in the other way, it's almost like, oh, it kind of has been a minute, you know. For me, different stuff like IRL, got a job change and different things kind of dealing with that stuff, but I lead a solo indie music project, kind of indie rock, indie alternative, kind of like a Tame Impala. Some people have said that they can tell that I listen to Radiohead, and so there's a lot of my big influences, and so kind of trying to just keep that going, as always, you know, trying to push more things and kind of get out there and put myself out there more, and then kind of along with the IRL job and working and stuff, kind of I felt like pull me away from it, but I think within the next few months, I can kind of have things have leveled out to where I can kind of get back into it, you know, because that was a big portion of my job switching and stuff, is that I wanted to be able to do more music-wise in Web3 and outside Web3, just kind of all around, kind of having funding and different things to kind of put towards that effort. Not so much that it's about the job, you know what I mean? I like my job, but I love what it is that I do on the side stuff, and so I think it's going well, and there's different things that I'm kind of looking forward to pertaining to that.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. And I absolutely understand that difficulty with the IRL and working, messing with your other grinds. I'm not sure if you share your music on X or what you're working on, but you're more than welcome to share that in the Jumbotron. I'd love to check out your music and, you know, give it a listen. Something new is always fun because a lot of times, you know, it's just the same thing. My YouTube plays the same 10 songs. I'm like, come on, give me something new. It's YouTube. But I think I need to throw something new into my algorithms. So feel free to share anything that you've cooked up. That would be really cool.
I'll definitely do that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thanks again to everyone for coming and hanging out here. I see Savage joined us. So nice to see you. And we have some other people. Kevin, Brittany. Brittany's been grinding, opened up a real storefront in Arizona. Damn girl, living the dream. But I don't get to talk to her anymore. I think she's just too busy working. She doesn't have time for Web3 and the jukebox and Discord for me. But even though you're in the listener lounge, Brittany's sending you lots of good vibes with your store and everything that you're working on. But before we continue, I'm going to hand the mic back to Benjamin. Let's do our check-in, see what he's up to, make sure he's still standing.
Yeah, I'm still here. Not going anywhere anytime soon. I appreciate everyone for speaking and listening as per usual. Liz, I've officially entered the fourth. So I'm going to try for one more. We're going to try for one more margarita and probably call it a night. But yeah, to be honest with you, I don't think I can do any more. Otherwise, I probably will not be awake by tomorrow. So we're going to cap off at 5 and call it a night. I tried to reach Brady status of 7, but that's not going to happen. My pups need their dad, and so I need to be there for them. So with that being said, handing this back to you, Liz.
Yeah, I love that. Even if you don't want to wake up, your dog is definitely going to be like, hey, I got to go outside, got to get out of bed. I know how that goes. But I see that me calling out Brittany worked. She is up here, guys. Let's everyone say hi to Brittany. Send those positive vibes, like I said. What's going on, girl?
Hey, I couldn't just not show up after that. That was so sweet. I literally just got done making a batch of soap, so it was perfect timing. Thank you for having me. And this is a really fun space that you have. I love that you get to connect with all these different people and just really just have an open, honest, just chill space. Just everyone can come up and just share their stuff. It's super cool. This is fun. And it's not like those mega space who can sit through those anymore? But this is very cool. The vibe is very chill. It's very relaxing. It's very fun. You are such an amazing person. And I'm too busy. I'll just say that. But I'm never too busy for you. I love you so, so much. You're an amazing person, seriously, inside and out. And I'm so thankful that the Misfits brought me together with you because you're just awesome. So had to come in and say that. And yeah, thanks for having me. And I just love your space. It's awesome.
Oh my God. See, this is why I don't do video spaces, because I am blushing right now, and I'm glad you guys can't see me. I'm so glad that you came up here. And, I have to ask a couple questions because I've seen some of your posts. You've been thinking about accepting crypto for your products, right? Are you doing that already? How's that going?
I haven't done that yet. There's a whole process that involves in my brain. I started a new job this last week, so my brain after a new job and working the storefront, working everything else, my brain cannot compute accepting crypto for my soaps at this time. It is not out of the question. It's just not in the forefront right now. So it will happen eventually, I think. I honestly, I'm not entirely sure how many people would be interested in using it. And if it's a service that I have to purchase, I need it to be validated. You know what I mean? So everything has been going very well so far. I have the storefront that's doing well. I have my website that's doing well. To accept crypto is an extra charge for me, but I need it to be validated. And when I put that post out, only 2 people said that they would consider using crypto for my soap. So I was like, I'm not I'm not sold on it. So kind of putting it on the back burner for now.
That makes sense. I think even for me, using crypto, I would probably just pay with my regular credit card or my bank card. I just wouldn't even really get involved. So if that's something that you have to go out of pocket for on top of everything else, then it makes a lot of sense. But I did want to share an update I just read. It's been a big day over at Simply Soapology. Charcoal with lavender sold out. That's awesome. Congratulations. Guys, go check out the store. A lot of these connect and chill spaces that I've done have been about health and wellness. And this is just another example of something that you can do very simple to change up in your day-to-day that can directly affect your health. We've done a space before on soaps and all of the chemicals and garbage in there. It's so gross when you get into it. I'm not going to, I could go on for hours about health, but I'll just say that just simple switches with natural products really make a difference. So if you're not already following Brittany, I totally recommend you check out her soaps and all that good stuff, because she shares pictures. Like, you're seeing it right there. It's homemade, it's real, it's natural. Why not? And it's not just soap, right? I see some skin oils too.
Yeah, I shared that because I gave it a facelift today. The recipe is still the same-ish, but I gave it a facelift with the labels. So now the labels are not made with just like standard paper. So if an oil gets dripped on it, it's gonna smudge, it'll smear, it'll get tacky, it'll be gross. So I actually updated the label to be more of an oil-proof, waterproof, smudge-proof kind of a label. So when it sits in your bathroom and you're getting ready and you're hurrying along and you're kind of using it at rapid speed, if it drips, it's not going to look funky. So I'm all about the aesthetics. And yeah, I wish I was part of that soap space that you had, honestly, because I know way too many people. And okay, we're going to go here because why not? It's a recorded space, but here we are. I know way too many people that use Dr. Squatch soap. Yeah, probably some listeners, probably a lot of people. And I did a heck of a lot of research on that. And I'm not going to say they're bad. I'm not going to say anything negative, but I'm just going to put myself out there and say that mine is better because I make the base of my soap. I'll end it there.
That is so funny. I know a lot of people that use Dr. Squatch, so it is funny that you brought up that product. Oof, you know what? We should, and again, now I'm going to do what I did before to the other people on the panel. When you have time, we will talk about it. Maybe we can do a space, not just a project spotlight with simply soapology, but also just kind of pointing these things out. I think that would be really helpful. It's been a while, and you guys forget because what happens? It's the end of the week. You didn't have time to go shopping. You're like, oh man, I'm out of my product. Let me go to Walmart, or let me go to the store, let me go to Target, and just pick up something random. Not the vibe.
Yeah, there's so the shop front that I have is actually part of it's a whole Arizona, so that's where I live and make all my stuff. And there's a whole shop. There's 4 locations. It's called Retail Therapy AZ, perfectly named because who does not need retail therapy? And they only allow people into their shop with products that are made and based out of Arizona. So when you go to these storefronts, you are genuinely shopping 100% local and native. And there's something so powerful to that. I think there's something so beautiful about that. And I know every state really has their own special bond, like people from Montana, they are so proud of Montana. People in California, they are so Cali. You know what I mean? Everywhere they're so proud of what they have and what they produce and the people that produce within them. And Arizona is nothing shy of that derivative. We are so proud of the stuff that we have here. And to have a shop that is very special to Arizona products does not matter who you are, what you are. You make jewelry, you make candles, you print your own shirts, you sew your own stuffed animals, you make a candle in a beer bottle. I don't care what you do. If it's based out of that state and you're in the shop, it's just that much more special. So I'm super big into supporting local, supporting small, supporting family. And yeah, I have subscriptions. If you want soaps delivered to you every 3 months, I got you. If you want some oils, I got you every 3 months, whatever. That's what I'm all about because I think the stuff that you put on your skin matters. And if you can see that it's on the label and you can read it and pronounce it, it's that much better, And so that's kind of where I base my whole company off of. And I would say the F word, but I can't because my kid's right there and she'll ban me. But, I'm so effing proud of my business and everything that I've done and the research. I'm so proud of what I've created and I'm not afraid to say it.
That's awesome. That is a really good feeling, I'm sure. I could feel the smile on your face when you say that sense of accomplishment. All right, guys, you all know how that feels when you really grind and put everything into something and now you can see it. Like she can see her storefront. That's incredible. But this really is the alpha for today. What you put on your skin matters. That is the alpha. Take that home, think about it, let that kind of swirl around your head, look in your products, look at, your soap, everything. Like she said, do you recognize what the ingredients are? I promise you're going to be like, what is this? And then once you start Googling things, it's going to get really weird. You're going to go down that rabbit hole. And when you do, you go to her page, go to the store, check out those products. I love the fact that you said you changed the packaging because, when you have it all out, at least for females, I have a nice, really big setup in my bathroom with all of my products. So when one starts looking kind of funky, I'm like, oh, this has got to go. Got to put it in the back. It just doesn't make it anymore. So that's really cool that it won't get all oily and messy. Great idea.
Thank you. I'm proud. I'm just so proud. And let me just say one little teeny tiny bit. If anything on the packaging that you buy as far as soaps, and you probably shared it in that space, true soap is made with 3 specific ingredients. If the packaging doesn't even say soap on it, it's not true soap. That's all I gotta say. There's specific ingredients that matter that actually make soap soap. and I researched, I read about this. I want to get like a certified. I didn't know there was a certified soapologist, and I'm like, wow, yeah, that's basically my business name. I deserve this credo. I'm gonna do it. And yeah, there's 3 ingredients exclusively that make soap soap. So if you're using a deodorant bar, it's not soap.
Well, there is another mic drop. Check if your soap is really soap. We're making it really basic here. I don't know. I'm sure a lot of you guys aren't using soap, so thank you for sharing that. And like I said, we should do a space talking all about this. And now that I know that you are a certified professional soapologist, I mean, wow, I could say I have an expert in my space. That's a first. I'm going to use that in the space title. I didn't even know that existed. You had to go through a program and like really learn about it.
I haven't done it yet, and I think there's only 2 programs that offer it. But yeah, there's classes basically on how to balance all of your ingredients, because if you use too much of one, it renders it, I'm not going to say toxic because that's not the right word, but technically the word is. It's unsafe. If there's too much of this, it's not safe because the ingredients don't mix properly. Everything has to have balance, right? Life should have balance. Food should be balanced. Everything in your world should be balanced, even though that's impossible. The ingredients for soap recipes need to have balance in order for them to be safe for your skin. And I researched, and the recipe that I use, it's safe for adults and kids. I found even a lot of soap companies, there's fine print on their labels that say keep away from children. I'm like, what? Why? What are you putting in there? That's not safe for kids. So there's the research is ridiculous, and I'm proud of the hours that I've spent. I'm not ashamed of staying up way too long to read up on this stuff. But yeah, it's just been amazing, and I'm gonna get that certificate because I think it's something that's gonna make me even more proud of what I do, even though I'm already proud. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, I mean, if anyone should have it, you should. It's like your business name. It just makes sense. You're super passionate about it. It's something that you care about. So I love it. I think that is really great. Sending you, like I said, lots of love and positive vibes. And I can't wait to do our next check-in and see where you're at, see how your business is thriving. I also love support local. I think that's really important. So it's cool that you're talking super local, because I've just seen like a lot of made in America stores, but for Arizona to have that area just for Arizona businesses, that's cool. And there's a sense of pride there that's really important. But that's a whole other conversation too. I see we have someone else coming up here. Ooh, Dan Ryan Neff on the speaker panel. This is awesome. How are you?
Hi, Al. Hi, Benjamin. Hi, everyone. I'm doing well. It's really good to be here. I can't always, we have schedule challenges sometimes, and I can't always be in your spaces, but I'm super happy to be here.
Absolutely. It's so great seeing you, even if you're in the listener lounge. I know you have so much going on, but if you bring me along in your AirPods, it shows me just as much love. And that goes for everyone. There are Tuesdays where I'm in Coco in the listener lounge because I can't come up, but I'm still there listening and supporting. And, I love the space. Now, if you don't mind, I'd love to hear your check-in halfway through the year. How are things going? Either Web3, real life, whatever you want to share.
Let's do real life. I have like my toes in the water with Web3, mostly because of the people I met here. Things are going all right in real life. It's been a super busy last couple of days with the CrowdStrike crash and all that stuff that affected me. But things are going well. I'm sort of, it's mid-year, but it's also about 1 year since I've been really active on X, and I've learned so much. I met really cool people, and a lot has changed. So right now, I kind of have a lot of different projects that I'm working on, and one of the things that I want to do is just pull them together. So like put things on one website and make it a little easier for folks to see what I do. So that's kind of where I'm at, Al. Hope I answered your question decently.
Yeah, that was a great answer. So right now you're building the brand, right, Dan Ryan Neff, and you're making a website. Is that up yet or still under construction?
Yeah, I have danryanneff.com is a website that I have in place. So so yeah, that's a way anyone can go to that and learn a little bit more about me. So and you can find that on my profile. But I have a little bit of more work that I want to do on that site itself. And you mentioned Coco. That's an ongoing focus for me, and that's something that I really love. The Tuesday spaces that I host, and like I said, I really learned so much. And like you said earlier, El, you've been there all along. It's been awesome.
Right, that's great. I just love how far it's come from the beginning. Now you're hosting all of these different topics. I really would never have imagined. Not that I boxed you in, because I know that you're willing to even do Spanish spaces. Like, you are so open-minded, you put yourself out there, but some of these really creative topics that you host now are awesome. And something special about Dan's Coco Spaces is that he switches up, excuse me, the co-hosts. So like, whoever you see this week might not be there next week, and he'll bring someone in with a different viewpoint, a different perspective, different skill set, and that keeps it fresh, keeps it exciting. So I think that is a really cool tool that you use.
El, thank you. That's part of, I think it's been a very much a learning process for me, largely because of that. And it's a decent amount of work to find different people every week, and then sort of kind of get a sense of what they bring to the table as leaders of a conversation. And so it causes me to study a little bit to you know represent a subject the best I can. But it's so awesome. There's really cool people here in Spaces.
There is, there is. I know you're just like me. We love spaces. Like, I cannot hide it. I love spaces. I've met so many people and I've learned so much. I am in the listener lounge just as much as I am up, hosting. And I think that's really important too, is to sit down and just listen, see what people are talking about. Sometimes you like it and sometimes you don't, right? Don't get so invested, but just be open-minded, take it for what it is, and have a good time. You never know what you're going to learn or who you're going to meet. Like, I have so many amazing people in here that I really admire, that are out there working hard, and it makes me happy to hear you guys are doing well. It does. That's why I wanted to do this space, to check in and see how things are going. And I want to add that things aren't always perfect, right? I know right now we are talking positive. Sometimes it's hard, it's not working out, you feel like you're up against a wall, and it's cool to share that too. That's important. I don't want anyone to feel like they can only share the good stuff. Please, it is just as important when you share, like, oh, my week sucked, it didn't go right, I'm trying to do this, it's not working. That's really important too, and you can always share that in a space, in my DMs, whatever it is. Just feel free to be honest. We've all failed, and every day isn't great. So with that, we have another hand. Keandre came back. He probably had to go take that video of his steak and whatever he was grilling, and now he's joined us. What's going on? How's dinner?
Dinner's going great. It is almost complete. I did not expect for you to get back to me that fast, but I did raise my hand in the room of unraised hands. So there was that. I didn't cook steak tonight. I have pork chops and hamburgers on the grill. You know what I'm saying? The missus, she wanted, she suggested months ago that I should switch things up. And like, I don't know if anybody in this space has been watching my videos. Maybe, maybe not. But every Saturday, I tend to get into the grilling thing because it's like after the last major hurricane that hit New Orleans, I had to hone that particular type of skill. Now, I would say that because at the time I was living in a residence that was all electric. Well, for anybody that's living in an all electric residence, I implore you to get somewhere that has access to gas. Now, I'm in New Orleans. I'm in the South. We are hurricane prone from June to November. Now, if you're out west or in the Midwest or whatever, a gas stove is still very prevalent. I'd rather sit through a hurricane. This is my opinion. I'd rather sit through a hurricane than to be at a Kansas City Chief game and it's like 20 degrees outside. I'm not doing that. But at the same time, I did step away to make my video or whatnot. And I recently got into CapCut. So if anybody who decides to run upon my material, I would like an accurate critique of my video editing skills. They are very primitive at this point. I will admit that. I'm talking like 5 days in type deal. And I'm indifferent about it. It's like, okay, well, it takes time for me to edit the videos. And of course, I'm a CapCut Pro member on my cell phone. And like, I'm finding all these different templates, what's trending, what ain't. I'm learning a lot right this second. But I'm doing what I know as I learn it. So if anybody here wish to give me some type of critique or what I could do to get better, which this is what spaces are for, and I appreciate that. So With that being said, I'm gonna keep it at that, and I'm back and I'm listening. Appreciate it.
All right, so I was correct. You left to take your video. We knew, but dinner sounds amazing. Even though it's not steak, I love pork chops. You know, we call them chuletas. That is my thing. I can eat those all day. So I hope you guys have an amazing dinner. I'm sure you will. But you also had a call to action there. So if any of you play with these apps, if you want to check out his video, give him your critiques. Let him know what you think. Right? He's asking for some constructive criticism. So it's not my thing, but I'm sure one of you do that and can, give him a word of advice. That would be great.
Damn, I did a whole CTA right there, and I didn't even know what that acronym meant a month ago. Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
That's true. CTA. I never say it that way. I always say the long way. Call to action. I like the way it sounds, but yeah, you did. You did a CTA there. So I had to make sure everyone heard in case they got distracted with their dinners or maybe they started drooling listening to you talk about yours. But there was one thing you said that really caught my attention, and I want to just say, I'm going to put this out there. I think it caught Dan's attention too. When you said you would rather deal with a hurricane than a little winter. Really?
Yes, because first of all, black ice. I got introduced that when I was stationed in Connecticut in the military. Black ice is something you can't see. It looks like a wet road. I'm gonna tell you right now. I had went to McDonald's. The ice cream machine was working. I had got a vanilla shake. Never mind, fuck the red, whatever else I had ordered. Got a vanilla shake. It is 28 degrees outside. It had snowed the night before. Most of it froze over. I was in New London, Connecticut, Groton area, right? Okay, up north. Walking through the snow, I got my boots on and everything, and I step onto the concrete, and I ended up on my back. Shake all over me. Cold shake on a cold night. Don't know what the fuck I was thinking, but spilled my whole shake. My fries went one way, my burger went the next way. Lost my whole meal. So yes, I'd rather sit through a hurricane and light my meat by fire than to slip and lose my whole meal on ice that I didn't know was there. Yep.
All right, so you have a little PTSD. You have some trauma from the milkshake. I get it, but oh no, something about a hurricane just doesn't sit with me. I am not interested in any of that weather. And then Louisiana is very humid too, right? The swamps, all that. I don't think I would survive the mosquitoes. They probably eat me alive. They eat me alive in New York, so I can only imagine if I head over there. Mm-mm. Not
Well,
for me.
the rent is a third of you get. Think about this. You live in New York. I am about to get an apartment that is 1,000 square feet. Now, since I work for the company that owns the apartment, it's at a discounted rate, but the average is 1052 for the standard two bed, two bathroom apartment, 1,000 square feet. Now I'm perfectly sure that that same 1,050 square feet will cost you at least 3,800 in New York in the worst neighborhood. So yeah, I'd rather sit through a hurricane than to pay 5 times the rent for a quarter of the space. Like I literally rent a room in my friend's house right now that is about a good 300 square feet. The room itself, right? That same square footage in New York will probably cost me 1,000. I pay my friend 350 a month, but it probably cost me 1,000. But like, I mean, there's trade-offs to living in the South. Like you gotta have weather either way it goes. Whether you go out to California where the weather's nice most of the time, but you got like these ridiculously high prices. A four-bedroom house that's $500,000 in California is probably no bigger than three hotel rooms. Okay. But if you get a four-bedroom house for $500,000 in New Orleans, you can have a lakeshore property for that much money. You know what I'm saying? So it all depends on what it is that you're willing to trade for what it is that you don't. Because everywhere you go in the world is going to be things that you don't want. You just got to relate the cost to the things that you're willing to pay. If you get more bang for your buck, then the weather is against you. That's all I'm saying.
All right. All right. I hear you. You brought the math. You brought the math. That is true. Because when you're saying $1,000 for anything, and you said two bathrooms, They're renting places out here without even one bathroom. There's like a community bathroom. You know, in Hey Arnold, where like the whole building all uses a bathroom on that floor. Yep, it's really like that here. It is not a joke. So 2
Oh
bathrooms sounds
shit!
lovely. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, no, like too bad, and I'm a single person. I can afford it with what the company that I work for that provides a unit as a benefit. I can pay for that. I can pay for it outright, but I get a discount. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, too bad. Like the space, the amount of space that I'm about to have in New York, it's like you got to have like a white collar type job to even afford that. So I'm just like, I'm good on that because I don't, you know what I'm saying? Negative numbers just not register to me. I don't want to go outside and it's been -4 degrees and all the snow the night before it's froze over. No, I don't want to do that. I stayed further up from New York and Connecticut, and I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Mosquitoes don't bite me like that anyway, so I'm good.
I love it. It's so funny because the reason I brought up Dan is because he lives somewhere that's even colder than here in New York in the Midwest. And you're talking about temperatures that he would probably ride his bike in because that's what he's used to. So it's like total opposite.
Wait, what? Okay, I couldn't imagine that at all.
Yeah, just a quick question, Dan, if you don't mind. You know, what's the coldest that you would say you'd still ride your bike in? You know, is there like a limit?
So I have a pretty good commute, like 30 minutes plus to work, and I do ride year round, although I do remote work now a lot more often. Um, I'm comfortable if it's above 20 degrees Fahrenheit. I've biked when it was colder than that, like maybe down to 8. But when it gets like below 0 and windy, I don't have a car, so I'll catch public transportation. But I actually really love bicycling when it's moderately cold. And where I live, there are bike paths, so you don't have to be on the road. They are plowed and they are sanded, and I put spiked studded tires on my bike. So just as a side comment, I've never been to New York City, but I have. I was in New Orleans once, and it's a really cool, beautiful city. I mean, it was decades ago when I was there, but I loved it.
You should come back, but at the same time, use moderately cruising your bike in 20-degree weather in New Orleans. Nobody's going to work. If the weather's 20 degrees outside, that's only happened twice in the 10 years that I've been here. Nobody's going to work, bro. Like, no. And you cruise on your bike moderately in 20-degree weather. I'm good on that. Like I said, when a hurricane comes, I'll go where I need to go and I'll come back and fix whatever needs to be fixed. I'm good on that. I would take the 98-degree day with a 110-degree index with 1,000% humidity over 20 degrees in the cold. Not for me. But more power to you, Dan. Like you have these superpowers. Cause like me and cold, we don't get along at all. Our creator might have different secrets, but like you could have kept that to himself.
Hey,
I'm good on
Keandre, hold on, bro. Did you just say you would take a 1,000% humidity? Wait. You can only take off so much clothes, right? Like
That's
at least in the
true.
cold, you could
That's
put on
true. But
as many layers as you want. So I get you.
you can only fit so many
Yeah,
though, bro.
no,
You can
no,
only fit
no.
so
Wait,
many.
hold on. So I lived in Louisiana. I lived in Houston, Texas, and all that stuff during Hurricane Ike. I was a emergency responder. I did all that stuff during the hurricane, right? So I experienced that stuff, and trust me, did not like it. You know, Galveston, Texas was 6 feet underwater before the hurricane even touched land, and then it came right up through 45 to hit Houston, and it tore up Houston. And then what the government doesn't tell you is that they blow transformers and cut off all your power. So when they cut off all your power, then what you gonna do during a hurricane? At least during like a cold weather, they don't cut off your power. Hurricane, they're gonna cut your power off. You might not be up for 2 weeks. The hurricane was ripping trees out the ground, which was ripping, coax cables and stuff for your internet out the ground. Xfinity was down, AT&T was down, all that stuff. So, what I mean? There's a lot that comes with that when you say that. So you got to think about the holistic picture, right? I've also lived stationed in Maryland. So during my active duty military time, I was stationed in Maryland. Maryland, when I lived in Maryland at Fort Meade, they had this crap going on in the DMV area called Snowmageddon. Snowmageddon, it shut down everything, and it was like 6 feet of snow. You couldn't even walk through it. So I get it on both sides, but I'd rather be stuck where I can put on layers and I can stay warm than I'm just so hot I can't take nothing off, and then they shut down all my power and all this stuff. I can't watch no TV. I can't do nothing. So I've seen both
I feel
extremes.
you on that.
I've been on both extremes.
I feel you on that. I feel you on that. The only reason why I grill now because I done had forced me to do that. You know what I'm saying? But it was also cool. Like it took a week for the power to come back on or whatnot, but it was a category 4 storm. Like the first major hurricane that I've had to sit through. I really didn't have the option at the time to like leave to go nowhere. And so now it gave me a whole new perspective to the people that survived Katrina. Because you got to think the people that could get out did get out, but there are a lot more people that could not. And at the same time, it's like I said, you was in Maryland. I was in Connecticut when I was facing my had to do the station. My first one was grinding Connecticut, and like it was cold as fuck. And I'm like, no,
Nah, I get it, cause so they sent me to Fort Drum, New York, right? So, but that's not the New York, like New York City. You see it's all nice and all that stuff, right? If you ever go to Fort Drum at the tip top north of New York, past Syracuse, that is like, let's put it like this. It was so cold, and up there, that's where they train the mountain infantry, right? Mountain infantry get trained up there, and so they don't believe in wearing layers. So when we had to work out in the morning, because you work out at 4 or 5 a.m., we working out in shorts and a long sleeve, and it's damn near 10 degrees, 15 degrees. You can cut the grass with your hand. So I understand, like, yo, that the cold ain't no joke, but that humidity though, when you walk outside your house and you already sweating and you ain't moving a muscle really, but one step, I'm good.
I'm cool. Hey, but look though, I'm cool with that. I did battle stations to graduate the naval boot camp. It was 9 degrees outside. October, it was Halloween the day before. 9 degrees outside. I broke a sweat and I pissed myself in the same standing. I'm not doing it, bro. I'm cool. I can take the humidity. Like I said, I'm on the opposite side. You like the cold? That's fine, my boy. For me, I'll take the heat. I ain't never had to run, have my lungs freezing because I'm running. We had to run to every building. Every building that we had to do battle stations was a mile away. Once we got done with an activity, boom, another
So
mile.
you prefer,
9 degrees
hey,
outside.
Keandre, so you prefer swamp ass?
Yep, all day long, bro. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. Cause I was born in the
What
summer
the
too, though, so
hell?
that helps. At the same time, yeah. My birthday is next Saturday, so I was born in the summer. I'm not worried about that, bro. Like the heat, I'm cool with. The cold, nah, bro. Y'all can have it. But anyway, though, bro, we just had a whole exchange, and we in the whole space right now. I feel like I'm on the phone, but I am on the phone. But still, I'm just saying,
That's
bro.
awesome. I had a feeling when you said Louisiana, I was counting down. I'm looking for Creative's hand, like, where is he? Where is he? This is how I'm going to know if he's actually listening to the space or not. And then he just jumped in the conversation. So that was completely expected. But, Keandre, if that's what you prefer, I cannot say anything. We all like what we like. But here you go. You mentioned California. Here we have a true Californian. Benjamin, what are your thoughts?
So for me, California has always been known as, you get beautiful weather like year round. So you don't really ever get one way or another. Um, Now, I will say I've never experienced hurricanes in my life, which is one of the reasons why, at one point in my life, I was like, I kind of want to move to Florida just because, I have family in Texas. I'm closer to Texas if I was in Florida, but then, you kind of have to worry about that. So I was like, do I really want to go to Florida? Because certainly I ain't moving to Texas. Unless you know how I feel about a certain team in Southeast Texas. That city, I mean, not team, that city has brought me so much nightmares, and I know for you as well, Liz. So I refuse to move to that city. So that's why I am not a big fan of Texas in general, just because they ruined everything for me. They took something away from me that I can never forgive them. That's why, listen, I love my family. Don't get me wrong, but they've tried to get me to move, and I refuse to ever move my ass to Houston just because, my family has been on my ass for the last 7 years and they won't stop. So I cannot do it. Florida maybe right, in the next few years or so, but I don't know about the humidity because here's the thing every single year my dad drags me over to visit family, and I cannot deal with 95 degrees hot and humid for 1 week straight. That's not my kind of weather, quite frankly. So I am not for that. And then the other thing, okay, Creative, you brought up Swamp Ass. Liz, I don't know how you feel about this, because it is around 11 o'clock, and I'm, like I said, 5 margaritas in at this point. So when I heard that, I basically spit out the margarita because I did not anticipate that we have this conversation. So, it is what it is, right? I will also say that this space is now brought to you by Swamp Ass. Once again, Swamp Ass is another proud sponsor of this space. So, Creative, thanks so much for sharing that. We appreciate the contributions. With that being said, Liz, handing this back to you.
Well, that sponsorship really took a turn, right? I was not expecting that. And thank you again, everyone that has stuck out this conversation with us. We're going on the 2-hour mark. Going to start wrapping up soon, but I know Victor has his hand up, so I do want to throw you back the mic. Oh, okay. I guess Victor maybe took a nap, fell asleep. I think it is pretty late for him. Either that or he's mixing margaritas as well. Either way, Victor, I hope you are doing well. So, wow, this has been such an awesome conversation. I've been having a lot of fun. I hope each and every one of you have enjoyed your time. I love to say thank you because time is so precious, and I know a lot of us are building, and we're already doing our own spaces and our friends' spaces, our community spaces. It's like, sometimes you get an invite and you want to show up, but there's only so many hours in a day. So anytime that you guys show up for me, just know that I appreciate it. I see each and every one of you, and it really makes a difference. I hope that you guys know that I love to support each and every one of you. Like I said before, it brings me happiness to see you succeeding and working hard. It really does matter to me. And when I can show up, I always do. I always will. That is a prerogative for me. So thank you. Support for support. That's important. That's what this platform is all about. That's why I'm here. I think that's why a lot of you are here. And I want us to keep doing this together. But before we close, we have another hand here. Om, what's going on?
No, I mean, this is my first time in the space, and I have to say I'm certainly feeling the radiant energy. I guess, should I say, spreading like a hurricane across the continent from Louisiana to the Midwest. I feel like taking a bike ride with Dan all the way to our neck of the woods here, despite the tiny cramped spaces where you turn around and you hit someone because so dense here in New York City. But hey, all kidding aside, just to kind of sort of connect the threads of some of the conversations that I heard, that I think personally for me definitely carry a lot of import. I think I don't know whether it was Benjamin who made the point around trust and checking up on your friends. And I think it's sort of interesting. We live in a world that I think had gone from the kind of the tribe and the village to now, a lot of the economy sort of being run by oligopolies, if not monopolies. So, in as much as you enjoy going to having your life governed by the big tech companies or any of the other noteworthy brands that everyone knows about, I think to Brittany's point, I think the best thing that we can do is to not just check up on our friends, but really be active cheerleaders for their efforts. If they're launching something, we should be the first ones to beta test it. If if they're doing a space, we should be the first to socialize it. That's what I think the spirit of bringing power back to where it belongs, right, in the community, is all about. So. And certainly that's a lot of the motivation behind the Save Away platform as well. I'm just really enthused to end the week with the spirit of unshakable optimism and cheerleading that I think I take away from the space. So thank you for that, Lizette, Benjamin, Dan, Brittany, Victor, and everyone that I had Keandra, everyone else I had the honor of listening to.
Wow, thank you, Om. That was so well said. And it really warmed my heart for someone to say that they came to this space and felt the optimism, the good vibes, the cheerleading. Like, that is so important. So thank you for saying that. It really lets me know that the message I wanted to get across, the energy, the good vibes, you felt that and you're new. So you're not just someone trying to make me feel good. It came out genuinely. So thank you. I appreciate that. And you are welcome to any of my spaces. Like I said before, I gave you a follow. I'd love to learn more about what you're working on, and let's continue supporting each other, right? Cheerleading. I love to cheerlead for each and every one of you and your goals. I want you to accomplish them. I want you to smash them. I know you mentioned Brittany, and one thing she said that was awesome. She's like, I'm so proud of myself, right? She had this goal. She accomplished it. That's the best feeling. And I want that for each and every one of us. So thank you, Om. That was great. And Benjamin, I see your hand up. So I want to thank you too, because I know it's 2 hours. I told you I wasn't going to take up your whole Saturday night, but that's usually not true. So I really appreciate you.
Hey, Les, it's no worries. It's all good. I just really wanted to add to what Om said because I think it's so true. Um, Everyone here is a team, right? And we all want each other to succeed, and I think that is the most important. It's not really a competition. I think it's really more so, you want to better yourself and you want to improve, but you also want to see your friends succeed as well. So that's kind of why this space is so magnificent. And I'm going to keep saying it to you, Liz. In the short time that I've known you on this app, you have been the best supporter for everyone on X. And I'm certainly sure you are the biggest cheerleader for everyone IRL as well. So keep going, my friend. Keep doing your thing. You inspire me up so much, and I appreciate you so much. So keep going. And no worries, you're not taking up my Saturday night at all. I'm just drinking. So we're all good. But thanks so much for hosting.
I love that. Cheers, my friend. I'm going to take a sip of my wine. I appreciate it. The kind words are great. I always say this, your space CLE was really, really impactful for me. When I lost my dog last summer, I just randomly went into your space. I was new to X. I was just so broken, and connecting with you and having that small, intimate, honest space did something really special for me. And that's where our friendship started, right? You didn't even know me. I was in the listener lounge and you were just having a good time joking around, and it built me up. And from that moment, I really realized you never know who's in your space. That's why I always shout out the listener lounge, because one of you might be going through something and you're not ready to come up here right now, or you can't speak. But I just hope that you hear something that resonates with you, or you feel a little more empowered, you feel the love, the good energy, and it helps you. Because like we said, it's not always positive. It's not always sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes life does suck. That's the reality. But we come back, we build each other up, we joke around, and we do it again. So thank you, Ben. You are awesome. I know in the fall we're going to come back in harder than ever on your CLE spaces and do the thing. It's going to be great. So Creative, my friend, you have your hand up. What's going on?
Yo, nah, I put some of my experience with the snow up in the Jumbotron if you want to check it out. That's how I really got out there, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, I always enjoy these connecting chill spaces, man. That's why I was like so excited this morning. I was looking around for like, yo, where's it at? Where's it at? I need my coffee. I need my coffee space. Now, but and then you told me it was, and then I looked at the time, I was like, yo, it's 6 o'clock at night. Man, I don't normally do these late night spaces now. Maybe I'm rubbing off on it a little bit. But yeah, nah. So I enjoyed myself, man. I definitely think this was another phenomenal space. It was great to hear everybody's perspectives. Great to hear everybody's check-ins and stuff. Hear what everybody's going through and what they're working on and things of that nature, man. And it's always a good time in here. But yeah, that snow did get real though. The snow did get real. So just if anybody thinks about just moving out to the East Coast, maybe just think about that snow now. The snow. But you move to the south, you got to think about swamp ass. So just pick your poison. Just pick your poison.
Guys, I promise it's not so bad. I lived in Buffalo. I went to the University of Buffalo. It's fine. Just make sure you keep the full tank. Very important. Never go below half of a tank. Keep food in your refrigerator. And then when you have your fridge packed, you're like, oh man, I don't have room for the beer. I don't have room for the drinks. All you do, you open the door, and we just put our drinks right there on the porch. It stays cold. It's easy. It's fine. You guys know the Buffalo Bills? We're good. The whole swampy butt and all that, it's just not for me. I don't even want, I have my Lululemons. It's still, I don't think it'd be enough. I think I would still be sweating. So Creative, Keandra, you guys keep that heat. It's not for me. But thanks for sharing that. That was actually really funny to sit back and listen to two Southerners talk about the weather. It's something different. I appreciate both of you very much. You know that. And yes, when I scheduled the space for 9 p.m., you were the first person I thought of. I go, I bet Creative's going to say something about me hosting a late night space. He's going to be like, oh, I thought you don't do late night spaces. You're always complaining. Yep. So you're right. I know. I deserve it. I've been waiting for it. I'm telling you, I hit schedule space and you were in my mind. So yeah, it's true. It's true. I always complain, guys. He does his spaces 11 p.m. EST, and I'm tired on a Thursday. So I still have to show up, and then I fall asleep, so I have to listen to the recording. But it's all good. It's worth it. We both support each other. We're building, and he has a lot that he's going to be building. Like I said, he's a great AI artist, so that's going to be really fun to see how that grows in the rest, the second half of this year. So like I mentioned, we are closing. Brahmi, I see you did make it. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I know it's super late over there, probably around 4 a.m., but it was nice of you to show up. You hosted such a long space yourself, so you're either beat or, I don't know, halfway through the bottle of vodka. I think Rax probably passed out himself because he was already into it. But anyway, before we close, Benjamin, my amazing co-host, is there anything else you want to say? You're always great at spreading words of kindness and love.
I'll just say we appreciate everyone for coming and supporting. Thanks so much for being so supportive of Liz, because she is such a near and dear friend to my heart. So yeah, that's such a great conversation. Thanks so much to Creative for dropping all the wisdom, and thanks so much for being here. And like I said, I'm going to keep saying this to you all. I appreciate everyone who comes and supports one another, because it means so much. Listen, like I said, one day we're going to get you to sing in a recorded space for sure.
I know that's always going to be the goal. You hadn't mentioned it for a while, so I thought I was safe, but we'll figure it out. I'll do it again for your birthday next year in a non-recorded space. That's what I can promise. But like he said, thank you all so much for being here today and sharing your experiences, your thoughts, being open, vulnerable, honest. It really means a lot, and I know it's not easy. Requesting the mic can really be daunting, especially if you're new to it. So for you to be brave and share your story with us means a lot. This space is always here for you to share, learn, for us to grow together. It's not my space, it's our space. If you see my posts, I very rarely say my space, because Connect and Chill's for all of us. And whatever you want to talk about, I'm down to talk about it. Creative held a Connect and Chill space that was 4 hours talking about basketball. I had nothing to add. I just sat there and I don't even know what I did. I think I took notes. I think I learned, because then for the rest of the season, I had things to say to people. And they're like, oh, you watch basketball? I'm like, yeah, you didn't know? Lies. I just had my notes. I always take notes. I tell you guys, the easiest thing to do in a space, bring your pen and paper. You will learn something new. I knew all the stats. He's great. If you're ever going to a basketball game or a party, hit him up. He knows all the facts, the stats, that stuff. I'm more football, baseball. That's my thing. Go Bills. So anyway, as we wrap up, let's keep supporting each other, right? Cheerleading, good vibes, checking in mentally, physically, professionally. And like Om said, don't just check in, actually put in the work. Go a step further and support your friend, whether it is testing it out, hopping in their spaces, streaming their music. I think that's a really important thing to mention. So thanks for adding that on. And if you guys ever have spaces, I always say this, drop in my DMs. If I can support you, I most definitely will. And even if I can't speak, I'd love to hop in the listener lounge and see what you guys have cooking. So thank you, thank you. I look forward to seeing you all in our next Connect and Chill next Saturday. I hope you guys have a great evening, or a morning for some of you. Stay safe and
Hey, übrigens, ich habe mit intermittierendem Fasten angefangen. Wie findest du das? Das ist eine Frage, die ich ganz, ganz oft kriege. Ich bin Karina Rigoni und ich bin Personal Health Coach und ich helfe Menschen dabei, die ihren eigenen Lebensrhythmus verloren haben und unter Symptomen wie Müdigkeit, Stress oder körperlichen Beschwerden leiden, dabei, ihre individuellen Bedürfnisse zu priorisieren und einen guten Lebensrhythmus wiederherzustellen. Mein Ziel ist es, Menschen zu ermächtigen, Grenzen zu setzen, Selbstfürsorge zu praktizieren und ein gutes Leben zu leben, das Freude und Vitalität schenkt. Das Thema intermittierendes Fasten, das begleitet mich schon ganz, ganz lange. Und die Frage kriege ich immer wieder gestellt, wie ich denn das finde. Ich möchte vorweg sagen, dass das meine eigene Meinung ist und dass es keine ärztliche Empfehlung ist, die ich hier abgebe. Aber intermittierendes Fasten wird nicht nur bei mir, sondern auch im Netz, allgemein in der Gesellschaft sehr kontrovers besprochen. Und deswegen würde ich gerne eine Episode heute zu diesem Thema machen. Was heißt intermittierendes Fasten? Intermittieren, das Wort heißt, immer wieder Pausen zu machen. Also nicht etwas, was dauernd ist, sondern immer mit Unterbrechungen sozusagen. Also das heißt, man könnte sagen, Fasten unterbrechen oder im heutigen Volksmund ist es so, dass man das Essen unterbricht. Es gibt verschiedene Arten von intermittierendem Fasten. Eine Art ist das 2-Tages-Fasten. Das heißt, ich faste 2 Tage und dann esse ich wieder 5 Tage normal. Oder das 1-1-0. Das heißt, ich faste einen Tag und ich esse einen Tag und dann fängt das wieder von vorne an. Das populärste, was man kennt, ist das 16-8-Fasten, also das intermittierende Fasten. Das heißt, ich faste, ich esse nichts während 16 Stunden und ich esse während 8 Stunden. 16 plus 8 sind 24, dann haben wir wieder einen ganzen Tag. So, und jetzt ist die Frage, wo kommt das überhaupt her? Wieso wollen plötzlich alle das intermittierende Fasten machen? Wenn wir nicht mal so weit zurückgehen, dann werden wir uns bewusst, dass wir das früher eigentlich gemacht haben. Das heißt, wir haben morgens gegessen, manchmal früh um 6, um 5 sogar, die Bauern, die Handwerker, die früh aufstehen mussten. Und man hat ein gutes Frühstück gegessen, man hat Mittag gegessen um 12 und dann relativ früh zu Abend gegessen, um 17, 18 Uhr, weil da wurde es meist dunkel. Und als es noch keine Elektrizität gab, also noch kein elektrisches Licht, dann ist man dann bald nach Dunkelheit, ist man dann auch ins Bett gegangen. Und wenn man da rechnet, von 6 bis morgens um 6, dann haben wir 12 Stunden, wo wir nichts gegessen haben. Wir kennen alle noch den Spruch, iss am Morgen wie ein Kaiser, am Mittag wie ein Fürst und am Abend wie ein Bettler. Das ist ein Spruch, der unsere Großeltern uns gesagt haben und das hat ganz viel für sich, auch heute noch. Denn früher haben wir viel früher gegessen, als es noch keine Elektrizität gegeben hat. Dann hat man um 5, 6 Uhr, je nach Jahreszeit gegessen und dann ist man schon bald ins Bett gegangen. Und da, in dieser Zeit, konnte der Körper regenerieren. Heute ist das ein bisschen anders. Wir haben meist keine Zeit am Morgen etwas zu essen, weil ich stehe auf, muss mich stylen, muss mich fertig machen und dann gleich los zur Arbeit. Mittags reicht es meist nur für ein kleines Sandwich oder eine Suppe, meistens auch nicht, sondern weil ich schlank bleiben will, einen kleinen Salat. Und dann abends mit der Familie und weil ich dann auch Hunger habe und nach meinem Zuckerschock am Zvieri, also um 16 Uhr, vielleicht auch dann auch wirklich wieder Hunger habe nach 2, 3 Stunden, dann kochen wir richtig und wir essen meist viel zu spät und weil der Körper kompensieren will und muss, auch viel zu viel. Immer wenn wir wieder neue Trends haben, dann frage ich mich, wo kommt das her? Und was ist das Gute daran? Und beim intermittierenden Fasten ist es definitiv so, dass es ganz, ganz viel Gutes hat. Denn, wie ich vorher erklärt habe, ist das nichts Neues. Wir haben es einfach umgemodelt, weil es uns besser passt, nicht am Morgen zu essen, sondern dann abends mit der Familie ausgehen, spät essen, weil nach der Arbeit will ich ja mein Leben genießen. Das heißt, dieser Trend ist aufgekommen, weil wir auch gemerkt haben, hey, die Leute werden immer dicker. Die Wissenschaft hat sich überlegt, okay, die Menschen haben immer öfter Übergewicht, sind krank, haben metabolische Syndrome und wie kann man das mit der Ernährung hinkriegen? Und da ist man dann drauf gekommen, man muss dem Körper eine Pause geben. Und das intermittierende Fasten ist genau das. Ich persönlich finde es wunderbar, am Abend früh zu essen oder auch mal eine Mahlzeit auszulassen, aber nicht am Morgen, sondern am Abend. Wieso eigentlich? Ernährung ist natürlich bioindividuell. Das heißt, es gibt sicherlich Menschen, für die das intermittierende Fasten und sogar 16 Stunden Fasten, 8 Stunden Essen okay ist. Wichtig ist aber dabei zu schauen, dass ich genügend Nährstoffe aufnehme in dieser Zeit und dass ich vor allem nicht ein Binge-Eating mache. Ich hatte mal einen Bekannten, den habe ich eingeladen und da hieß es schon, okay, wir kommen zum Mittagessen, weil er macht intermittierendes Fasten, finde ich wunderbar. Und dann habe ich mir angesehen, was der sich reinhaut. Und dann hat er mir erzählt, er isst pro Tag 5, 6 Stunden und der Rest des Tages fastet er. Aber in diesen 5 bis 6 Stunden hat er von der Vorspeise bis zum Dessert mindestens 3 Portionen gegessen, was ja eigentlich auch nicht gesund sein kann. Und das ist etwas, was dann so ein Trend ist, wo ich mich dann frage, ja, wo ist jetzt das Gute, wo ist jetzt das Sinnvolle? Weil wir wollen ja unseren Körper gesund halten. Und wenn dabei rauskommt, dass ich abnehme oder dass ich mein Gewicht halte, ist das ja wunderbar. Aber als erstes geht es darum, dass ich gesund bin, dass ich mich vital fühle und dass ich Leichtigkeit fühle. Wieso ist intermittierendes Fasten oft kritisch? Ich habe es vorher schon erwähnt. Das eine ist sicherlich, dass man darauf achten soll, dass man genügend Nährstoffe aufnimmt. Und Salatblättchen oder Sandwiches hat durchaus zu wenige Nahrung, zu wenig Nährstoffe drin. Da wären wir jetzt bei einem anderen Thema, zum Thema Nahrungsergänzung. Ich bin kein großer Fan davon, beziehungsweise ich nehme immer mal wieder Nahrungsergänzungsmittel, Vitamine, Mineralstoffe, Kollagen für die schöne Haut. Aber ich nehme das nicht dauernd, sondern ich nehme es dann, wenn ich das Gefühl habe, okay, jetzt gab es eine Zeit, da konnte ich nicht ganz so auf die Ernährung schauen oder es war eine intensive Zeit mit viel Stress, positivem Stress auch. Und dann nehme ich doch ab und zu Omega-3, Vitamin D, was es so gibt, aber eben immer mal wieder phasenweise. Das ist meine Art, meinen Lebensrhythmus zu leben. Das muss nicht für jeden sein, das kann für einige Inspiration sein. Also das andere Thema ist das Hormonthema. Wir Frauen unterliegen ganz stark hormonellen Schwankungen. Ab dem Zeitpunkt, an dem wir unsere Menstruation kriegen, bis zur Menopause, aber auch Männer unterliegen hormonellen Schwankungen. Und der Hormonhaushalt ist sehr, sehr sensibel auf Ernährung, auf Nahrungsaufnahme. Der dritte Punkt ist die Hungersnot. Wenn ich meinem Körper immer wieder vorgaukle, dass wir plötzlich in einer Hungersnot sind, dann im übertragenen Sinne wird er dafür sorgen, dass er für die schlechten Zeiten Vorrat anhäuft. Und zwar beim Körper ist es natürlich so, dass er Vorrat in Form von Fettzellen anhäuft. Das heißt also schöne Fettpölsterchen. Vielleicht ist dir das auch schon aufgefallen, dass wenn man Diät gemacht hat und man hat wenig Kalorien gegessen und dann nachher wieder ganz normal gegessen hat, dass man plötzlich wieder zugenommen hat, der sogenannte Jojo-Effekt. Das hat damit zu tun, dass der Körper den sogenannten Grundumsatz, das ist das, was man braucht, um einfach alle Vitalfunktionen aufrecht zu erhalten, dass der Grundumsatz runtergeht, wenn ich weniger Kalorien zu mir nehme. Und der geht nicht automatisch hoch, wenn ich wieder normal esse. Und wenn ich normal sage, dann meine ich nicht Junkfood oder Fastfood, whatever, sondern wirklich ganz normal ausgewogene Kost, was meistens natürlich ein bisschen mehr Kalorien hat als eine Diät, wenn ich eine Diät mache. Und dann ist es ganz normal, dass dieser Mehrumsatz quasi als mehr Kilo dann auf der Waage ersichtlich ist. Es gibt eine ganz spannende Studie, ich weiß nicht, ob ich davon schon erzählt habe, ich finde die so spannend, weil ich das seit Jahren zelebriere, beziehungsweise wie eine Windmühle oder gegen die Windmühle, wie sagt man das so schön? Ja, ich spreche immer, ich kämpfe gegen die Windmühlen bezüglich Kalorien. Ich sage immer, Kalorien sind nicht gleich Kalorien. Und es gibt eine Studie, die hatte geschaut, okay, wie ist das, wenn eine Gruppe von Menschen über 2 Wochen lang gesund essen, also ausgewogen essen, und 2000 Kalorien pro Tag zu sich nehmen und die andere Gruppe hatte Convenient Food gegessen. Für mich ist übrigens Convenient Food schon Tomatensauce aus dem Glas, wo Zucker zugesetzt ist, das Weizen drin hat, vielleicht sogar noch Zitronensäure bzw. Additives, also Konservierungsstoffe. Das ist für mich schon Convenient Food oder sage ich mal der Stocki, Kartoffelstock, in der Schweiz heißt der Stocki, den man nur einfach so mit Milch anrühren muss. Das ist schon Convenient Food und diese Leute haben aber auch nur 2000 Kalorien pro Tag gegessen. Jetzt hat man geguckt, was passiert nach 2 Wochen. Also man wollte vor allem sehen, was das Gewicht macht. Und die Gruppe, die Convenient Food, Fast Food 2 Wochen lang gegessen hat, hat in 2 Wochen schon 2 Kilo zugenommen. Da kann man jetzt sagen, ja gut, 2 Kilo ist ja nicht viel. Aber wenn du das mal hochrechnest auf ein Jahr, dann ist das ganz schöne hohe Hausnummer. Ja, da sind wir bei 4 Kilo im Monat, da sind wir bei 50 Kilo im Jahr. Ganz so schlimm wird es ja wahrscheinlich nicht sein, weil der Körper hat ja auch seine Ventile oder seine Mechanismen sozusagen, aber trotzdem finde ich das ganz spannend. Und das ist für mich auch der Beweis und das macht mich so froh, dass es diese Studie gibt, weil, wie gesagt, 100 Gramm Linsen ist nicht gleich 100 Gramm Ketchup. Ja, also ganz, ganz wichtig. Oder andersrum gesagt, 1000 Kalorien aus einem feinen Curry mit Kartoffeln, mit Kürbis, mit Linsen ist nicht gleich ein Hamburger mit Ketchup und Mayo, auch wenn der auch nur oder auch 1000 Kalorien hat. Das finde ich sehr, sehr spannend. Also da auch ganz, ganz wichtig, wenn wir vom intermittierenden Fasten reden, das Hormonelle ist ganz, ganz wichtig und eben auch der Jojo-Effekt, die Hungergefühle, die ein Körper nicht genau definieren kann. Wir sind eigentlich immer noch Neandertaler, einfach heute im coolen Outfit. Denn unser Körper, der weiß nicht, ob wirklich eine Hungersnot bevorsteht oder ob ich einfach einem neuen Trend folge und bewusst eine Hungersnot hervorrufe oder eine Fastenzeit hervorrufe. Wichtig ist vielleicht noch zu sagen, einmal bis zweimal im Jahr zu fasten oder auch einen Fastentag einzulegen, ist absolut okay. Meistens ist es aber so, dass zum Beispiel, wenn ich in einer Woche einen Tag faste, hat das nicht so eine große Relevanz auf mein Gewicht, aber es kann durchaus sein, dass es für mein Wohlbefinden wichtig ist und mir gut tut. Also da auch immer wichtig, wieso möchte ich intermittierendes Fasten machen? Wenn es ums Abnehmen geht, kann ich sagen, auf lange Zeit für viele Menschen, es gibt immer Ausnahmen, nicht ideal. Aber was ist denn ideal? Ich möchte dir einfach mein Konzept vorstellen bzw. erzählen, wie ich das mache. Und zwar lebe ich sehr stark in der traditionellen chinesischen Medizin und esse eigentlich auch nach diesem Ernährungsstil. In der chinesischen Medizin, wie auch früher in der traditionellen europäischen Medizin, Ernährungslehre, geht es darum, regelmäßig zu essen und vor allem mindestens 2-mal, besser 3-mal am Tag warm zu essen. Wieso ist das so? Warme Nahrung kann der Körper besser aufnehmen, er kann es besser verdauen und ich rege damit mein Magenfeuer an. Und da kommen wir jetzt auch wieder zum intermittierenden Fasten bzw. zum Frühstücken. Unsere Stoffwechselzeit ist der Morgen. Du hast vielleicht schon mal von der Organuhr gehört. Und zwar nach der Organuhr, der TCM, ist zwischen 7 und 9 Uhr die Magenzeit. Das heißt, da ist eine ideale Zeit zu essen, weil da hat der Magen seine Hochzeit, arbeitet also am stärksten und dadurch kann auch alles sehr, sehr gut verdaut werden. Es gibt noch ein anderes Konzept, das für mich sehr, sehr schlüssig und klar ist, und zwar das Thema Magenfeuer. Wir haben ja unsere Vitalfunktionen und unser Körper hat immer plus minus 37 Grad und das ist auch wichtig, dass er die behält. Wenn ich jetzt dauernd kalte Nahrung und kalte Flüssigkeit in meinem Magen zuführe, dann kühlt er irgendwann ab. Und wenn du dir vorstellst, dass der Magen wie so ein großer Topf ist, wo eine Suppe drin brodelt, schön, unten die Nieren, sie ist unser Feuer und der Magen ist unser Topf, ist unsere Feuerstelle. Und wenn ich da dauernd kaltes Wasser einschenke, dann wird die Suppe mit der Zeit trübe, sie wird kalt, die die Nahrung kann nicht richtig kochen, die kann nicht richtig verarbeitet werden. Und was gibt es? Da gibt es denn die Schlacken. Und das ist ein Thema, was ich sehr, sehr spannend finde, was ich auch nochmal näher darauf eingehen kann. Aber das ist das Thema warmes Essen am Morgen. Am Mittag etwas Warmes kann nicht immer sein, aber du kannst zum Beispiel ein warmes Glas Wasser trinken, bevor du dein Sandwich isst. Oder du nimmst etwas mit und wärmst es auf. Eine kleine Pfanne oder so, oder zum Beispiel auch ein Behälter, wo es warm hält. Das ist auch etwas, was du zum Beispiel mitnehmen kannst. Du kannst dir auch mal überlegen, ob du vielleicht abends mal nicht ganz so viel isst und eine Portion zur Seite legst, damit du das am anderen Tag zum Mittagessen essen kannst oder mitnehmen kannst. Und abends etwas Leichtes, etwas Warmes ist natürlich hervorragend. Suppen, Ofengemüse, dies sind alles Dinge, die leicht verdaubar sind. Jetzt haben wir wieder neue Trends wie erst Eiweiß essen, dann Kohlenhydrate, dann whatever. Ich weiß es schon gar nicht mehr. Für mich ist das immer so ein bisschen wie soll ich das sagen? So die Verzweiflung, hey, wir müssen irgendwie noch was Neues finden, um die Leute zu beschäftigen. Hey Leute, es geht doch einfach darum, gesund zu essen, ausgewogen zu essen und auf seinen Körper wieder zu hören. Mein Lieblingsthema, ich esse, wenn ich esse. Und wenn ich esse, dann arbeite ich nicht, dann schaue ich keine E-Mails, dann schaue ich nicht Fernsehen, dann streite ich mich nicht mit meiner Familie, sondern ich esse, ich genieße und ich bin mir bewusst, was ich esse. Ich weiß, dass das recht schwierig ist, 3-mal am Tag zu essen. Wer hat denn die Zeit? Ich kann dir nur sagen, das ist eigentlich einfacher, als was du denkst, weil essen tust du sowieso und jetzt kannst du dich entscheiden, was du isst. Nimmst du dir Zeit für dich, für deine Gesundheit und kochst vielleicht auch mal vor oder machst dir Gedanken, was du isst und schau vielleicht auch mal die Labels an, was du denn so isst. Ich hatte gerade eine Klientin, die mir erzählt hat, dass sie jetzt Veganerin ist und sie isst nur noch Fake Meat, nenne ich das. Also das heißt so Fleischersatzdinge. Schau mal, was da drin ist. Also das habe ich ihr natürlich gesagt. Ich habe das nämlich am Anfang auch gegessen und dann irgendwann habe ich da mal nachgeschaut, was denn da so drin ist. Und das ist hochinteressant und hat mit Pflanzen nichts mehr zu tun. Heißt zwar Fleisch auf pflanzlicher Basis, aber auch das ist Convenient Food, weil es ist hoch processed. Also das heißt, es ist ganz stark verändert worden. Und das ist ein Thema, wo ich glaube, wir anfangen dürfen, nicht mehr allen Trends hinterher zu rennen, sondern uns zu überlegen, hey, back to the roots. Wie haben wir früher gegessen? Wie kann ich feststellen, wie es mir geht, was mir gut tut? Und das kann auf der einen Seite vegan sein, wenn ich mich wirklich sehr gut auskenne und die richtigen Nährstoffe zu mir nehme. Das kann vegetarisch sein, denn es gibt viele Leute, die brauchen nicht unbedingt Fleisch oder Fisch. Und das kann aber auch mit Fleisch oder mit Fisch sein. Auch da, wieso haben wir die Thematik, die wir heute haben? Jetzt schweife ich ein bisschen aus. Aber die Thematik haben wir, weil der Mensch maßlos geworden ist. Jeden Tag Fleisch auf dem Tisch. Das gab es vor 30 Jahren nicht und ist auch totaler Bullshit. Weil mein Körper braucht nicht jeden Tag Fleisch, jeden Tag Proteine. Es geht um die Ausgewogenheit und darum geht es. Das heißt also, mach dir einen kleinen Plan. Starte am Morgen mit einem warmen Glas Wasser und iss etwas Kleines. Wenn es geht, ein Porridge, irgendwas Warmes oder ein Ei, was du gerne hast. Können auch Leftovers sein vom Tag vorher. Und dann schreib dir mal auf, wie du isst, wann du isst und fang an zu kauen. Wenn du Fragen hast oder Anmerkungen oder auch kritische Kommentare, freue ich mich auf die nächste Episode und ich werde deine Fragen beantworten. Ich wünsche dir ein Happy Life, ich wünsche dir eine gute Zeit und freue mich aufs nächste Mal. Ciao. Wie oft hören wir diesen Satz oder sagen ihn selber ganz oft und er rutscht uns raus, ohne dass wir uns so richtig bewusst sind, was das eigentlich heißt. Toll, dass du heute wieder dabei bist und dich für deine Gesundheit interessierst. Ich bin Karin Arrigoni, Personal Health Coach und Women's Health Coach und ich beantworte heute deine Frage und zwar zum Thema Stress und Hormone. Hat Stress einen Einfluss auf meine Gesundheit? Da kann ich definitiv sagen, ja. Denn wenn ich im Stress bin, dann schüttet der Körper Hormone aus, um diese Stresssituation auszugleichen. Und zwar ist das noch ein altes Relikt, wie ich letztes Mal schon gesagt habe, wir sind eigentlich Neandertaler im Anzug. Das heißt, unser System aktiviert Hormone wie Cortisol und Adrenalin und gleicht somit die Situation aus oder will die Situation ausgleichen. Wir nennen das auch den Flight- und Fight-Modus, also Kämpf- und Fluchtmodus. In dem Moment ist es so, dass das Adrenalin, das Cortisol im Körper aktiviert wird und dass der Körper sich vorbereitet auf einen Kampf oder auf die Flucht. Früher ging es wirklich ums Überleben und es ging darum, wie ich schon gesagt habe, zu kämpfen oder davon zu rennen. Jetzt ist es aber so, dass diese Aktivierung der Hormone auch dann passiert, wenn ich im Büro sitze und mein Chef mich anschreit. Passiert nicht so oft oder bei mir passiert das nie mehr, aber ihr kennt diese Situation. Oder das Kind schreit oder irgendwas nervt einen und schwupps werden diese Hormone, wird dieses System aktiviert. Ich möchte dir das Stresssystem ein bisschen erklären. Und zwar heißt das System Hypothalamus-Hypophysen-Nebennierenrindensystem. 2 davon sind im Hirn, 1 ist unten bei den Nieren. Der Hypothalamus ist gerade so oberhalb vom Rückenmark und die Hypophyse ist ein bisschen weiter unten, aber gerade anschließend. Und der Hypothalamus koordiniert eigentlich so als übergeordnetes Zentrum den Wasserhaushalt, Blutdruck und auch den Salzgehalt. Und er ist auch zuständig für unser Sexualverhalten und für die Gefühlsverhalten, die Gefühlswelt unter anderem. Wenn der Hypothalamus mitkriegt, dass Stress da ist, also etwas, was uns beeinflusst, emotional, was uns Angst macht, übergeordnet oder uns ärgert, dann aktiviert er die Hypophyse. Also der Hypothalamus gibt das Signal an die Hypophyse, ein Hormon freizusetzen und dieses Hormon stimuliert wiederum die Nebennierenrinden und diese setzt Cortisol frei. Und das ist ein System, dass dieser Stress, dass das wieder ausgeglichen wird. Ja, also das heißt, es ist etwas Gutes, sodass ich nach einer Stressattacke oder etwas, was mir Angst macht, dass da der Körper Hormone ausschüttet, um wieder in die Ruhe zu kommen. Cortisol ist also ein Hormon, das an der Stressreduktion beteiligt ist und unter anderem auch für das Immunsystem, den Stoffwechsel und den Blutdruck mitverantwortlich ist natürlich. Jetzt gehen wir mal davon aus, dass wir ganz oft oder öfter Stress haben. Also nicht nur ab und zu, sondern mit dem heutigen Lifestyle ist es so, dass wir eigentlich immer im Hamsterrad drehen. Wir sind oft wirklich unterwegs, wir sind unter Strom, wie man so schön sagt. Und wie ich vorher schon erwähnt habe, der Körper kann nicht unterscheiden, ob ich jetzt flüchten oder kämpfen muss oder ob ich einfach mir selber diesen Stress auferlege, weil ich sehr viel zu tun habe, weil ich Dinge jetzt erledigen muss, weil ich noch zum nächsten Meeting rennen muss, ohne überhaupt zu verschnaufen. Und das heißt, auch Cortisol und Adrenalin gehören zu unserem Sympathikus-System, das ist unser Aktivierungssystem, was auch dafür verantwortlich ist, dass wir morgens natürlich aufstehen können, dass wir aktiv sein können, dass wir in Bewegung kommen. Und das Gegenteil ist der Parasympathikus. Der Parasympathikus ist für die Entspannung und für die Verdauung zuständig. Wenn wir jetzt davon ausgehen, dass wir ganz schön viel am Rad drehen, wie man so schön sagt, und der Cortisolspiegel, der Adrenalinspiegel, die Stresshormone ganz schön aktiviert sind, dann hat das natürlich auch zur Folge, dass meine Verdauung nicht so richtig funktioniert oder das Immunsystem auf die Länge angegriffen wird und auch der Blutdruck unter anderem nicht so ausgeglichen ist. Ganz, ganz wichtig, zu viel Stress kann auch Auswirkungen auf deine Schilddrüse haben. Zu viel Cortisol, zu viele Stresshormone im Blutspiegel kann dafür sorgen, dass die Schilddrüsenhormone nicht mehr produziert werden können, die eben fürs Immunsystem bzw. auch für den Stoffwechsel ganz, ganz wichtig sind. Oder die andere Seite ist bei Frauen der Zyklus, das heißt Unregelmäßigkeiten, Schmerzen, PMS können eine Folge von zu viel Stress sein. Der Menstruationszyklus wird beeinträchtigt, Östrogen und Progesteron werden nicht mehr in dem Maße, in dem wir es brauchen, produziert. Und es kann zum Ausbleiben von Menstruation, von der Periode kommen und es kann auch die Fruchtbarkeit beeinträchtigen. Bei den Männern nebenher gesagt ist es natürlich so, dass es auch den Testosteronspiegel beeinträchtigen kann, zu viel Stress, und das sorgt dafür, dass die Libido abnimmt oder auch, dass die Fruchtbarkeit abnehmen kann. Dass Stress natürlich auch andere Hormonsysteme beeinflussen, ist selbstredend. Da möchte ich aber heute gar nicht so drauf eingehen. Ist ein ganz, ganz großes Thema. Was noch spannend ist, ist das Geschlechterspezifische, das heißt die Unterschiede. Von verschiedenen Studien kann man davon ausgehen, dass zum Beispiel Östrogen uns schützt vor Stress eher. Das kennen wir vielleicht auch diejenigen Frauen, die schon mal schwanger waren. Wenn man schwanger ist, ist man ziemlich gelassen, man ist stressresistent. Auf der anderen Seite, Stress kann bei Männern Testosteron anregen und das kann auch zu vermehrter Aggression führen. Ich möchte gerne die Nebennieren nochmals genauer betrachten. Und zwar liegen die, wir haben zwei davon, oberhalb der Nieren, und das sind so kleine Dreieckchen, die wie gesagt für die Ausschüttung des Cortisols zuständig sind. Wenn wir jetzt viel Stress haben, viel unterwegs sind, unterwegs meine ich nicht nur unterwegs in dem Sinne, dass ich auf der Straße unterwegs bin, sondern unterwegs heißt für mich auch mental. Also nicht zur Ruhe kommen, sondern immer gedanklich irgendwie unterwegs zu sein, Gedankenkarussell, nicht zur Ruhe zu kommen. Dann brauche ich sehr viel Cortisol, beziehungsweise das Cortisol wird angeregt, und wenn ich zu viel Cortisol brauche, dann ist ja irgendwann die Nebenniere auch mal erschöpft. Da sprechen wir von der Nebennierenmüdigkeit, Adrenal Fatigue. Es gibt Experten, die das nicht anerkennen. Ich finde es eine spannende Theorie und deswegen möchte ich dir die erklären. Und zwar geht es darum, dass wenn ich eine Nebennierenerschöpfung habe und die Nebenniere nicht mehr genügend Cortisol produzieren kann, dann fängt sie an zu stehlen. Und zwar sagt man, dass sie da unter Umständen von den Sexualhormonen stiehlt, um daraus Cortisol zu machen. Und prädestiniert ist Progesteron. Progesteron ist auch dafür da, für die Entspannung, ist ein weibliches Sexualhormon, auch in der Schwangerschaft ganz, ganz wichtig. Das heißt also, wenn wir wiederum da schauen zum Thema Fruchtbarkeit, zum Thema Zyklusgesundheit, ist natürlich das Progesteron ganz, ganz wichtig, dass nach dem Eisprung dann den Höhepunkt erreichen wird, neben dem, dass das Östrogen runtergeht. Das ist einfach ein ganz kurzer Exkurs. Und wenn ich natürlich jetzt meine Nebenniere habe, die aus anderen Hormonen Cortisol macht, dann kann es gut sein, dass mein Sexualhormonzyklus, mein Monatszyklus, dass der darunter leidet. Das heißt also, wenn mein Progesteronzyklus eben zu niedrig ist oder da ein Ungleichgewicht zwischen Östrogen und Progesteron, da kann es zu PMS kommen, also prämenstruellen Symptomen wie Schmerzen, wie Kopfschmerzen, wie depressive Verstimmung. Es kann aber auch zu Schwierigkeiten kommen bei der Empfängnis, also schwanger zu werden. Wie ich vorher schon gesagt habe, das ist nicht ein wissenschaftlich akzeptiertes Feld. Ich finde es aber sehr spannend und da ihr wisst, dass ich ganzheitlich arbeite, ziehe ich mir verschiedene Theorien hin und da wir wissen, dass immer mehr Frauen Schwierigkeiten haben, schwanger zu werden, ist das sicherlich ein Konzept, was man im Fall von viel Stress mal näher beleuchten könnte. Natürlich im Feld des chronischen Stress und chronischer Stress hat natürlich noch andere Auswirkungen. Zum einen kann es auch zu Schlafstörungen führen. Adrenalin, aktivierende Hormone, die werden ja früh morgens, so ab 4, 5 Uhr werden die aktiviert, wird das mehr ausgeschüttet, sodass ich dann langsam wach werde. Und wenn ich im Dauerstress bin, dann kann das etwas sein, dass der Körper nicht regenerieren kann. Das heißt, dass diese Parasympathikus, dieses aktivierendes Hormonsystem, dass das schon viel zu früh aktiviert ist oder abends gar nicht runterfahren kann. Dann haben wir auch das Thema Stoffwechsel. Thema Übergewicht ist auch ein ganz, ganz großes Thema. Und zwar habe ich es vorher schon gesagt, wenn das System der Flucht- und Kampfmodus aktiviert wird, also Cortisol aktiviert wird, dann brauche ich keine Verdauung, weil ich muss kämpfen oder ich muss davon rennen. Das heißt also, der Körper stellt den Verdauungsapparat auf Null. Also da passiert überhaupt nichts. Und jetzt stell dir vor, wenn du dauernd im Stress bist und du isst aber gleichzeitig und vielleicht nicht die besten Sachen und vielleicht manchmal auch dann Convenient Food und zu viel und zu lange, zu spät und der Körper kann dann auch noch nicht verdauen, dann kannst du dir vorstellen, dass diese ganzen Dinge, die du isst, eben nicht verdaut werden, nicht genutzt werden, nicht in deinen Zellen da, wo es sollte, ankommt, sondern es wird in Fettzellen umgewandelt, beziehungsweise es liegt einfach brach in deinem Magen. Das sind einfach die Themen Völlegefühl, Blähungen, Unwohlsein, je nachdem, was man isst. Ja, soll ich jetzt den ganzen Tag auf dem Teppich sitzen und meditieren, damit ich aus dem Stress rauskomme? Das ist so eine Floskel, die mir manchmal die Leute zuwerfen, wenn ich sage, hey, du musst ein bisschen auf deinen Stresslevel gucken. Aber Butter bei den Fischen. Was kann man tun, um das Stresssystem nicht immer aktiviert zu haben? Wichtig ist, den Parasympathikus zu aktivieren. Was heißt das jetzt schon wieder? Also der Parasympathikus ist das System für die Entspannung und für die Verdauung und unter anderem sind das die Hormone Endorphin und Serotonin, die ausgeschüttet werden. Das sind ja auch so die Happy-Hormone. Und wenn ich zum Beispiel in die Bewegung komme, beim Sport, dann werden diese Hormone aktiviert und neutralisieren die Stresshormone. Wenn ich das nicht tue, dann ist es so, dass wirklich diese innere Anspannung einfach auch da ist und dass es zum Unwohlsein kommt und dass sich eben diese verschiedenen Symptome, dass die sich mit der Zeit wie aufbauen können. Also Sport bzw. Bewegung ist etwas sehr, sehr Schönes, wenn es in Verbindung ist, zum Beispiel auch mit der Natur, wo ich visuell auch das Grün sehe, Momentan finde ich es mega schön, im Wald oder in der Natur oder einfach im Feld entlang zu spazieren und bewusst dieses Grün aufzunehmen, diese Farbe Grün, die heilend ist, die mir wirklich so die Ruhe gibt. Und durch die Atmung, durch die langsame Atmung kann ich diese guten Hormone, also gut, nein, es gibt nicht gut und schlecht, sondern einfach diese Endorphine, diese Serotonin kann ich ausschütten und kann somit meine Stresshormone neutralisieren. Ich habe es vorher gerade gesagt, Thema Atmung. Atmung, genauer gesagt auch die tiefe Bauchatmung, ist eine sehr, sehr gute Übung, um in das Entspannungssystem zu kommen. Wenn ich tief in meinen Bauch reinatme, wenn ich tief meine Atmung aktiviere, dann aktiviere ich eben auch Endorphine und Serotonine. Das ist eine sehr, sehr schöne Sache. Wenn du jetzt jemand bist, der ganz neu mit Entspannungstechniken zu tun hat, dann ist sicherlich die Atmungsübung eine sehr schöne Sache. Und das können wir mal zusammen, nicht mal, sondern jetzt zusammen machen. Atemübungen kannst du überall machen, egal ob du irgendwo im Bus sitzt oder du hörst mich jetzt im Ohr und bist gerade am Gehen. Atemübungen sind etwas für jederzeit und jederorts. Ja, und deswegen würde ich dir jetzt empfehlen, einfach einen Moment deine Hände, wenn es geht, auf die Brust zu legen, die Augen zu schließen. Wenn du läufst, wenn du Auto fährst, bitte Augen offen lassen, aber trotzdem die Konzentration, beziehungsweise wenn du Auto fährst, entweder Pause machen oder das Video jetzt stoppen und wenn du irgendwo wieder angehalten hast, dann weitersehen oder weiterhören. Ich mache also die Augen zu, habe die Hand auf meinem Brustbein und ich atme tief durch die Nase ein und einmal tief durch den Mund ausatmen und noch einmal. Und jetzt schließe ich den Mund und atme durch die Nase ein und durch die Nase aus, in meinem eigenen Rhythmus. Und ich spüre, wie ich durch die Einatmung die kühlere Luft durch die Nasenlöcher einziehe und durch die Ausatmung wird die warme, verbrauchte Luft wieder durch die Nasenlöcher ausgestoßen. Spüre deine Hände auf deinem Brustbein, auf deinem Brustkorb und atme ein und aus und sei eine stille Beobachterin. Beobachte einfach, was passiert, wenn du ein- und ausatmest. Dann darfst du deine Ein- und Ausatmung ein wenig vertiefen, indem du tiefer einatmest und tiefer ausatmest. Spüre, wie bei der Einatmung der Brustkorb sich leicht hebt und der Bauch, die Bauchdecke sich hebt. Und bei der Ausatmung senkt sich die Bauchdecke wieder und der Brustkorb senkt sich. Verlängern wir die Atmung ein wenig, indem wir auf 3 einatmen und auf 6 ausatmen. Einatmen, 2, 3, ausatmen, 2, 4, 5, 6 und ein, 2, 3 und aus, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 und mach das noch 3 Runden. Dann löst du langsam die Hände, du öffnest langsam die Augen. Und jetzt könntest du wieder weiter laufen, weitergehen oder einfach mir weiter zuhören. Dies ist eine ganz, ganz kleine Übung, die nicht viel Zeit braucht. Du brauchst auch keine Hilfsmittel dafür, sondern nur einen Moment Zeit für dich. Ein Moment, in dem du deinen Körper spürst und deine Atmung bewusst aktivierst und gleichzeitig auch dein Entspannungssystem aktivierst. Und damit aktivierst du auch dein Verdauungssystem. Bei den Tipps für Stressreduktion darf natürlich die Ernährung nicht fehlen. Es gibt tendenziell Lebensmittel, wo man denkt, dass die eine Auswirkung auf den Hormon- oder den Stressauslöser haben können. Das kann zum Beispiel Koffein sein. Koffein ist im Kaffee, aber auch im Tee drin. Und zu viel Koffein kann stressauslösend sein. Dann aber auch Zucker, sehr stark zuckerhaltige Getränke und Lebensmittel und auch das Thema Fett, und zwar nicht die guten Fette, sondern die sogenannten Transfette, die industriell hergestellten Fette. Da kann es dazu führen, dass diese auch in hohem Maße, also wenn sie viel und oft über lange Zeit regelmäßig konsumiert werden, dass die auch stressauslösend sein können. Und wenn ich sage stressauslösend, dann meine ich wirklich, dass sie Hormone, Stresshormone auslösend sein können. Und wie oft oder wie wissen wir ja, wie gut wissen wir, dass Fett und Zucker, Industriezucker, ja oft ein Buddy sind. Also die gehören oft zusammen. Was sind denn gute Nahrungsmittel? Und da reden wir ja auch vom Brain Food, ne, von der Stressnahrung in dem Sinne. Und da sind natürlich Nüsse an vorderster Front. Ich habe versucht, so ein bisschen das Thema Stress und den Impact auf die Gesundheit zu erklären. Wie ich das erklärt habe, ist sehr stark westmedizinisch geprägt. Und du weißt oder weißt vielleicht nicht, ich bin sehr stark TCM geprägt. Ich habe selber traditionelle chinesische Medizin erfahren dürfen als Patientin vor über 10 Jahren und bin dann auch in diesen Bereich gekommen, mache jetzt gerade noch eine Weiterbildung im Bereich TCM Ernährung und ich selber ernähre mich auch so. Das heißt, in der TCM geht es nicht um Hormone per se. Hormondysbalancen, Stress und die Reaktion auf Stress ist in der TCM mitunter eine Leber-Qi-Stagnation. Was heißt das? Das heißt Leber-Qi, Leberenergie-Stagnation, eine Leberenergie-Stau, ein Stau in dem Sinne. Und die Leber ist das Element des Holzes, die Leber, deren Emotion auch Zorn ist. Und deswegen geh mal ein bisschen in dich und überleg dir, wenn du gestresst bist, bist du auch öfter vielleicht ein bisschen zornig. Und Zorn ist etwas, was die Leber zerdrückt, was die Leber staut. Das heißt, das Qi, die Energie, kann nicht mehr richtig fließen. Und deswegen auch da in der TCM empfehlen wir Bewegung in die Natur, wandern, ein bisschen joggen, nicht Marathon joggen, weil da schütte ich wieder zu viele Stresshormone aus, sondern wirklich ein entspanntes Joggen zur Stressreduktion oder Atemübungen, Meditation und auch einfach ein gutes, entspanntes Verhältnis zur Ernährung. Was heißt das entspanntes Verhältnis zur Ernährung? Ich sage immer, Ernährung ist eigentlich ganz, ganz einfach. Sobald du auf der Packung irgendwas liest, was du nicht verstehst, was du nicht kennst, kannst du es eigentlich wieder weglegen, weil dann hat das nichts mehr mit natürlichem Lebensmittel zu tun. Und wenn wir davon reden, dass wir saisonal, regional essen sollen, dann hat das auch damit zu tun, dass ich achtsam schaue, okay, was tut mir gut, was ist jetzt etwas, was wirklich hier in der Region gereift ist. Zum Beispiel Blumenkohl, nicht Blumenkohl, Rosenkohl ist etwas, was auch im Winter reift, was im Winter dann geerntet werden kann. Oder auch Kale, der berühmte Kale, wo wir jetzt überall Grünkohlchips haben. Das sind Dinge, die hier in der Region, ich lebe in der Schweiz, dann im Winter, also zwischen Oktober, November bis März, wächst, auch hier gedeiht. Und natürlich, wenn es hier gedeiht, dann hat es auch am meisten Energie. Das sind so Ansätze, die ich dir einfach so als Inspiration noch mitgeben möchte. Diese Thematik Stress und der Impact auf Gesundheit ist sicherlich hier nicht abschließend. Vielleicht habe ich Dinge vergessen, vielleicht denkst du, hey, über das hast du noch nicht gesprochen. Ich würde mich mega freuen, von dir natürlich auch ein Feedback zu kriegen, ob dir das zum einen gefallen hat, dieses Thema, und auch hilfreich ist. Und auch, wenn du Feedback hast, wenn du Anmerkungen hast, gerne entweder direkt auf unser automatischen Anrufbeantworter so quasi im Netz über Audacity drauf sprechen oder uns eine Nachricht schicken. Ich freue mich immer darauf, Kritik zu kriegen, Feedback zu kriegen, weil nur damit können wir alle wachsen. Und da wollte ich dir noch eine kurze Anekdote erzählen, die mir heute immer wieder passiert und ich mir dann überlegt habe, aha, so gehst du mit Stress um. Ja, während ich hier dieses Video aufnehme, muss ich mich immer wieder positionieren, muss mein Handy wieder anmachen. Dann ist manchmal so, dass plötzlich irgendwie ein Schlafmodus drin ist. Und schon zweimal habe ich statt abbrechen, habe ich auf Ausschalten gestellt. Und beim zweiten Mal habe ich mich dann schon ein bisschen genervt und habe dann 2-3 Sekunden später gemerkt, hey Karin, du hast keinen Stress. Vielleicht ist es einfach ein Zeichen, einen Moment Pause zu machen, durchzuatmen, etwas trinken zu holen und dann anschließend dein Handy wieder anzuschalten und dir wieder weiter zu filmen. In diesem Sinne, ich wünsche dir eine ganz tolle Zeit und ich freue mich schon aufs nächste Mal bzw. auf deine Frage, die ich gerne beantworte. Ciao! Total über diese Episode heute, und zwar geht es ums Thema Sommerernährung und wieso wir trotz Hitze, trotz schönem Wetter immer mal wieder krank werden und Grippe kriegen. Ich widme diese Episode meiner Nichte Freya, denn sie war gerade ein paar Tage krank, obwohl sie im heißen Bali weilt und Hitze, Sonne hatte, am Strand sie suhlte, badete bei, keine Ahnung, 26 Grad im Wasser und trotzdem von einem Tag auf den anderen hat sie es genommen. Plötzlich hatte sie Halsschmerzen und ein paar Stunden später lag sie im Bett mit fiebriger Stirn und richtig Schnupfen, Husten, so wie man das kennt. Ich bin Karin Arrigoni, ich bin Personal Health Coach, spezialisiere mich auf deinen Rhythmus, und zwar helfe ich Menschen, ihren eigenen Rhythmus wieder zu finden und helfe, Grenzen zu setzen, Selbstfürsorge zu pflegen und wieder in ein balanciertes, schönes Leben zu kommen, was Freude und Vitalität bringt. Ja, Sommergrippe. Es war gerade die letzten Tage mega schönes Wetter. Ich hatte Geburtstag und ich durfte eine tolle Gartenparty feiern mit schönen Freunden. Ich habe die Freunde bekocht, aber es gab nichts Kaltes. Es gab keine gekühlte Cocktails, es gab keinen Gurkensalat, es gab keine Tomaten mit Mozzarella, es gab kein Eis. Wieso? Ich möchte euch das Konzept des Magenfeuers erklären. Und zwar erkläre ich das immer gerne so. Stellt euch vor, ihr geht auf eine Bergtour, auf eine Wanderung, so auf 2.500 Meter. Wenn ihr das noch nie erlebt habt, dann stellt es euch einfach vor. Ganz schön hoch, oberhalb der Baumgrenze. Und selbst da im Sommer wird es ganz schön kühl am Morgen bzw. in der Nacht. Und ich bin jetzt da am Wandern und ich kehre ein in eine Hütte. In dieser Hütte gibt es weder Wasser noch Strom und ich schlafe da und am Morgen früh ist es ganz schön kühl. Und das Erste, was ich mache, ist, ich mache ein Feuer. Hoffentlich hat diese Hütte eine Feuerstelle, aber meistens ist das so. Und ich mache ein Feuer richtig schön groß, damit es warm wird in dieser Hütte. Und erst dann mache ich mir einen Tee oder sogar eine Polenta. Das haben wir im Bündnerland, hat das mein Großvater immer gemacht, selbst zum Frühstück. Und dann habe ich was Warmes und kann dann anfangen, meinen Tag zu genießen. Wenn ich ein richtig schönes Feuer mache, dann muss ich einfach ab und zu nur noch so einen kleinen Scheitel Holz reinlegen und das Feuer brennt, solange ich dies möchte. Und das übertrage ich jetzt auf unsere Verdauung. Wenn wir am Morgen aufstehen, so 6, 7, 8 Uhr, je nachdem, ich spreche jetzt so von dem Alltag, dann ist es so, dass unser Magenfeuer und unser Magen so ein bisschen kalt ist. Das heißt, er braucht so ein bisschen eine Anlaufstärke, um richtig ins Laufen zu kommen. Und da ist natürlich das warme Wasser wunderbar. Erstmal ein warmes Wasser, um den Magen zu wärmen und dann ein warmes Frühstück. Es gibt ganz viele Leute, die sagen mir, hey Karin, ich esse nichts zum Frühstück, weil ich habe keinen Hunger am Morgen. Und da lache ich mittlerweile, weil ich kann sie gut verstehen, das ging mir früher auch so und ich habe auch nichts gegessen und das Gefühl gehabt, hey, ich muss an alles andere denken, nur nicht ans Frühstücken und ich habe ja dann Zeit um 10 Uhr meinen Kaffee, meinen dritten sehr wahrscheinlich nach dem Frühstück schon beziehungsweise nach dem Aufstehen schon einen und kann dann irgendwo ein Gipfeli oder ein Schoki-Weckli essen und hatte auch nie Hunger verspürt. Der Körper, der gibt dir aber oft dieses Signal gar nicht mehr, weil er ganz genau weiß, er kriegt ja sowieso nichts. Der Körper ist nämlich sehr, sehr schlau und weiß ganz genau, was dein Rhythmus ist. Jetzt wollen wir aber einen anderen Rhythmus gehen. Zumindest ich wollte das. Damals, als ich vor 10 Jahren die Diagnose Brustkrebs gekriegt habe und mir bewusst war, die Schulmedizin ist nicht das Einzige, was mir helfen kann. Die sind da fürs Akute und nachher darf ich mir selber helfen. Gehen wir zurück zum Magenfeuer. Stell dir vor, das Feuer, was wir vorhin angefacht haben, das Feuer sind die Nieren. Ich erkläre dir jetzt das Konzept, wie die TCM, die traditionelle chinesische Medizin, dir das erklärt. Das heißt, das Feuer sind die Nieren. Die Nierenenergie ist deine Lebensenergie. Und die Nierenenergie kriegen wir von Geburt an. Das heißt, wir kriegen diese von unseren Eltern. Die Nierenenergie, dessen sollten wir sehr, sehr gut Sorge tragen. Jetzt habe ich da das Nierenfeuer und ich habe obendrauf den Kochtopf. Der Kochtopf ist mein Magen. Wenn also das Feuer richtig schön lodert und ich habe irgendeine Suppe oder eine Polenta oder eine Gerstensuppe in meinem Kochtopf, dann brodelt das da drin auch so richtig. Und du stellst dir vor, dass es dann dampft. Und der Dampf, das ist das Qi. Das ist unsere Energie, die aufsteigt. Und die Energie ist ja das, was wir aus der Nahrung rausnehmen möchten. Und das Qi, die Energie, ist das, was dann quasi die Energie ist, was über unseren Blutkreislauf in unsere einzelnen Zellen geht. Jetzt stell dir vor, dass dein Kochtopf, dein Magenfeuer, dass das nicht mehr so richtig lodert, nicht mehr so richtig brennt. Und wieso ist das so? In der heutigen Zeit essen wir öfters nichts oder wir essen kalt. Es gibt viele Leute, die auch warm essen, aber ich sage mal so, das Gros der Menschen unserer Gesellschaft, die oft keine Zeit haben, und auch da spreche ich von meinen Erfahrungen, essen entweder am Morgen nichts oder nur kurz ein Smoothie, ein kaltes, oder irgendein Eiweißshake oder ein Stück Brot. Zum Mittag haben wir keine Zeit, da essen wir vielleicht ein Sandwich oder für die schlanke Linie einen Salat, und abends dann, wenn wir Glück haben oder wenn der Magen, unser Stoffwechselglück hat, dann kriegt er etwas Warmes. Das heißt, von Haus auf, von Geburt an, wenn wir gesund sind, haben wir genügend Energie und unser Magenfeuer lodert. Unser Magenfeuer ist warm. Und mit der Zeit, mit den Jahren bzw. mit den Jahrzehnten, wenn ich wenig esse, wenn ich Mahlzeiten auslasse und wenn ich anfange, eben viel kalt zu essen, dann wird mein Magenfeuer immer kälter. Oder auch es kaltet ab. Und jetzt stell dir vor, du hast eine Suppe, die nicht richtig kocht, die nicht kochen kann. Was gibt das? Ich stelle mir immer vor, das gibt so eine gräuliche Masse, so eine gräuliche Suppe, und das Qi, die Energie, kann nicht verdampfen. Die Energie kann nirgends hingehen. Und das heißt natürlich auch jetzt, okay, was passiert denn mit dieser Energie, die nirgends hingehen kann? Wenn also das Qi, die Energie, nirgends hingehen kann, das heißt, das Magenfeuer, der Feuertopf, da brodelt nichts, da ist keine Wärme, dann haben wir da eine dicke Suppe, wir haben da Feuchtigkeit, und das ist zum einen ein Grund für Blähungen. Das ist ein Grund für weichen, durchfallartigen Stuhlgang. Gerade am Morgen haben das viele Leute. Das heißt, das ist ganz wichtig, und das ist auch ein Grund, wieso Nährstoffe nicht verstoffwechselt werden können. Das heißt, der Körper kann sie nicht brauchen, weil die Wärme nicht da ist. Jetzt gehen wir in den Sommer. Im Sommer ist es so, dass es draußen wärmer ist, dass es draußen mittlerweile oder vielleicht so sogar 25, 30 Grad ist. Und da kennen wir das, dass wir weniger Hunger haben, was ja auch okay ist. Jetzt ist es aber draußen heiß, vielleicht sind wir ab und zu auch im See oder im Wasser, im Meer, und dann kommen wir raus, dann haben wir eine Kühle von draußen, und ich trinke dann auch sehr viel eisgekühlte Getränke, ich trinke ein Smoothie, ich esse Salat, und ich esse on the top auch noch sehr viel Glacé, also Eiscreme. Und da irgendwann kollabiert der Körper. Das heißt, der Körper bzw. das Magenfeuer müsste eigentlich, der Magen, der müsste die ganze Zeit brodeln. Und er muss jetzt mehr Energie aufwenden, um diese Suppe, Eissuppe oder eben eisgekühlte Cola, um die aufzuwärmen, um dann wiederum die Essenz aus diesen Dingen rauszunehmen. Und wenn es nur der Zucker ist, der in Glucose umwechselt. Und da ist dieses Extreme ist so brutal für den Körper, denn er hat drinne kalt, er muss also mehr Energie aufnehmen oder aufwenden, so muss man sagen, und auf der anderen Seite ist es draußen heiß, das heißt, er muss versuchen, die Haut zu kühlen. Also das heißt, da klatschen zwei Extreme aufeinander und irgendwann macht der Körper Tilt. Wenn ich es nicht merke, dann legt er sich einfach mal oder legt er mich einfach mal flach, sodass ich wieder ausruhe. Und wenn ich krank bin Dann ist es eher so, dass ich einen warmen Tee trinke oder eine warme Suppe. Also auch da, unser Körper ist wirklich schlau und irgendwann zieht er einfach die Handbremse und sagt, so, jetzt reicht's, jetzt schauen wir mal, wie wir dich wieder in den Griff kriegen und wie du wieder in deinen Rhythmus kommst. Was kann ich jetzt also machen, wenn ich Glace liebe, also Eis, wenn ich eisgekühlte Getränke liebe? Als erstes, ich sage immer, nicht alles verbieten. Aber, und jetzt kommt ein großes Aber, diese Dinge in Kombination essen oder trinken. Also zum einen, wenn du Eis isst, dann guck doch, dass du vorher etwas Warmes gegessen hast oder vielleicht einen lauwarmen Tee trinkst. Schau, dass du am Morgen trotz Wärme ein warmes Frühstück isst, sodass dein Magenfeuer angewärmt ist, dass der Motor läuft und du nur ab und zu wieder was reinbringen darfst. Das ist so ein Tipp, was ich selber mache, wenn ich Eiscreme esse, dann gucke ich, dass ich vorher was gegessen habe oder dass ich was Warmes trinke. Ich trinke zum Beispiel auch nie mehr kaltes Wasser. Ich trinke mein Wasser warm. Und am Anfang ist das eine komische Idee oder beziehungsweise eine komische Vorstellung für viele Leute. Wenn du das aber mal probierst, in der Hitze, nicht gerade nach dem Sport oder während des Sports, aber sonst normalerweise, dann wirst du merken, dass der Körper dir das dankt. Jetzt haben wir in der TCM auch noch Lebensmittel, die wir unterteilen in verschiedene Temperaturen. Das heißt, ich habe zum einen kalte Lebensmittel, das sind alle Südfrüchte, plus Joghurt, plus Gurken oder auch Tomaten. Und ich habe das andere Extrem, das sind die heißen Lebensmittel, natürlich Chili, aber auch Fleisch. Lammfleisch ist das heißeste, ist das wärmste Fleisch unter dem Fleisch. Und wenn ich natürlich das Fleisch auch noch grilliere, also grille, dann wird es noch heißer. Und da habe ich auch wieder zwei Extreme, die aufeinander klatschen. Weil ich habe zum einen, wenn ich grilliere, als Beispiel habe ich den Tomaten-Mozzarella-Salat und ich habe auf der anderen Seite das heiße Lammfilet, was ich auf dem Grill mache, vielleicht noch mit einer Chili-Salsa. Das heißt, ich habe wieder diese zwei Extremen und der Körper muss zwischen diesen zwei Extremen dealen. Was könnte ich jetzt machen? Ich kann zum einen das heiße Lammfleisch essen mit einem Chutney als Beispiel oder mit einer kühlenden Joghurtcreme, weil kalt und heiß. Und oder ich kann den Tomaten-Mozzarella-Salat essen und nebenbei vielleicht auch noch einen lauwarmen Karottensalat dabei haben und Mozzarella und Tomaten mit ganz, ganz viel Basilikum essen. Also nicht nur so eine homöopathische Gabe, sondern wirklich mit Basilikum. Also da ruhig einen halben Bund Basilikum klein schneiden und das mit dem Salat essen, weil Basilikum ist aromatisch, gibt die Wärme rein und gleicht das wieder aus. Ja, das ist so etwas, was man in diesem Bereich sehr, sehr gut machen kann. Jetzt haben wir vom Magenfeuer gesprochen, von der Energie, vom Nierenfeuer. Jetzt möchte ich das nochmals ins Leben transportieren und zwar, wenn du so 35 plus bist und ja, da voll im Leben stehst, dann bist du dir auch bewusst, dass sobald, langsam, aber bald, eine neue Lebensepoche schon kommt. Ich spreche da von der Perimenopause, so heißt es bei den Frauen, aber auch bei den Menschen, bei den Männern wird sich etwas ändern. Und da ist es so, dass auch der Stoffwechsel ganz natürlich so ein bisschen peu à peu mit den Jahren langsamer wird. Also deswegen ist es auch da ganz, ganz wichtig, dass ich warme Sachen esse, dass ich zu meinem Körper schaue. Denn die Energie ist etwas, was mit der Zeit auch langsam abnimmt. Also unsere Nierenenergie, die Energie, die wir mitgekriegt haben von unseren Eltern, die nimmt über die Jahre langsam ab. Das ist wie ein Sparkonto, was du zum Beispiel bei deiner Geburt hast du 10.000 Franken gekriegt und jedes Jahr nimmst du ein bisschen was davon weg für dein Taschengeld, für deine Feriengeschenke, was auch immer du gerne machst. Und dann wird das Konto langsam, aber langsam wird es kleiner. Jetzt, wenn ich das übertrage auf meine Nierenenergie, dann ist es natürlich so, dass wenn meine Nierenenergie kleiner wird bzw. aufgebraucht ist, dann sterbe ich. Und das möchten wir ja gerne im hohen Alter. Jetzt habe ich die Möglichkeit, meine Nierenenergie zu kultivieren, zu konservieren, da sehr, sehr stark Sorge drauf zu tragen. Und zwar kann ich das zum einen machen mit Ernährung, das heißt mich gut nähren, regelmäßig essen, am besten 2 bis 3 Mal am Tag warm, nebenbei ab und zu Samen, Kräuter, Nüsse mit reinbringen, Beeren mit reinbringen, was die bekannten Superfoods sind. Und auf der anderen Seite mit ganz viel Ruhe. Also relax to the max sozusagen. Und was heißt das genau? Weil wir sind immer on the go, alles so englische Floskeln, aber ihr wisst, ich liebe das Denglisch und deswegen habe ich das ganz, ganz oft drauf. Ja, wir sind oft unterwegs wieder das Wort auch gedanklich unterwegs zu sein und das ist etwas, was auch unsere Nierenenergie verbraucht. Deswegen habe ich mir in den letzten Jahren angewöhnt, immer mal wieder still zu sitzen, still zu stehen, auch gedanklich. Zum einen kann man das sehr gut machen mit Atemübungen, weil die Atemübungen, die bringen uns in unseren Parasympathikus, die bringen uns in die Ruhe, in die Entspannung. Und zum anderen ist natürlich die Meditation eine sehr gute Möglichkeit, zur Ruhe zu kommen. Gedanken kann ich nicht wegradieren, die sind da. Aber ich kann anfangen, mit diesen Gedanken viel natürlicher umzugehen. Wenn so ein Gedanke kommt, sage ich immer, das ist für mich wie eine Wolke. Ich begrüße diese Wolke, ich schaue sie mir an und im nächsten Moment sage ich, hey, du darfst weiterziehen, du darfst gehen. Das heißt, ein Gedanke kommt und ein Gedanke geht. Das ist genauso wie mit den Sorgen. Eine Sorge kommt und ich bin mir bewusst, dass diese Sorge auch wieder geht. Und je länger ich daran festhalte, desto länger bleibt sie. Das ist etwas, was man kultivieren kann, was man üben darf. Das kommt nicht von heute auf morgen. Aber das ist auch etwas, was ich dir zeigen will, was ich dir zeige. Diese Impulse möchte ich dir immer wieder geben. Sich bewusst zu sein, dass du bist deine Gedanken. Und das, was du denkst, das bist du auch. Also sei dir bewusst, was du denkst und sei dir auch bewusst, dass du diese Gedanken loslassen kannst, dass du sie weiter schicken kannst in dem Sinne und sagen kannst, hey, jetzt ist ein anderer Moment. Ja, Ernährung ist so mein Steckenpferd. Ich bin mit guter Ernährung aufgewachsen. Bei uns gab es immer Gekochtes. Meine Mutter hat immer selber gekocht. Und doch bin ich auch mit der modernen Küche aufgewachsen. Beziehungsweise ja, mit Maggi, mit Knorr. Also so diese schnellen Dinge, damit es für die Hausfrau besser und schneller geht. Und das habe ich vor gut 10 Jahren erkannt, dass es zwar schneller geht, aber dass es für den Körper nicht besser ist. Und wenn dich interessiert, was man denn so kochen könnte durch den Sommer, fürs Frühstück, am Abend mit der Familie, dann schau doch mal auf meinem Instagram-Kanal Karen Vitality. Da findest du ganz viele Rezepte, findest du Inspiration zum täglichen Leben, wie du wieder in deine Kraft kommst, wie du dein Leben leben kannst, mit Ruhe, mit Entspannung, obwohl du on the go bist. Darum geht es. Es geht nicht darum, auf dem Teppich zu sitzen und den ganzen Tag zu meditieren, sondern es geht darum, dein Rhythmus zu leben, dein Leben zu lieben und glücklich zu sein. Ich wünsche dir ein glückliches Leben und ich freue mich auf deine Frage für die nächste Episode. Ciao! Und ich freue mich auf die heutige Frage bzw. diese zu beantworten. Barbara hat mir diese Frage gestellt. Sie ist 45, sie wird, glaube ich, 46, ist eine Freundin von mir und sie hat mich gefragt, hey, was kann ich tun, damit ich nicht so stark unter Symptomen in der Menopause leiden werde? Sie ist noch nicht in der Menopause, sie hat noch keine Symptome, aber bestimmt ist sie in der Perimenopause, weil wir ja wissen, im Durchschnitt kommen wir in die Menopause mit ungefähr 3,54, das ist das Durchschnittsalter. Und die Menopause wird ja auch so definiert, dass wenn wir ein Jahr keine Blutung mehr haben, dann bin ich in der Menopause. Und vorher bin ich in der Vormenopause oder Perimenopause auch genannt. Wir hier in der Schweiz nennen es Wechseljahre, in Deutschland glaube ich auch. Und diese Wechseljahre, die können bis zu 10 Jahre dauern. Jetzt wollen wir wissen, was kann ich dafür tun? Und da ist vielleicht das Erste schon mal, sich nicht zu sorgen. Ich habe heute Morgen in ChatGPT eingegeben, was ist wichtig bei der Menopause, bei der Perimenopause. Und das Erste, was kam, war, du musst dich mit der Situation auseinandersetzen und diese Symptome wie Hitzewallungen, wie weniger Schlaf oder Schlafstörungen, wie Stimmungsschwankungen, das musst du einfach akzeptieren. Und da habe ich postwendend zurückgeschrieben und habe gesagt, ja, danke vielmals für die Information, ich bin aber nicht dieser Meinung, denn es gibt viele Völker und Kulturen, da haben die Frauen keine Menopause. Und dass ich der Meinung bin, dass diese ganzen Symptome durch den heutigen Lifestyle mitunter auch da sind. Ja, und schwupps, hat er mir geantwortet und hat gesagt, ja, ist eine sehr gute Sichtweise, ich hätte absolut recht, es gäbe Völker und es gibt Frauen, gerade in asiatischen Kulturen, die eben sehr, sehr wenig leiden oder sehr wenige Symptome haben und dass man da auch eben ganzheitlich schauen muss. Und das ist genau mein Thema, die Ganzheitlichkeit. Lebe deinen Rhythmus, das ist immer wieder das Thema oder das ist das Überthema bei meinen Themen, bei meiner Arbeit auch, wo ich sehr viel Coaching mache. Wer bin ich? Ich bin Karin Arrigoni, ich bin Personal Health Coach und Frauencoach und ich sorge dafür, dass die Frauen wieder in ihren eigenen Rhythmus kommen. Dass sie lernen, Grenzen zu setzen, Selbstfürsorge zu praktizieren und ihr Leben mit Freude und Vitalität leben können. Zum Thema Lebe deinen Rhythmus. Wenn wir uns kleine Kinder anschauen, dann ist es meist so, dass die ihren Rhythmus leben. Die essen, wenn sie Hunger haben, die spielen, wenn sie den Bewegungsdrang haben, die können aber auch mal ganz in Ruhe sitzen und einfach sich mit irgendetwas zu beschäftigen. Und dies ist etwas, was wir über die Jahre verlernt haben. Gerade wir Frauen haben das Gefühl, dass wir immer alles machen müssen, organisieren dürfen, kontrollieren müssen. Und da ist das große Thema. Das heißt, wir spüren uns nicht mehr. Wir sind immer im Kopf, überlegen uns, was kommt als nächstes, und wenn es hochkommt, machen wir uns auch Sorgen. Und Sorgen ist ein ganz, ganz großer Hormonfresser, sage ich jetzt mal so im Groben. Was heißt das genau? Mit ungefähr 40 Jahren fängt es an, dass der Hormonspiegel sich verändert. Das heißt, das Progesteron nimmt langsam ab. Dadurch kann es ein Übermaß an Östrogen geben. Das sind auch so diese Hitzewallungen, diese Stimmungsschwankungen, ganz, ganz viele Symptome. Und mit der Zeit bis zur Menopause und dann auch in der Postmenopause, da nehmen die Hormone ganz stark ab, sodass wir nur noch wenig Hormone haben. Was ich ganz spannend finde, ist das Thema Zunehmen. Ganz viele Frauen haben total Panik davor, zuzunehmen. Der Körper ist aber total schlau und der macht das deswegen oder guckt, dass wir mehr Fettanteil haben, weil er aus den Fettzellen wiederum Sexualhormone produzieren kann. Gerade Östrogen wird in den Fettzellen gespeichert. Natürlich möchte ich nicht wahnsinnig zunehmen, aber ich brauche auch nicht meine sexy Wespentaille zu behalten. Denn wieso haben wir das? In der reproduktiven Phase, das heißt also, wenn wir in die Periode kommen, wenn wir geschlechtsreif werden, bis ungefähr 40, 45 sind wir im reproduktiven Alter und sind jetzt biologisch für Nachwuchs da. Ich sage das jetzt ganz plakativ. Und jetzt geht es in der Perimenopause bzw. nachher in der Menopause um ganz andere Dinge. Dies ist die Zeit, wo wir Frauen youngiger werden. Ihr kennt sicherlich ein oder zwei Frauen in eurem Umfeld, die plötzlich noch irgendwas anschieben, die etwas machen oder die auch sagen, das mache ich nicht mehr. Und da komme ich zu meinem ersten Thema. Was ist wichtig? Wichtig ist, sich selber wieder zu spüren. Mach dir eine Liste und schau, welche Dinge du nicht mehr machen möchtest. Welche Dinge du seit Jahren machst und dir Bauchschmerzen gibt dabei. Schaue, was gibt dir Energie? Was sind Dinge, die du mehr machen möchtest? Und das beinhaltet nicht nur das Berufliche, sondern das beinhaltet auch das Familiäre, Freundschaften, Familie, Ehepartner. Und wenn ich davon spreche, dann meine ich nicht, dass man sich trennen muss, dass man einen riesen Hack machen muss, sondern es geht darum, deine Perspektive zu suchen und zu schauen, hey, was sind Dinge, die ich anders machen möchte? Was sind Dinge, die meine Energie, was mir Energie spart, beziehungsweise was mir Energie gibt? In der westlichen Medizin reden wir oft bei Stress von Adrenalin, oder einfach dieser Sympathikus, diese Stresshormone, Cortisol auch, die wir ausschütten. In der TCM, in der traditionellen chinesischen Medizin, gibt es das nicht. Es gibt aber ein Organ, was sehr, sehr stark auch mit dem Adrenalin in Verbindung gebracht werden kann, und zwar ist das die Niere. Die Nieren sind unser Speicherorgan für Energie. Das heißt, hier ist es jetzt auch wichtig, wenn ich anfange, Mitte 40 mal aufzuatmen. Die Kinder sind nicht mehr im Babyalter meistens, sondern ich habe wirklich Zeit, um mich zu schauen und wieder für mich zu schauen. Dann schaue ich auch mal, hey, was macht meine Nierenenergie? Wie fühle ich mich? Bin ich morgens immer müde? Bin ich abends total ausgelaugt? Dann ist es an der Zeit, wirklich für dich zu schauen und in die Entspannung zu kommen. Entspannung, was heißt das genau? Da meine ich damit, dass du wirklich Ruhephasen einplanst. entspannen, 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 damit deine Nierenenergie sich wieder füllen kann. Das kann ich zum einen mit Ernährung machen, da kommen wir noch drauf, aber viel, viel mehr mit Ruhe. Wenn ich mich immer aufrege, wenn ich von A nach B renne und dann auch noch zu C, dann bin ich nicht in der Ruhe. In der Ruhe bin ich, wenn ich im Flow bin, wenn ich etwas mache, was mich glücklich macht, wenn ich einfach lese, wenn ich einfach mal sitzen darf und nichts tun muss und auch nicht beim Sitzen schon überlegen, was kann ich denn noch für meine Familie tun? Was muss ich noch erledigen? Nein, lass es los. Dein Umfeld, deine Leute, die können Dinge auch ohne dich erledigen. Viele Gynäkologinnen und Gynäkologen bestätigen, dass die Perception, also meine innere Haltung zur Perimenopause und Menopause ganz, ganz stark ist, also ganz wichtig ist. Das heißt, wenn ich Angst habe, oh, ich komme jetzt in diese Phase und dann werde ich alt und schrumpelig und dann habe ich ganz viele Symptome, dann wird das auch eintreffen können. Die andere Sache ist das Genetische, oder ich nenne es jetzt mal Epigenetik. Wenn meine Mutter sehr stark an Symptomen gelitten hat, dann kann es gut sein, dass ich damit auch umgehen muss. Und da ist aber ein großer Punkt. Wir wissen heute von der Epigenetik, dass wir die Genetik umwandeln können. Das heißt, da auch zu schauen, okay, was habe ich für Rituale oder was habe ich für Charakterzüge wie meine Mutter, die vielleicht dafür sorgen, dass ich im Stress bin, dass ich rumrenne, dass ich mir Sorgen mache. Also einfach das mal zu beleuchten und zu wissen, hey, ich bin nicht verdammt dazu, das Gleiche zu überleben wie meine Mutter, aber ich muss drauf schauen und ich muss es angucken. Jetzt hatten wir es vom Thema Entspannung. Entspannende Dinge sind Sachen wie Yoga zum Beispiel, Tai Chi, Qigong, Bewegung in der Natur. Die sind alles Sachen, die einem gut tun oder die mir gut tun vor allem. Das heißt, ich bin da nicht so stark im Aktiven, im Sympathikus drinne, sondern bringe den Sympathikus runter, aktiviere den Parasympathikus. Dieses Thema nehme ich immer wieder auf, weil das ganz, ganz wichtig ist. Was auch gut ist zum Thema Entspannen, ist der Schlaf. Das heißt, da zum einen zu schauen, wie ist meine Schlafhygiene? Wie schlafe ich? Habe ich meine Ruhe? Habe ich meinen Rhythmus zum Schlafen? Und auf der anderen Seite aber auch nicht zu hektisch werden, wenn ich mal eine Phase habe, wo ich nicht so viel schlafe oder auch mal aufwache. Schlaf ist überbewertet, das sagt meine Freundin Barbara. Da diskutieren wir oft darüber, weil ich persönlich finde Schlaf ganz, ganz wichtig. Aber wenn ich aufwache und mir dann Sorgen mache, dann wird es umso schwieriger. Das heißt, auch da, leg dir etwas bereit, in dem Falle, wenn du aufwachst, dass du vielleicht ein schönes Öl hast, dass du dir eine Musik anhörst oder sogar eine Einschlafmeditation, irgend sowas, was dir hilft, wieder in den Schlaf zu kommen. Thema Ernährung finde ich ein total geiles Thema, weil wie oft referiere ich nenne es jetzt einfach mal so, Überernährung, Leute fragen mich etwas und dann kommt aber sofort, ja, aber das ist total schwierig. Oder, ja, weißt du, aber am Wochenende möchte ich schon meinen Gin Tonic trinken. Ja, so what? Dann trink ihn. Wie gesagt, wichtig ist immer, die Dinge bewusst zu tun und sich zu spüren. Und ich frage dich jetzt, wenn du weißt, dass dir etwas nicht gut tut, wieso machst du es dann? Wenn unsere Kinder das machen, dann schimpfen wir. Aber bei uns selber, da leben wir immer wieder den Rhythmus anderer. Komm doch einfach mal zurück zu deinem Rhythmus. Spüre deinen Körper. Überleg dir, hey, was tut dir gut? Und zwar spreche ich da nicht von veganer Ernährung oder glutenfrei, wie auch immer, sondern ich rede von ausgeglichener Ernährung. Im Alter ist es so, oder was heißt im Alter, ab 25 verlieren wir jährlich Muskelmasse. Muskel besteht zum großen Teil aus Protein und deswegen ist es logisch, dass wir unser Muskel zum einen ansprechen sollten, das heißt also aktivieren sollten mit Bewegung und zum anderen mehr eiweißreiche Lebensmittel reinbringen dürfen. Beim Sport ist es so, dass wir sagen, okay, Krafttraining ist etwas sehr Schönes, aber auch da, das muss nicht das Krafttraining im Fitnesscenter sein, sondern du kannst dir 3-mal in der Woche 2, 3 Übungen raussuchen, die dir gut tun. Zum Beispiel Sit-Ups oder du machst 2-mal 30 Sekunden Planks. Einfach etwas, was deine Muskulatur stärkt, was deine Muskulatur anspricht und dabei aber auch Spaß hast. Auf der anderen Seite das Thema Ernährung. Wenn ich von ausgewogen rede, dann rede ich immer von natürlicher Ernährung. Das heißt, alles, was ein Label hinten drauf hat, was ich nicht verstehe, wo ich nicht weiß, was ist da drinne, das kann ich wieder zurücklegen. Und wenn ich sage alles, dann ist das immer in Klammer. Ich sage immer 80% gesund, 20% Leisure, einfach wenn ich mal Lust habe und ich gehe irgendwie Fastfood essen oder ich habe einfach das Gefühl, so, das brauche ich jetzt, das will ich jetzt, dann ist es okay und isst das mit Vergnügen, weil etwas, wo ich weiß, das ist nicht so gesund und ich esse es mit schlechtem Gewissen, da schadet es deinem Körper noch viel mehr. Aber zurückzukommen zum natürlichen Essen, also da denke ich natürlich an saisonalen, regionalen Gemüse, Varietät ohne Ende momentan und da denke ich an Getreide, nicht an Pasta, weil Pasta ist auch Industriefood. Ja? Wenn du deine Pasta selber machst, ist was anderes, aber meistens kaufen wir diese. Das heißt Getreide wie Vollkornreis, wie Gerste, wie Hirse, Quinoa, Grünkern, all diese Dinge sind wunderbare Lebensmittel, mit denen ich sehr, sehr viel machen kann und die auch Proteine haben. Wenn wir aber nach der TCM gehen, dann ist es so, dass wir da keine Vitamine, keine Mineralstoffe, keine Proteine, also keine Proteine zählen, sondern wir gehen eher darauf zurück, was tut meinem Magen, meiner Verdauung gut. Und da bitte ich dich, schau doch mal, wie geht es dir nach verschiedenen Lebensmitteln, die du gegessen hast? Also wie geht es mir, wenn ich eine riesen Portion Pommes mit Mayo gegessen habe? Wie geht es mir, wenn ich ein Wok esse mit Reis und sehr viel Gemüse? Einfach da mal schauen, wie es dir geht und wie es dem Körper geht vor allem. Ja, das ist ganz, ganz wichtig. Also das heißt, zum einen schauen, was tut mir gut, zum anderen sich bewusst zu sein, okay, mehr eiweißreiche Lebensmittel, das sind die Eier, das kann Fleisch sein, das muss aber nicht Fleisch sein, das sind Hülsenfrüchte, das sind ganz viele Gemüse, die auch Proteine drin haben und wichtig ist einfach frisch. Und in der TCM schauen wir auch, dass das Magenfeuer immer brennt. Das heißt, wir gehen also nicht auf diese ganzen Makro- und Mikronährstoffe, sondern die Verdauung ist für uns das ganz, ganz zentrale, wichtige Organ. Das heißt, dass die Verdauung gut läuft und dafür ist es gut, wenn wir warm essen. Viel warm essen, oft warm essen am Tag und uns auch bewusst machen, wie gesagt, tut es mir gut. Ich habe das letzte Mal eine Episode gemacht zum Thema Essen im Sommer. Und da sind natürlich die kalten Dinge auch ein großer Faktor, allgemein jetzt auch in der Peri- und Menopause. Das heißt, schau, dass dein Magenfeuer gewärmt ist, dass deine Verdauung gut funktioniert. Also trink nicht allzu viel eisgekühlte Getränke oder kaltes Bier. Und auf der anderen Seite auch das extrem heiße. Das heißt, scharf und heiß ist etwas, was deine Säfte verdampft. Wir Frauen, wir sind Yin. Das heißt, wenn wir zur Welt kommen als Frau, wir sind so wir haben sehr viel Yin in dem Sinne, das ist so das Saftige, das Weibliche, das Sanfte. Und mit der Zeit verlieren wir das. Wir werden yangiger, die Männer werden yiniger. Und das hat auch damit zu tun, beziehungsweise da ist es auch ganz wichtig, dass wir in der Ernährung schauen, dass wir nicht zu heiß essen, also zu scharf essen, besser gesagt, und dass wir auch auf der anderen Seite nicht zu viel Alkohol zu uns nehmen. Alkohol ist auch scharf, ist heiß und das verdampft unsere Säfte noch zusätzlich. Mal ein kühles blondes, ein Bier, ein Weizenbier, weil das hat östrogenartige Substanzen mit drin, das ist wunderbar. Aber alles, was hochprozentiger ist, das verdampft dein Yin. Und du möchtest ja dein Yin, deine Energie kultivieren. In unseren Breitengraden essen wir sehr gerne scharf. Und da muss ich dich leider enttäuschen, das ist auch etwas, was nicht mehr so gut ist für deinen Körper. Wie ich vorher schon gesagt habe, deine Feuchtigkeit, das möchtest du dir behalten und mit dem Heißen, mit dem Scharfen verpuffst du diese Energie. Und wir möchten gerne diese Energie behalten. Auf der anderen Seite das Saftige, wie gesagt, Dinge mit Soße, Gemüse, dies sind Dinge, was saftig ist, auch Tees, Kräutertees, blutnährende Tees wie Hagebuttentee oder Malventee. Dies sind alles Dinge, die dich nähren, die saftig sind. Auch ab und zu etwas mit ein bisschen Rahm oder ein bisschen Milch. Und dies natürlich immer alles in Maßen. Oder wir essen extrem viel Milch, weil ich irgendwie früh meine Cornflakes esse und meinen Kaffee, 4 oder 5 am Tag, also die Kaffeelatte. Dann habe ich sehr viel Rahm und Käse in meinem Essen. Und das sind Dinge, was überhand genommen haben. Aber Milch per se, wenn ich nicht laktoseintolerant bin, dann ist das eine sehr schöne Sache, ist befeuchtend und das tut dem Körper gut. Das Letzte, was ich noch ansprechen möchte, ist das Thema Toxine in unseren Lebensmitteln und auch in unseren Reinigungsprodukten, Kosmetika. Schau da auch mal ganz genau hin, was du isst, mit was du dich wäschst, mit was du putzt. Wir haben hier auch mega viele Toxine, die sozusagen sogenannte Xenoöstrogene sind. Das heißt, die zeigen unserem Körper, oh, da ist Östrogen vorhanden und so muss der Körper nicht noch mehr Östrogen produzieren, denkt er zumindest, aber es sind keine Östrogene. Und das ist auch ein ganz, ganz großer Grund, wieso Frauen in jüngeren Jahren schon Hormondysbalancen haben, durch die ganze Kosmetika, durch die Reinigungsmittel und. Durch Plastik auch. Ja, das ist ein ganz, ganz großes Thema. Also da auch sehr sorgfältig drauf schauen. Jetzt war das wieder mega viel und ich weiß schon, dass die eine oder andere Schweißperlen auf der Haut hat und denkt, ja, wie soll ich denn das alles machen? Wenn du Hilfe brauchst, ich bin jederzeit da und ich helfe dir auch gerne, dies umzusetzen. Wichtig ist aber für dich, mach nicht alles auf einmal, sondern nimm dir 2 bis 3 Dinge raus und versuche die langsam in dein Leben zu implementieren. Und das Schöne ist, je früher du anfängst, desto besser wirst du deinen Körper kennen, wirst du deine Bedürfnisse kennenlernen, Grenzen setzen lernen und deine Fürsorge praktizieren. Und das ist genau das Thema. Ich freue mich mega über Kommentare, über Feedback und vor allem auf deine nächste Frage. Hast du eine Frage zum Thema Gesundheit, zum Thema Ernährung, Bewegung, Stressreduktion? Ich bin für dich da und werde in der nächsten Episode deine Frage beantworten. Ciao, mach's gut. Heißt meine Firma und ich möchte heute mit dir über das Thema Vitalität sprechen. Was heißt das eigentlich, Vitalität? Wenn ich an das Wort Vitalität höre, dann denke ich an einen ganz frisch gereiften Apfel oder so einen prallen Pfirsich, der spritzt vor Saftigkeit, wenn ich reinbeiße, der rot ist, der gereift ist von der Sonne und der wirklich diese Kraft ausstrahlt. Das ist für mich Vitalität. Und für mich persönlich heißt Vitalität, dass ich am Morgen ganz schön in Ruhe aufstehen kann. Das heißt, dass ich Kraft habe, dass ich Mut habe, aufzustehen. Mut in dem Sinne, dass ich mich freue auf den neuen Tag und dass ich den Tag auch gut überstehe. Natürlich mache ich Pausen, aber wichtig ist es mir doch, dass ich nicht abends um 7 total kaputt auf dem Sofa liege, sondern dass ich auch abends noch Kraft und Vitalität habe, Power habe, mit meiner Familie was zu unternehmen oder mit einer Freundin, einem Freund essen zu gehen, ab und zu auch mit meinem Mann. Und das ist so das Thema, was ich unter Vitalität verstehe. Lass uns heute mal das Thema oder das Wort Vitalität anschauen und schauen, was braucht es für Vitalität. Für die Vitalität, denke ich mal, gibt es so 6 Faktoren, die ich mir aufgeschrieben habe, die für mich wichtig sind, damit ich ein gesundes, vitales Leben führen kann und mich auch wohlfühle dabei. Das erste, meine Paradedisziplin, die Ernährung. Bei der Ernährung geht es doch einfach darum, frisch zu essen. Es heißt ja auch Nahrungs- oder Lebensmittel und das heißt für mich schon Lebensmittel, dass das Nahrungsmittel noch lebt. Also gesunde, frische, wenn es geht, saisonale und regionale Nahrungsmittel. Da gibt es auch was sehr Spannendes und zwar das Thema Farben. Wir reden ja immer, ess deinen Regenbogen. Ja, und wieso eigentlich? Studien haben gezeigt, dass unser Körper auf Farben reagiert. Das heißt, wir schwingen mit verschiedenen Farben und deswegen ist es so wichtig, einen roten Apfel zu essen, grüner Spinat, violette Aubergine, grüne Avocado, was du gerne hast und was der Lebensmittelkorb so mit sich bringt. Also da sage ich immer, Ernährung ist eigentlich ganz, ganz einfach, denn schau, was frisch ist und auch das kannst du selbst kochen am Abend und kannst es mitnehmen. Oder du suchst dir in den Restaurants das aus, was wirklich ein natürliches Lebensmittel ist. Die zweite Sache ist das Thema Bewegung. Bewegung ist ganz, ganz wichtig, zum einen, um Stress abzubauen, aber natürlich zum anderen auch unsere Muskulatur zu bewegen, unseren Stoffwechsel, unseren Kreislauf in Bewegung zu bringen. Die Muskulatur vergessen wir oft, gerade so im Alter. Wir wissen, dass der Muskelumfang ab ca. 25 bis 30 Jahren jährlich 1-2% abnimmt. Das heißt, es ist umso wichtiger, ab 40, ab 50 Jahre, Mann oder Frau, egal, dass wir in der Bewegung bleiben. Die Muskulatur ist ein Organ und dieses Organ will gepflegt werden. Du musst nicht joggen gehen, du musst keinen Marathon oder Triathlon machen, sondern Bewegung heißt rausgehen, Leichtes Transpirieren, leicht schwitzen ist sicherlich nicht schlecht, so 2-3 Mal in der Woche. Das kann aber auch Tanzen sein oder du gehst gerne Fahrrad fahren. Irgendetwas, was du sehr, sehr gerne für dich machst und auch was dir Spaß macht. Das ist sehr, sehr wichtig. Der dritte Punkt, um vital durch das Leben zu gehen, ist für mich die Stressbewältigung. Ich spreche immer wieder vom Stress, vom Übermaß an Cortisol, was in unserem Körper schwimmt, was dann teilweise andere Hormone blockiert. Und da ist das auch ganz, ganz wichtig. Stressbewältigung, um immer wieder in den Parasympathikus zu kommen, in den Entspannungs- und Verdauungsmodus. Und da gibt es Varianten wie Yoga, wie Meditation, aber auch spazieren gehen im Wald, vielleicht auch etwas ganz Schönes lesen, you name it. Vielleicht hast du eine Idee und schreibst mir das auch, was deine Methode ist, um deinen Stress zu bewältigen. Dann kommt dazu gleich der Schlaf. Das wäre der 4. Tipp. Schlaf und Stress gehört ganz, ganz eng zusammen. Das heißt, wenn ich im Stress bin, kennst du das vielleicht auch, dass Schlafen eher schwieriger fällt für ganz viele Menschen. Das heißt, wir haben zu viele Stresshormone in unserem Körper und der Körper kann nicht abschalten. Das kann sein, dass das mal Phasen gibt, wo das so ist. Das ist absolut okay, aber auf die Dauer sollte man zwischen 6 und 8 Stunden schlafen können. Meine Freundin Barbara sagt immer, Schlaf ist total überbewertet. Mit diesem Spruch konnte ich am Anfang nicht so viel anfangen, aber ich muss sagen, sie hat sicherlich recht, beziehungsweise dieser Spruch hat seine Berechtigung. Denn wenn ich mich einfach auch ausruhe, mal eine halbe Stunde mich hinlege und einfach nichts tue, dann ist das auch schon Entspannung. Das heißt, ich muss nicht tief schlafen über 8 bis 9 Stunden. Aber wir wissen auch von ganz vielen Studien und in der TCM ist das etwas, was die letzten 3000 Jahren so gemacht wurde, dass wir ab abends um 7, dass da der Körper anfängt zu regenerieren. Und da, ich muss nicht um 7 ins Bett gehen, aber wenn ich so zwischen 10 und 11 Uhr abends ins Bett gehe, dann hat der Körper die Möglichkeit zu regenerieren, zu entspannen und ich komme da auch viel leichter in den Tiefschlaf. Beim Schlaf haben wir ja 2 Phasen, die uns vielleicht bekannt sind. Und zwar, ich habe einmal den Tiefschlaf. Das passiert so die ersten ungefähr 3 Stunden meines Schlafes. Und im Tiefschlaf regeneriere ich vor allem meine körperlichen Komponenten. Und dann habe ich die REM-Phase. Und in der REM-Phase, da geht es darum, vor allem das Erlebte zu verarbeiten. Also beide Phasen sind ganz, ganz wichtig und deswegen sagen wir natürlich für ein vitales Leben, für die Vitalität, dafür, dass du morgens wieder frisch, fit und munter aufstehen kannst, ist der Schlaf ganz, ganz wichtig. Was auch noch wichtig ist, ich habe es vorher schon gesagt, bei der Stressbewältigung, wenn ich meinen Körper trainiere, dass er immer wieder in die Entspannungsphase kommt, dann ist es auch leichter für den Körper, wirklich zu entspannen und nicht den ganzen Tag Cortisol auszuschütten bei Stress, sodass ich dann früh morgens um 4, 5 Uhr schon wieder wach bin. Denk auch an deine Freunde und deine Familie und deine Beziehung. Soziale Kontakte ist ganz, ganz wichtig für ein vitales Leben. Stell dir vor, wenn du abends nach Hause kommst, du bist total K.O., du hast ganz viel gearbeitet und dann zwingst du dich trotzdem noch mit deiner Freundin, deinem Freund, deiner Familie sich zu treffen, wie du dich hinterher fühlst. Oft sind das die schönsten Begegnungen. Das heißt, wir treffen uns, wir trinken etwas, wir haben einen feinen Tee oder ein Glas Wein und müssen nicht über die Arbeit sprechen, sondern können uns einfach loslassen. Wir haben Leute, Menschen, die uns gut tun, Menschen, die uns unterstützen und wir kommen auch so in die Entspannung. Es gibt ja die sogenannten 5 Blue Zones. Das sind Gebiete, wo die ältesten Menschen leben. Das ist zum einen in Sardinien, das ist in Japan, das ist in Griechenland, das ist in Amerika und in Costa Rica. Da gibt es Kommunen, da sind die Menschen ganz, ganz alt. Und was da ein ganz wichtiger Punkt ist für deren Vitalität, ist das Soziale. Der soziale Zusammenhang, für etwas da zu sein, für jemanden da sein zu dürfen und aber auch zu einer Gemeinschaft zu gehören. Das ist ein Thema, was wichtig ist und wo ich für mich merke, ich muss mir das immer wieder sagen, denn so in dem Rush, in der Schnelligkeit des Lebens vergesse ich das ab und zu. Oder denke dann, heute Abend auch noch weggehen, das ist mir zu viel. Und dann kommt aber zum Glück mein Engelchen auf der einen Schulter, die sagt, hey, das tut dir gut, treff dich mit lieben Freunden, mach etwas und bringe so wieder dein Leben, oder beziehungsweise nicht dein Leben, sondern bring den Tag wieder in Balance. Und da kommen wir auch schon zum 6. Punkt, der mir ganz wichtig ist, und zwar die Selbstfürsorge. Selbst zu sorgen ist ganz, ganz wichtig. Nimm dir Zeit für dich und beobachte, was du machst, was dir Energie gibt und was dir Energie nimmt. Und Selbstfürsorge heißt zuallererst zu erkennen, was deine Bedürfnisse sind und diese Bedürfnisse auch zu leben, anerkennen und auch zu kommunizieren. Das, denke ich mir mal, ist ganz, ganz wichtig. Selbstfürsorge oder Me-Time, wie das heute so schön heißt, das wird manchmal mit egoistisch verglichen. Ja, ich habe doch eine Familie, ich habe Kinder, ich muss doch mich um die kümmern. Ich habe auch noch eine Arbeit. Ja, alles hat seine Berechtigung. Aber du hast auch eine ganz, ganz große Berechtigung. Weil wenn es dir nicht gut geht, wie geht es denn deinen Kindern? Wie geht es deiner Familie? Wie geht es deinem Umfeld? Und das ist etwas, was ich in den letzten 10 Jahren sehr, sehr stark gelernt habe. Auf meine Bedürfnisse zu achten, mich immer wieder zu fragen, macht mir das Spaß, was ich gerade tue? Und mit der Zeit auch den Mut zu haben, zu sagen, okay, das mache ich nicht mehr. Oder das muss ich für heute streichen. Ich weiß, dass das nicht einfach ist, das zu tun, aber probier's aus. Ich habe heute die Karte der Vitalität gezogen. Und hier geht es wirklich darum, um die Vitalität zu steigern. Und das ist noch ein großer Herzenswunsch von mir an dich. Schau nach innen und spüre deine Energie. Du hast genug Energie für dich und für dein Umfeld. Wichtig ist es aber, dass du es auch spürst, dass du deine Energie kultivieren kannst und dass du wieder in deine Mitte kommst. Du kennst den Spruch, boah, ich bin völlig neben den Schuhen. Das hat oft damit zu tun, dass du nicht mehr in deiner Mitte bist, dass du überall deinen Kopf hast, nicht mehr nachkommst sozusagen und, wie gesagt, nach außen drängst. Versuche, oder nicht nur versuchen, sondern kultiviere dein tägliches Mitten. Einfach einen Moment in die Ruhe kommen, die Augen schließen, ein paar tiefe Atemzüge und dein inneres Licht spüren. Dein inneres Licht, deine Seele, wie du es auch immer nennen willst, ist immer da. Und wenn du es spürst, dann kommst du auch einfacher in deine Mitte, du kommst viel einfacher in die Ruhe und du bleibst viel einfacher in der Ruhe. Ich wünsche dir eine ganz tolle Zeit und ich freue mich auf deine nächste Frage, damit es nächste Woche weitergeht. Ciao!
Hey guys, welcome to the School of Magic Basic Intuition Class 101. I am so excited to bring this content to you. This is something I have been working on for the last couple of years. For those of you who don't know me or know my background, my name is Kat Hart. I am actually a fifth generation gypsy. I am Romanian, Hungarian, and Sicilian. Romanian on one side of my family and Hungarian on the other side. So it actually runs in both sides of my bloodlines. We have amazing family get-togethers, as you can imagine. I ran a successful practice as a spiritual advisor and teacher for many years, along with running spiritual retreats, teaching this type of content successfully over a long period of time. And just went through a lot of life changes, my parents passing away, my house burning down, just a whole bunch of stuff. And so everything got put on hold. However, I still was building my own spiritual muscle and my own intuition as well. And I also live stream on TikTok. I have done cards, I've done coaching, I've done advising, I have done personal one-on-one trainings along with classes, courses, and retreats. So I am bringing this to school, which I am so excited about. I am incredibly thrilled about this platform. This is something I've been waiting for a long time. So let's get into it. So first of all, what is basic intuition? Your intuition is something that we all have. It's something that is on the inside. But what we fail to miss sometimes is that you can only hear and tap into your intuition when you're feeling calm and receptive and open to it. So it's really important that if you want to go deeper into this practice, that you take time and you work it on honing your abilities in a calm and receptive manner. So it's hard to be in a frustrated state or be an angry state and want to get an answer from the inside. It doesn't usually work that way. A lot of times it'll be convoluted, and we're going to discuss the different types of intuition as well. And also using your intuition when it seems like it goes against your logical reasoning. So when you have this gut feeling, when you have a gut feeling that you're supposed to do something, and like if you come to a stop sign and you don't know which way to go and you want to turn left or right and you kind of trust your gut and you go right, and the perfect parking spot or the perfect opportunity arises from that. I know this is a silly example, but this literally just happened to me a couple of days ago. I was in downtown Seattle and I was going to a production, a play, and I knew the parking was going to be ridiculous. It was downtown. It was a Friday night. I just thought, you know what? I'm going to find the perfect parking spot. I already know. I have this thing with the universe where I get VIP parking everywhere I go. Things just open up for me as soon as I pull up, and I just knew I would find the right spot. And so I drove to where the venue was, and it was just chaos. I mean, all of the lots were full. The parking areas were full. It was just absolute chaos. And something told me, my gut told me to drive through the light and go one block past the venue, which I did. And it was almost like I was going to be getting on the freeway. And I thought, gosh, there's nobody here. Like I'm going to be getting on the freeway. And again, I got to the next block. A light said, turn right. I followed my gut. I turned right. And immediately I saw a sign that said public parking. Now, just because of my prior Air Force training, I worked underground. I have this kind of whole thing with being underground. I also said I don't want to park underground because a lot of the parking structures in Seattle go down, and it literally makes my palms sweat. I just get anxiety. And I was like, I want parking that's nearby, and I want it to be above ground. So I was thinking street parking, but trusted my intuition. And literally, I pull into the parking area and it goes up. And the very first spot, literally right when I drive in, it was cheaper than anywhere that would have been in the surrounding area. It was above ground. It was a block and a half away from the venue. And there was only one other person that kind of had followed that same intuition and was literally parking across from me. There were so many parking spaces. It was ridiculous. But if I would have went back a block and a half, when I walked back towards the venue, which took me about maybe 4 minutes, it was chaos. People trying to find parking spots, people trying to wait, to get into these parking structures, going down underneath buildings and, trying to slide in these little tiny spots. But again, I trusted my gut. And so those little blips of intuition are there to guide us, to make our life easier. They're there to help us in every way possible. And so those are the things when we work on listening to, that it helps us along the way. Haven't you ever had where maybe you have $10 on the counter and you think, oh, I need to put that $10 in my purse, but you don't know why? You're like, well, why? I don't need this $10. I have my card or whatever. And then a little bit later, you realize, oh my gosh, I need exactly $10 cash. Or you feel guided to grab a pen and you don't know why, or your notebook, or a bottle of water, or whatever it is, an extra jacket. Maybe it's beautiful outside and something in your intuition when you're walking out the door tells you grab a sweatshirt or grab a raincoat or something like that. And out of the blue, you're at an event and the weather changes, or wherever you get to your destination, the weather is completely different. So those types of things are guidance to help us in living our best life. And haven't you done this before where you're like, oh, I should have listened. I should have listened to my intuition. I should have turned right. I knew I should have turned right. Or man, I should have made that phone call. I knew I should have made that phone call. Or man, I should have picked up that shell. I knew I should have picked up that shell. So many times where I've done readings or I've worked with people, I've gotten the coolest little intuition messages of purchasing something for somebody. And again, I'm not encouraging you to do it. I'm just telling you my story, but I have this really unique ability to buy gifts for people from people that have transitioned. So sometimes I'll buy, like I remember one time I bought an ornament, a Christmas ornament, and I had sent it to a mom on behalf of her son who had transitioned through a car accident. And she called me sobbing when she got it. And she said, there's no way you could know this. She lived on the other side of the country. She said, but this is what my son used to do every year. He used to buy me Christmas ornaments. That was his thing. And so I have so many stories I could tell you like that over and over and over, where I just pick something up and I was like, this is for somebody. I'm not sure who it's for yet. Or sometimes I know exactly who it's for, but sometimes I don't even know who it's for. And I'm like, oh, I just need to grab this. And as soon as I run into the person, I'm like, this is for you. I knew this was for you. Somebody, this is for you. So again, that's trusting your intuitive guidance. That's trusting your intuition. Now, there are ways that you can trust your guidance even more, and you can develop that. One really good way is to make sure that you're journaling. I write down thoughts. I write down ideas. I mean, even when I was building this course, I was writing down ideas. I was keeping, this is one of many books that I've had a lot of record keeping in to build these courses over the last couple of years. But also tracking your dreams is absolutely phenomenal. Doing visualization work. Doing energy work. One really easy way I've taught people how to hone their intuition and trust it more is taking, I wish I had one here, but like taking like a 3x5 card. I'll use these as an example. So taking two cards, like a little 3x5 card that's blank on both sides, and you can write yes on one or no on the other, and you can flip them down, spin them around a little bit so you don't know which one's which, and ask a question. And then what you do is you put your hand over the card and you feel which one vibrates. You feel which one you're guided to pick. And so you can answer your questions that way. You can also, if you're trying to get the idea, you're trying to get something answered, like you have a question, like say you have an opportunity for 3 different jobs and you don't know which one to take, you feel stuck, and maybe they're in 3 different locations, or you're looking to move and you don't know where to go. You write the 3 different options, or 5, or whatever it is, on the cards. And again, flip them down, shuffle them around so you don't know which one's which. And then you ask the question, which job is for my highest and best path? Which one's going to make me the happiest? And then you start putting your hand over each card and you see which card vibrates. And you know you made the right choice if when you flip it over, you're happy. or you vibrate, you get that little tingle through your whole body, or maybe your hair stands up or you get goosebumps. I call them truth bumps, because for me, when I get in that alignment with truth, I'm telling you, my body heats up. Sometimes I get sweating, like I'll get goosebumps, my hair will stand up. I just get this inner knowing where this is right. And so that's one of the best ways for you to know that this is the right choice for you. Now, if you choose something and you're like, like you don't immediately have a yes, it's probably a no. You might be forcing your own will. So one other thing we want to talk about is making sure that you're not basically using your own personal biases or something from the past on, or wishful thinking. You don't want to put that into your intuition. So if you're hoping for a certain outcome, that's not letting your higher power in the universe bring you what's the highest and best for you. Because sometimes we want something so badly, but it may not be for our highest and best. A certain job or a certain relationship or whatever it may be, it doesn't support us in living our best life. And we know it somewhere inside. We know it's not for our highest and best, but we want it so bad that we override our intuition and we go in that path anyway, and we're not happy. We know there's still that void. We know there's still that kind of unease. We're off balance because we know we chose something that wasn't exactly right. Now, it doesn't mean you can't learn from it. It doesn't mean you can't learn a lesson from that job or that relationship or that experience or whatever happens, but it's never going to make you feel fulfilled. It's never going to give you exactly what it is you want and what it is you're looking for, because only the alignment with who you truly are is going to do that. And so that's why using your intuition is so vitally important. That's why developing your intuition in these ways is so vitally important. And so this is using energy work. This is actually using your energy of your body. Now, there's other things like pendulums. Okay, so now these, I will go into more of these later. These are actually tools, like using cards, using stones, using pendulums, using singing bowls, that you can actually tap into certain frequencies and vibrations that you can get yeses or get more information or get confirmations from. And while we're talking about confirmations, so in module 2, I will be talking about tools. I'll be talking about using cards or using stones or using pendulums or using things like that are tools that are in addition to your own personal intuition. Now, that being said, you don't need any of those things. You can, in fact, it's better to not use them to start really honing your intuition, because then you're not relying on a tool in order to trust yourself. So I want to talk about confirmations. It is absolutely okay and preferred that you bounce these things off of somebody. It's okay to have an idea or have a feeling or get an intuitive response about something and want to get a confirmation from somebody. This is one of the reasons I'm developing these programs in this school platform, is because you now are going to be able to build a community. You guys can talk amongst yourselves. You can actually post questions with each other here in the community. You can post questions to myself or other instructors that I'll be bringing on here in the community. And you're going to have everything that you need to have your questions answered, get validated, get confirmations, and also know that what you're going through is not isolated to just you. You're not alone in these experiences. You're not alone in these brain evolutions and learning how to develop your intuition. There's people around the world that are doing these techniques and that are really using it to the best of their ability so they can have the life that they've always dreamed of, in order to really find their passion, live their purpose, do something to heal themselves or the world, or, there's so many beautiful things that you can do with your intuition. But the number one thing is to make yourself feel whole. to make yourself feel like you've filled the void, because it's not going to come from out there. There's no person, there's no thing, there's no amount of money, there's no job, there's no place, there's nothing else that's going to fill the void. Only you can do that. Only you can feel whatever's missing on the inside. Only you can use your intuition to guide you to those things that are going to help you to stay balanced. Another really good practice is to make sure that you're connecting with nature, because nature is very in tune with the frequency and vibration of intuition. If you walk barefoot, it's called either grounding, or it's called, oh my gosh, I just spaced. It's grounding, but there's another word for it. It'll come to me. It's up there in my brain. But you can actually walk, and what you're doing is you're trading electrons with the planet. So again, it's very scientific, but you're actually grounding energy into the Mother Earth, which Mother Earth is incredible at recycling energy. And the good thing is you can feel the frequency and the vibration of animals, trees, plants, flowers, living things, water, rocks, and stones. That's why each type of stone has a different frequency. Again, we'll get into that in module 2, but literally you can tap into these things. And when you have your skin against a tree, now, one thing I like to do is, I know this sounds kind of wonky, but ask permission. Remember, these are living things. So trees are living things. Grass and plants are living things. I mean, it's okay to have reverence for these beautiful living beings. They have proven that trees communicate, and trees have feelings, and trees actually grow and live in communities. Did you know trees can have life partners? And most of them do. Most of them have life partners. They literally grow together side by side. And if one tree dies or gets killed, the other tree will die also, because their partner's gone. So they have measurable feelings. So, and they also have a groundwork of roots and little tiny hairs that emit frequencies and vibrations that they communicate through. So when you are going in nature and you want to connect with nature and you want to listen to what nature has to tell you, be respectful and realize that we're all connected. I love that movie Avatar, because to me, that's the closest thing I've ever seen to everything I've ever felt on the inside. Just that connection with animals, that connection, how they would take their tail and they would combine with, the animal, or they would combine with the tree, and it would just wrap around. And those types of, that's intuition at its finest. Because we have these frequencies that are emitted off of our body, and they can be scientifically measured. They can measure our brain waves by putting little electrodes on our brains, right? They can measure what's coming off our brain. They can measure your heartbeat by putting an electrode on your chest and measuring your heartbeat. They can measure the heat that's coming off of your body. They can measure all these things because there's waves of energy that are coming off of your body all the time. That's why it's so important that you stay present and you know what you're thinking about, and you control your thoughts and your emotions, because as soon as you have a thought, it emits a frequency. It emits a wave of energy that precedes you. It goes out away from you, and it's going to attract more of what you're thinking about. So what you think about, you bring about. These are terms that have been around forever. What you focus on, you're going to bring towards you, and you're going to bring more of it. So if you're thinking about how hard things are, or how your finances suck, or how difficult your relationship is right now, you're literally going to attract more things that make it so. You're going to attract more things that collaborate with that thought and that frequency, because the universe, your higher power, is all about matching frequencies. It's magnetism. This entire planet and galaxy is based on magnetism. So you want to magnetize positive things. You want to work on this intuition. So, what's the difference in a gut feeling or an intuitive knowing or an intuitive insight? Well, a gut feeling is kind of like I told you before about turning right or left or picking up something. Other times, like an intuitive knowing is like as soon as I walked in for the Christmas ornament for the mom, like I had a knowing, there was something inside that led me. I was like, I have to go in the store. I have to buy this ornament for this woman. Like it was just a knowing. I had an absolute knowing that I needed to do this. And I didn't know why. That's the best part about trusting your intuition. You don't need to know the why. The why will show itself later. But when you follow your intuition and you're helping to bridge these gaps, you're actually making connections for other people as well. And you're helping them to believe. You're helping them to see that this is a tangible practice. This is something that is there for every single one of us. Whether you choose to use it or not, every single person on the planet has an intuition that they can tap into. Animals use an intuition. They've shown that animals that, like if there's a tidal wave that's coming in, or there's a water surge, or there's some danger, that they have an intuitive ability to go to higher ground, or trees communicate with each other through this frequency and vibration. In Africa, there's a type of tree where if a giraffe starts eating its leaves, it'll literally send a frequency and a signal out to the other trees in the area to turn their leaves bitter, so all of the leaves from the entire grove don't get eaten. This is all scientific and documented stuff. That's the best part, is these are things that are real, that it can actually help us to grow and become stronger versions of ourselves. And intuitive insights are maybe when you're getting okay, I'll give you a great example. Every time I went over a bridge, I kept seeing a bridge fall. And it was like, what is going on? Like I would almost get, and even one time I got stopped on a drawbridge and my palms were sweating. I got so much anxiety, and I don't have anxiety about like bouts of anxiety or anything like that. But this was an anxiety attack. Like I was so fearful of being on this drawbridge that I literally wanted to go abandon my car and go run away. And I called one of my best friends and I was like, I'm freaking out right now. I keep seeing this bridge fall and I'm not sure what's going on. Well, maybe a week or so after that, there was a bridge portion, a section of a bridge that fell from a truck hit one of the ribs of the top of the bridge. A big semi had hit it, and somehow it was one of the main supports, and it literally collapsed an entire section. Now, luckily, nobody died, but there were cars on that section. Can you imagine? And it fell a good, probably, I would say 30 feet. Or it fell into like the canal below. I mean, there was just a little bit of water. So again, nobody got hurt, but I can't even imagine being on that section of bridge when it fell. So that's an intuitive insight. When you see something or you have a dream about something and then it happens, that's an intuitive insight. So that's kind of the difference between those types of intuitions. So again, one thing I want to reiterate, that seeking confirmation and validation for these things are okay. You can do it in this community. You can talk to somebody that you trust. You can work with a spiritual advisor. I even have spiritual advisors that I work with. So I'm your spiritual advisor. You're getting to tap into me in this school, and you also get to message me, and you can email me, or like I said, the other instructors that are going to be coming in to teach. But also I have a wonderful woman that I'm going to be working with who is in my community. She's one of my spiritual sisters, and we're going to be teaching dream interpretation. And that is I'm so excited about that course because I love to interpret dreams. I just think it is the coolest practice. And it's okay though to get validation from other spiritual advisors. Totally okay. In fact, and sometimes it's necessary in order, while you're building your intuition, it helps you validate. It gives you confirmation that, yeah, what you thought was so. So, and again, that builds your confidence and it builds your self-esteem in building your intuition. So these are just the basics in developing, having discernment, and understanding your own intuition. And again, one thing I want to remind you is that when you are working with your intuition, make sure that you are in a calm and receptive state. Make sure that you are open to receiving. And if it's something that you need to practice, just tell yourself constantly, I am present, I am open, and I'm receiving. I'm present, I'm open, and I'm receiving. And again, when you get the hit, when you get the correct validation, it should make you feel good. It should make you smile. It should bring you joy. It should give you some kind of physical, like alignment. It should give you some type of incredible feeling. Oh, I just came up with, so when you're walking, it's called earthing. When you're walking and you're barefoot on the ground, and it's called grounding, it's called earthing. And I love to go earthing. I love to walk barefoot. I do it every single day. I love connecting with Mother Earth. But this is a way that you can get a deeper knowing of yourself, build your inner wisdom, and really, really stay connected to your path. So I'm excited about this first module. I hope that you learned something valuable. Wait, module 2 is going to be even better. We're going to be discussing basic intuition tools and techniques, and I'm very excited for this. So I love you guys. Have a wonderful day. Practice your intuition. I'll see you next time in module 2. Hello, hello. Welcome to Module 2 of Basic Intuition 101. This is about using tools such as oracle cards and decks, stones, and even pendulums. So first of all, let's start with the oracle cards. So oracle cards are decks. People sometimes call them tarot cards. Everybody has different feelings about these and what they are, what they're used for, where they came from, if they're connected to something dark or anything like that. Now, I think that there's a lot of personal opinion in all of this. However, there's certain tools that I won't use. Like, for example, I've never used a Ouija board. I just personally, it's just not something I connect with. It is, to me, it's opening a portal to other dimensions and other realms. And I know that we can do that regularly on our own, but I don't want a tool that for me enhances the ability to open something that anything can come through. So that's just me. Now, my oldest deck I've had, you can see it's kind of beat up and the corners, I mean, I think my pup even chewed on it at one point, but the cards inside are still mean a lot to me. This is my angel deck. This is my oldest deck I've had for quite some time. I use it all the time for guidance and for wisdom. And I also have some other cool decks like the animal spirit guides. I've got the crystal spirits that delve into like all the crystals and the energy of the crystals. I've got many decks. I think I've got like 10 or 12 decks. And it's a tool. So all these are meant to do is enhance your own natural ability. Now, the first deck of oracle cards was actually published in England in 1775. So they've been around for hundreds of years. But where did the origin of the oracle actually come from? So in thousands of years ago, throughout time, people have gone to spiritual leaders called oracles to help them with divine messages, to interpret dreams. Sometimes they would cast stones, either regular stones or gems or even rune stones with messages on them. And depending on the way that they would land or the pattern they would form, or with certain messages written on the stones, would come up or be laying down, they would interpret the message that came from divine in order to help guide the person that was having the questions. And the nice thing about using these tools is, again, it's just validation, it's enhancement. So if you're using your intuition, you're in a meditation and you feel something and you want to know if this is your own divine guidance or if this is a wish, it's something that you really want to have happen, you can use a card and say, okay, is this a part of my path? Is this something that's a higher divine direction for me to go? But also you can use the pendulums as well. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But the cards are just additional tools. I hadn't used any kind of oracle decks, tarot decks, anything like that for most of my practice. When I was teaching intuition and was doing my retreats, I would always bring someone else in to do cards, do rune stones, things like that, just because I always used my own basic intuition and I really loved enhancing my own natural abilities. And so everybody likes the decks, though. Everybody really loves the decks and they like the validation from the decks. And how decks work is there's an energy that comes off and is associated with every single card. So I'm just going to pick one card here. Okay, so I've got the whale card, which is from my animal spirit deck. Now this is a water card with the water symbol up here. This is a strength card. This is about really like flowing through your life and finding your way. So there's all this message that's associated already with this card. So when you're shuffling the cards and you have somebody, like if you're doing it for yourself, obviously, and a good thing to do is to clear your deck, take your deck. And the way I was taught to do it was to take your deck and to actually knock on it and knock any energy out of it and just kind of energetically clear it. You can use sage, like a smoke clearing. You can do all types of ways to clear it. You can put them in the moonlight, natural moonlight. You can put them in salt. So there's lots of ways that you can cleanse your decks. Now, if you get a brand new deck, I think the first thing that you should do is definitely cleanse it. That way there's nobody else's energy or vibration or frequency on the deck. Okay. Now, if you're asking for yourself, you want to hold the deck and ask the question and say, may I have the best and clearest answer for me in this question? If you're doing it for somebody else, say my friend Michael. Okay. So if I'm pulling a card for Michael, I want to say, okay, may I please have the best and highest answer for Michael? Now, if you're on a live stream and you're doing this professionally or you're doing this in front of somebody, you can either do it open, like say it, or you can do it privately and do it quietly. So either way, it's the intention that you're putting in the deck. So you're putting the intention of the person that you're reading in the deck. And so they vibrate with a frequency. So if it's you, you're vibrating with the deck. If it's somebody else, their frequency is vibrating with the deck. And so what happens is the cards pop up in the same frequency as the person being read. Therefore, the message, that's why it aligns with people so well most of the time, especially if the person doing the reading is in alignment. That's why the reading can be so very specific and can really help validate exactly something they've been thinking or exactly what they've been going through or anything like that, is because the message aligns with the frequency of the person. So hopefully that makes sense, where you're literally attracting the message to you of validation and saying, yeah, this is your path. Yes, you were correct in that circumstance. This card confirms it. And I'll get more into the actual specifics of oracle decks and cards in a completely different module. I just wanted to touch on the basics of the cards in general. I mean, cards have been around for a really long time, and using oracles have been around for thousands of years. The Greeks actually used oracles. They would use animal entrails, and gross, I know, or livers, and they would read spots or something on a liver to do readings of divine, or they would dump out entrails, and how they would lay is how the reading would go. China would use bones. Ancient China, they would take a bone and they would write the question on the bone, and they would heat the bone up until it burst, until it exploded. And then however the bone laid, they would read the pattern of the bones, and they would give the message through that. So this type of divination, this type of reading has been around for a long time. And like I said, the oracle cards have been around since about published in England, first one 1775. So that's kind of a little bit of the history of the cards, the oracle decks, and why they're fun to use. They're actually a fun tool. It can enhance your ability. It's kind of like a cheat. It's like a little cheat code. If you're a gamer, it's a little cheat code to be able to help. So rather than using your own guidance, your own intuition to read the person that you're working with or to read yourself, you're actually getting the message from the card. So they're vibrating with the card. You're kind of just the middleman. You're just reading the message that's on the card, but their energy is what chose the card. So a little bit of history on that. The next thing I want to talk about is stones. And so I'm going to actually talk about the top 5 stones that are used for spiritual practice. The number one, and I have a couple of them here. The number one is the amethyst. This is all about spirituality. This is all about meditation. These are amethysts. I've got another one here as well. So this enhances spiritual abilities. This is can be a very calming stone. It helps to improve focus, and it's a good protection stone. So the amethyst is a very good stone. And so what's cool to use, I should back up just a little bit. What's neat to use about the stonework is amazing because every single stone has its own frequency and vibration. And so what we're doing is we're finding a stone that vibrates with the frequency of what we're trying to enhance or maybe absorb or maybe protect or feel a certain way. So the energy that comes off of stones can be calming. They can be help to achieve focus or clarity. They can help you bring truth. And so actually, this is really funny that I'm doing this. I was literally given this. This is a chakra braid. So it has all the stones in alignment with the chakras. And I was given this yesterday by a friend, and I absolutely love it. So you can have multiple energies at the same time. It's not going to convolute anything. However, if you're doing a focused practice, like you're actually working on creating focus and you just want to hold the vibrational frequency of the amethyst, then I would say focus on one stone at a time. If you're looking for alignment, if you're looking for just general well-being and protection, and you're looking to enhance your intuition, something like the this cord can actually make a big difference as well. All right, so let's go on to number 2. Number 2 is kyanite. So this is kyanite. This actually helps with telepathic communication. And the nice thing about the kyanite stone is this is one of the only stones that never requires energetic cleansing. Now, at the very end of the 5 stones, I'll tell you why cleaning the stone is really important. But the kyanite helps to align chakras. It helps with inner peace. It helps you to actually receive guidance. And so it can enhance bringing in intuition into your body. So this is kyanite. Okay, that's the number 2. Number 3 is labradorite. So labradorite is all about strengthening faith and trust. It actually is associated with the third eye chakra, so it can help to really spark your intuition, your imagination, and your creativity. This is also one of the absolute best stones for relieving anxiety and stress. I personally have a labradorite bracelet that I love to wear. I actually got it from a vendor in Seattle who made his own jewelry. And I love it. It's one of my favorite pieces. And I just really love the labradorite stone. I really vibrate with the frequency of this. This also helps to strengthen faith and trust. And so if you're working on trusting people again or trusting yourself, labradorite can be very helpful in that. The 4th one is lapis lazuli. And this is another third eye chakra stone. This is all about bringing out truth and awareness. This is also the stone of friendship. So this is a very cool stone to give to a friend if you want to give a gift to another spiritual person. The lapis is very much associated with the third eye. A lot of times if somebody has like a chakra crown or stones, it's usually the lapis. Even though blue is the throat chakra, the lapis, or like I said, the labradorite, are associated with the third eye. And this is all about bringing in self-awareness, increasing your intuition, really, again, bringing inner peace. So this is compatible with the labradorite, but this is a beautiful, strong stone associated with awakening your third eye. I actually have one here. This is a beautiful lapis right here. I actually have another one right here too. This is a lapis as well. That's a smooth one. This is in its raw form. And honestly, I don't think there's any difference in frequency here. I do like raw stones. Some people like polished stones because they like to put them in between their fingers or put them in their pocket and they like to feel them. That's fine. But a natural stone is always going to be preferred over a lab created stone, because the lab created stone is not going to have that natural frequency of the planet in the stone. So it's going to vibrate at a much different frequency. So I would definitely suggest that you get your stones from a trusted spiritual store or somebody that you trust online to make sure and you know what? Feel it. If you can hold it in your hand and you can feel the frequency and the vibration of it and you're drawn to it, that's actually how I got this very next stone. Number 5 is the moonstone. So the moonstone is one of the absolute best to enhance intuition. This is a very soothing stone. This is all about new beginnings. This is really good for soothing emotions and soothing stress. This is really good in creating stability in your life. So again, these are phenomenal stones. And I have a really cool story about this moonstone. This is my favorite moonstone. This is one of my favorite stones that I own completely. I was having lunch with a friend in Southern Washington. I think it was Olympia, if I'm not mistaken. And we were having lunch, and all of a sudden I literally turned around and I was like, I literally felt like a stone calling to me. And I look across the street, or I felt something calling to me. I'll say that because I didn't actually know there was a store there. And I look across the street and there's a stone store. And I was like, I'll be right back. I literally got up in the middle of lunch and I just ran over and immediately went directly to this moonstone. And I was like, that stone was literally calling to me from across the street. I could feel the frequency of it. And the owner said, I literally just got back from Bali yesterday with that stone. He's like, I have no doubt that it was meant for you, because it's like that. He's seen that happen time and time again. And it just literally called out to me. And this is one of my favorite stones. So that is the top 5 stones. I am actually going to go into a series on my social media in TikTok. I can do more stones here if you guys want. Make sure, let me know if you have questions about stones. Again, talk amongst yourselves, talk amongst yourselves. Have a little coffee talk, but put your stone in there, ask questions. And if you have any questions for me about certain stones, what they mean or anything, how they can affect you, how they can enhance you in any way, be sure to ask in the community and let me know. I'm more than happy to give you information and help guidance in any way that I can with these stones. Okay. So the last thing that we're going to deal with is the pendulums. This is really cool. Now, pendulums are literally one of the oldest forms of connecting with the spirit world. And it's also been called dowsing. So that's another term. You might have heard of dowsing rods with people that were looking for water. Dowsing rods were actually used in Vietnam to find tunnels, secret enemy tunnels, or to find landmines. They used pendulums in British intelligence to figure out where Hitler's next move was going to be. The Vatican has even used pendulums. And even though one of the popes, I want to say it was in the 1300s, had said that they couldn't be used anymore. They actually went back to some spiritual people and asked them to use pendulums. Now, pendulums work. Now, you can make your own pendulum, but this one was a gift that was given to me. And how pendulums work is you want to have something so you can have like usually a pendant of some sort that's on either a string, a cord, a chain like this. And you want to always hold your pendulum with your writing hand, the hand that you write with. And you want to either put your elbow on a table or your knee, but you want to have it held very sturdy. You want it held in a very sturdy way. And what you want to do is you first want to know your pendulum. So you ask your pendulum, show me yes. And then the pendulum will move in a certain way, like circles, back and forth, front and back, anything like that. Then you say, show me no. And then it'll move in a different way. And so that trains you to know how your pendulum moves. So then you can start asking questions with your pendulum. A really cool thing too is back in the day, even with finding water, they used to use pendulums and dowsing to know where to plant crops and even find missing persons. So I don't know, I just thought that was really cool. So when you start getting really comfortable with your pendulum, you're going to be able to pick it up. And I know people that use these on a daily basis. I don't really use pendulums a whole lot. I like to trust my intuition. Again, this is just an additional tool. I don't think any of these things are meant to be used every single day as a complete substitute for your own basic intuition. These are just tools, and these can help validate something. These can help to, again, clarify something for you. If you're feeling very confused about which direction to go, you can tap into a pendulum. Now, how you can make your own is you can take a string and put a ring on it, or you can even use a paper clip, something that's metal that will be hanging from a string, a cord, or like I said, like a chain. And again, one good thing to do is to make sure that you're cleansing. And I'm going to talk about cleansing the stones, and we might as well just talk about cleansing the pendulum. A really good way to cleanse a pendulum is either salt water, if its ability to be in salt water. Like I probably wouldn't put this metal one in salt water, but what I can do is I can use sage smoke. So cleansing smoke will actually help to clean the air out of the energy out of the pendulum. And if you think about it too, it's funny because I grew up as a Catholic, and they used a lot of incense and smoke in the church quite a bit. And I always loved it. But I never understood it till I was older. They were actually dispelling any negative energy with the incense. And so incense is actually used as a cleansing smoke in order to clear energy. And if you use sage, I've cleared houses before, that used to be one of my practices. I would actually get paid to go into people's homes and do clearings. The air smells clearer. It smells cleaner. You can feel when that energy is gone, especially when you do that spiritual cleansing. It's absolutely amazing. So, again, you can make your own pendulum, and then again, practice. Say, show me yes, show me no, and practice. But again, keep your hand and your arm very stable. Rest your elbow either on your knee or a table, and keep it very steady while you're doing your pendulum. So those are the top 3 types of tools that are used regularly in a spiritual practice, whether you want to do it for yourself or you want to have a profession where you're doing this to help others. I hope you guys found this module incredibly useful and not only educational, but a little entertaining. You're learning a little bit of history about all of this. In module 3, we will discuss sound waves. We will discuss singing bowls, crystal bowls, bells, things like that. And so I'm very excited to bring you more information on this basic intuition classes in school. I hope that you're enjoying it. From Fairy Godmother Cat, I hope you have a fantastic day and use your intuition. Hello, welcome to Module 3 of Basic Intuition with the School of Magic. I am so excited about today's module. This is about sound therapy and resonance used for healing and overall well-being. Today, we're going to cover understanding the power of sound, the different types of modalities used in sound therapy, and how to create your own practice by using sound therapy. But first, let me talk a little bit about the history of sound therapy. Sound therapy has been around from all the ages since the beginning of time. In ancient Greece, Apollo was the god of music and medicine, and ancient Greek philosophers claimed that music had the power to heal the soul and emotional and mental well-being. Ancient Egypt used sound therapy in all its temples, and it was a staple in its history. Even in biblical times, instruments and sound was used to vanquish evil spirits out of the soul. In World War II, even the army used music and sound therapy to heal its soldiers. So this type of therapy has been around throughout time. And Native Americans have used drumming, chanting, and dance to heal the sick. So every area around the world, every demographic around the world, and every geographical location around the world has evidence of literally using sound throughout time for healing, to promote well-being, and to basically balance everything from your emotional health to your mental health to even your organs inside of your body. They have shown that there is evidence scientifically that musicians actually have a different brain pattern than other people in order to produce the type of music that they do. And there are different frequencies that actually heal different parts of your body or create different responses in your body. So let's get into our lesson today. So sound therapy and resonance for alignment and healing is a powerful way to restore balance and to promote well-being in your body. So understanding how to use sound, basically it has a transformative effect on your emotions, your mental state, and your spiritual health. Different frequencies, depending on what you tune into and what type of modality that you're using, definitely can impact your energy centers, which are your chakras, and your overall health. Now, there is a healing frequency, 174 hertz, which is known globally as the healing frequency. It is the solfeggio frequency. That is overall well-being frequency that you can, in fact, I have it in the background right now. It's something that you can find on YouTube. You can find it on your radio stations. You can even tell your smart, I don't want to say her name right now. It starts with an A, but if I say it, it's going to stop. So you can ask to hear that frequency in music. When I'm regularly working on something and I feel distracted, I will play a frequency that aids in concentration. So the 174 hertz is something that actually can help with concentration, and it can really promote overall health and well-being. So it has the greatest potential for physical effects on the body also. So if you don't know where to start, the 174 hertz frequency is a really good place to start. And you can just practice using it, listening to it, going to sleep to it, meditating to it, or even just having it in the background while you're doing your schoolwork or your business work, or just while you're even watching TV. If you just want to improve your mental and your emotional health, it's a really good background noise. So it even can bring a sense of security to the organs inside of your body. So how do we actually create these different sounds? Well, there are different modalities that create different frequencies. Now, the earth has its own frequency, the frequency of the tone of Om. Om. That is the earth frequency. That is the standard frequency of the earth. So when people actually chant and do that frequency, they are working to align with the planet. They're actually working to align with the resonance of the planet. And since we're all made of the same things, we're made of the stars are made of the same things of the galaxy, and inside we're made of all the same things. It's good to balance and resonate with the earth. And if you can do some earthing, walking barefoot in nature, so you're trading electrons with the earth while you are doing your Om, you actually can feel an incredible sense of well-being, along with grounding your energy at the same time. So different ways that you can actually get frequencies in your body or use them in a practice is, first of all, there's bowls. There's singing bowls. There's metal bowls, such as this one. This is a brass Tibetan bowl. So that is a certain frequency. And there are also crystal bowls that all come in different sizes, shapes, because they're tuned to different frequencies. So what I recommend is either seeking out the frequency, becoming familiar with the frequency that you want to attune to. So if it's healing for internal organs, if it's healing for emotional or mental well-being, if it's for concentration, if it's for meditation, discover which frequency that you want to find first. And then you can actually ask which bowls are tuned to those frequencies. Or you can literally just go into a metaphysical shop and you can play with the bowls and see which one actually resonates with you and makes you feel good. If it lifts your spirits, if it makes you smile, if it makes you get emotional, that's probably a good bowl for you. That's actually how I found this bowl. I was at a conference and they just had all these Tibetan hand-pounded bowls, and I played with them until I found this one. I also found these Tibetan bells, which I love. They just made their own little sound right there. It's just, there's something so calming about that sound to me. And bells have been used throughout the generations in different forms of religious or spiritual practices throughout the ages. And you always can hear bells in temples, in churches, just all around the world. And even like if I'm in a different city that I've never heard, but never been in before, and I hear bells chiming, I literally stop to listen. It literally does something. It makes me feel so connected, and it makes me feel just a sense of reverence. I just love bells. I don't know what it is. I've always loved bells. There are also tuning forks. Tuning forks can be used for healing. There are a lot of practitioners that actually use tuning forks for healing. I've seen even chiropractors and physical therapists use tuning forks for healing, along with people that do spiritual practices as well. There's also drumming, there's chanting, and there's vocal toning. So you can also use instruments and you can create different resonance. Even if you have a guitar and there's a certain chord that you like and you just strum that chord, it can have a very calming effect on your body. So you have to find what works for you. You have to decide what frequency it is that you want to tune to. And the musical effects of sound have, it's probably affected you your whole life without you even really realizing it. Because when you're in a joyful state, you tend to listen to the sound, the beat, the rhythm of the music. When you're in a sad state, you tend to listen to the words of the song, if there's words. So again, our state can be affected by what we're listening to. Like for me, if I'm sad, I don't really want to listen to sad songs. I want to listen to something joyful. And I remember somebody asking me one time, they were like, what kind of music makes you feel the best or pulls you out of a sad state. And for me, it's almost any kind of music, darn near any kind of joyful, upbeat music. The second it turns on, my vibrational state changes instantaneously. I can be really, really sad, but if I hear a song I really like, I can't help but smile. I can't help but my own frequency just immediately goes up. My vibration rises and it brings joy to the inside of my body. And I just start to feel better. So I like to use music to raise my emotional state and to improve my mental health and to just have overall well-being. Music for me and dance has just been something I've done my entire life to really improve how I feel in my own practice. So let's get into how do you create a practice with sound, with all these different modalities. The first thing that you want to do is make sure that you set a clear intention for your practice and your sound therapy. What is it that you want to do with this sound therapy? Do you want to have healing inside your body? Are you trying to heal an injury? Are you trying to heal a trauma? Are you trying to heal an organ, something that's going on in your body? Or are you just trying to calm your mind? Are you trying to get in a better emotional or mental state? Are you wanting to open your heart center and you want to bring more love into your life? Are you trying to align with your higher power and your guides, your ancestors, your angels, and then you're wanting to really expand your consciousness and your awareness? Having an intention for your sound therapy practice is one of the most important things that you can do to make sure that you're getting exactly what you need from this type of therapy in your life. So set a very clear intention for your practice. Then pick a modality that you like. Pick something, whether it's somebody else's music, whether it's your own tools, whether it's, again, the bells or it's drums or it's a guitar. It really doesn't matter what it is, because every single instrument, every single tool will have a different effect on you. You're just going to have to test them out and see which one you like the best. However, if you're just getting started and you don't know what to do, again, the 174 hertz frequency is a really good place to start, because again, it's known as the overall well-being frequency, and it can really help to just put you in a meditative state. It can help improve concentration, and it can even bring a sense of security and safety inside your body. So sound therapy can actually help release stagnant energy. If you're feeling stuck and you just don't know what to do, or if you have to study for a big test or a quiz, or whether it's work or school, it doesn't even matter. Maybe you're trying to write a book or a play, or you're trying to paint and get into that creative mode, and you're just feeling stuck, or you have writer's block. Sound therapy can actually release and liberate stagnant energy. So it's a really good practice to actually play some music, or maybe something that you really love. Maybe it's just your favorite song. That's okay. I actually really love to listen to Meghan Trainor, Better When You're Dancing. That song, I feel better when I'm dancing. I'm not the best singer, but I love that song. That song just cheers me up anytime. It doesn't matter where I am. If I hear it, I have a hard time focusing on anything else, because that song just immediately brings me into a state of joy, and it literally changes my mental frequency. And the cool thing is about sound therapy is it actually is proven that it does change your state of your brain. It literally vibrationally changes the frequency and the state of your brain. That's why it can help with emotional and mental issues, because it actually changes the state. It can bring balance into your life. It can actually really help heal your energy centers and align your chakras. It can promote relaxation. and it's really great for overall well-being. So do whatever you need to do to bring this practice into your life and into your spiritual tool belt, if you will, because sound therapy is something that you're using whether you know it or not. Just be careful that you're not allowing sound programming to happen, which happens when we're listening to, say, like the news media, and you fall asleep and your conscious mind falls asleep. You're allowing whatever sound is going on, and that's usually someone speaking, and that is a vocal resonance. It is programming you. There's a reason that TV is called programming, because it's actually programming you. A lot of times, if you fall asleep and you're listening to the news or you're listening to something that isn't in the highest frequency, you're going to wake up feeling distraught, or you're going to wake up feeling anxiety or stress or anger. And a lot of times, if you can go to sleep listening to a higher frequency or a 174 hertz or whatever it is, if you can listen to a meditation, it's going to actually give you more restful sleep. It'll help your body to actually heal, because it gives your internal organs a sense of security, and you wake up in a much more positive state. So if you're really working on adjusting your mindset and your emotional health, and you want to improve the overall well-being of your life, make sure that you're adding sound therapy to your spiritual practice. So that's it for Module 3. I hope you enjoyed this short exercise and this information on sound therapy, and I will see you soon in Module 4. Have a wonderful day. All right, welcome to Module 4 of Basic Intuition 101, School of Magic. So today we're talking about clearing energy. This is such a good module because there's so many different reasons to clear energy, from your stones, your decks of cards, or your home, even your physical body, how to protect your body or release stagnant energy, and protection around yourself. So let's start with having a new deck. So say you were to have a new deck, and usually it's really good if you're going to have an oracle deck, a tarot deck, anything like that. It's always good to get it as a gift. Now you can buy one for yourself. However, it's fun to trade them, and it is nice to give away as a gift also. So when you first get your gift, when you first get your deck, you're going to want to make sure that you clear energy off of the deck. And then anytime you use it for yourself or somebody else, you also want to clear the deck. So there's lots of different ways that you can do this. You can take the deck out of its box, and you can hold it, and you can actually knock all of the energy and literally visualize the energy just kind of dropping out of the deck completely and clearing the energy. You can actually do a meditation and intention, a visualization of clearing your deck. This actually helps to create a better bond with you and your deck, and you get to know your deck better. Plus, it helps you to get in the vibrational frequency of your deck. Another thing you can do is you can smudge your deck. You can take sage, you can take cedar, or you can do lavender and sweetgrass, and you can literally just light it and put the incense around the deck for about 30 seconds, and then just literally clear the energy of the deck. So every single time you use your deck, you're going to want to do some type of regular practice to clear the energy for your deck. So even, I mean, for me, when I'm doing guest readings, like on a live stream, and I'm pulling cards, I'm using multiple decks. If I'm using the same deck over and over and over, which I just did the other day, literally in between each one, I just gave it a quick little knock. I just basically watch the energy dispel out of it and used a clean deck for every single person. That way I'm getting a true reading, because the person you're giving the reading to, they're at a vibrational frequency that's attracting the message in the deck. So you want to make sure that you clear the energy of the previous person so they get an honest read and they attract the right message for them, because usually it's for a validation or some type of it's something they might already know, and they're just making sure that they're getting the same message. Or maybe it's helping to give them some guidance about what direction to go, or a yes or a no. So it's really important that you clear the energy of the previous person in order to get a clear reading on your deck. So let's touch into stones. Stone work is all of your stones or your gems that you use in your practice. Now, if you have stones that you wear on your body or you use in your practice every single day, you hold them in your hand, you hold them in your pocket, or again, you wear them as jewelry, those are stones that are going to have to be cleared a lot more often than if you have stones that are sitting up on your shelf. So those stones are vibrating at a specific frequency. And if you actually go into my TikTok, there is a series that is talking about the stones that I've been working on. And it talks about what the different frequencies of the stones are and what they can be used for, either healing certain energy centers of your body, attraction, basically absorbing negative energy or ions. And the cool thing about this is it's very scientific. Stones actually can vibrate at a specific frequency, and that frequency can be measured. So it's not just like a lot of woo-woo spiritual stuff. Stones are actually scientifically proven to vibrate at certain frequencies in order to help us. However, each stone, when you use the stone, especially if it's a darker stone like black tourmaline or something, where it's absorbing obsidian, it's absorbing, these are absorbing your energies. Those are stones that are going to need to be cleared more often as well, because once it changes in frequency, not only does it dull, but it basically changes the vibrational frequency of the stone. So you're not getting that pure support that you originally got when you purchased the stone or it was given to you as a gift. So there are many different ways that you can clear your stones and your gems. One of my favorite ones that I like to tell people is the new moon or the full moon. That's a very feminine energy. That's a beautiful vibrational frequency to put on your love stones specifically. But if you want to bring a little bit more nurturing and feminine energy into your life, it's a really good thing to put your stones on the windowsill in a full moon or on a new moon. Leave it there overnight and let it just absorb the beautiful moonlight and the vibrational, that lunar frequency that's coming from our beautiful moon. And it'll actually help to really clear your stones. And there's something really special about having moon energy all over your stones. You can also do this with water. If you want to put water next to your stones that you're clearing, or even like an amethyst, works really, really well. And it actually charges the water. And so then you can drink the water and you can get even more healing benefits. So moon water and charged water is a real thing. It's really good for you. Lunar or solar eclipses are another thing that you can use to clear your stones. So you can just look up when your next lunar eclipse or solar eclipse is. You put it out during that eclipse time. And again, it can clear the energy from your stones. So I'll roll right into sunlight. Using sunlight for stones is something that you can do, but only certain stones. You don't want to leave every stone in the sunlight because it can actually fade your gem. It can fade the color, but not every stone is really meant to be charged by the sun. So make sure that you look up if it's the best way to clear or charge your stone with the sunlight, because Darker stones are usually better in sunlight than lighter color or sun-colored stones. So stones that are yellow or orange, like carnelian, those aren't really the best to keep in sunlight. But darker stones have a tendency to do much better in sunlight for clearing and for charging. So salt water is another thing that can really help to clear the vibrational frequency of stones. Again, not every stone likes water or salt water specifically. So look up your stone and see which ones, if you're trying to charge or clear the energy, if it can stand salt water. Harder stones can usually stand salt water, but softer stones, kind of like malachite or selenite, you don't want to put those in salt water. They're a softer stone, and that salt water can actually damage your stone because they're more porous. So you can make your own. It doesn't have to be natural salt water. If you're not anywhere near an ocean where you have salt water, you can make your own salt water, no problem. It still has the same effect. You can even bury it in salt completely, but again, be careful about putting metal, like so if it's a piece of jewelry, that the stone is in, if it's wrapped in metal or anything like that, you probably don't want to use salt water because it will have a reaction with the metal. So again, just use your own discernment on what stone you're clearing, what stone you're charging, and how it's actually, if it's wrapped or used in jewelry. Okay. Another thing that you can do is use larger stones. So you can use geodes or stone slabs to clear your stones. And the best thing is they heal each other. So if you have a geode, a beautiful like oval, round, or kind of a cradle type of geode, you can place your smaller stones inside the geode. Or if you have a slab stone, like say you have a piece of quartz or amethyst or something like that, you can actually place the smaller stones on top of the slab, and they will actually help to heal one another. And it does clear the smaller stones. Kind of a cool thing. So smudging is something that, like I was talking about with the decks, is something that can be used to clear stones. Now, if you are going to do some smudging, make sure you're near an open window or you're outdoors, because you want the negative energy that is being pulled off of the stone to have somewhere to go. So make sure that you have an access for that smoke to go out. So light your either your sage, again, cedar, and you can use lavender and lemongrass. There's lots of different herbs that you can use. Sage is the most common one. Light your sage and completely envelop your stone for about 30 seconds, and make sure the stone, the smoke gets all around the stone, and then just see basically the negative energy or ions being carried away with the smoke. Sage has actually been really proven scientifically to clear air, and we'll get more into that when we're talking about smudging your house to clear energy. But it works very well for stones. Another thing that you can use is sound. You can use, in module 3, we're talking about sound therapy and how it's so valuable for balancing energy and clearing energy and stagnant energy in the body. Does the same thing for your stones. And so you can use sound energy to actually clear your stones. One of the neat ways that you can do it is kind of the same thing with the decks I was talking about. You can also use visualization and meditation. And once again, the same with the decks. Using visualization and meditation to clear your stones gives you a tighter bond with your stones. It actually helps you to get to know your stone better. You would close your eyes, you would literally see the energy transferring and having it completely recharged and allowing the negative energy to float away from the stone. Again, a very strong practice to really just get to know your stones better if you're doing it as a regular part of your practice, or if you're specifically using stones for other people. It helps you to put your vibrational frequency and your healing frequencies on these stones. And so when you're placing stones on the person that you're working on, it can actually help to heal them a little bit quicker, and it already has your intention in it. So if you're intending for this healing stone, like say it's a rose quartz, and you're healing someone's broken heart, or you're bringing more love into their heart, or you're increasing their self-love, and you put that beautiful rose quartz, if you've already charged your stone with your love and your intention of incredible self-love into that stone, it's actually going to help transfer into the person that you're working with, and it makes your practice that much easier. Another really cool way to clear your stones is burying it in the ground. Mother Earth is incredibly healing, and that again, that transfer of ions and that transfer of energy can be very, very powerful for clearing your stones. So with burial, it's probably one of the longer ways to clear a stone. You're going to want to make sure you have a very safe and sacred place that you can bury your stone, somewhere that means a lot to you. Just don't go randomly in your backyard, dig a hole, throw it in there, and hope for the best. You really want a very special spot when you're going to bury your stone, and you can bury it directly. You don't have to put it in a bag or anything like that, but you're going to want to bury it for 24 hours up to 3 days. And that's going to actually help to really balance the energy, because that's where it came from. The stones came from Mother Earth. And so it's such a strong and beautiful practice to bury it back into Mother Earth and recharge that stone, clear the energy. And it's one of the most efficient ways to really bring it back to its original self. So that is the list for clearing stones and gems. The other thing that I want to touch on is clearing energy out of your home. If you're feeling stagnant energy, if you're moving into a new home, if you're feeling negative energy, bad juju, anything like that, a really good way to clear your home is using sage or smudging. So again, you can use other things such as cedar, lavender, and lemongrass, but I love sage because sage, again, has been scientifically proven to clear the air and change the ions. It actually can transfer the ions and bring, I mean, for me, I can smell a cleaner air after I smudge. I've smudged other people's homes for many, many years. It's been part of my practice. It was part of my business for many years, where I would actually go into people's homes. They would hire me to clear the energy, and I would teach people how to smudge their own homes. What you want to do is get a sage bundle, and you want to go ahead and light it, get a nice fan it, get a nice smoke going on it. And you want to walk around the house. And what you want to do is you want to smudge around every doorway, every window, and every opening. So I would even go over like the toilets. I would go over the registers where the air comes out. I would go around every single window and every single door frame, like literally follow the rectangle shape or the square shape of the window or the door. And just, again, intention of clearing negative energy, having an open window and allowing that negative energy to have a place to escape to, and replacing it intentionally with love and light. And really, again, setting your intention is so vitally important when you're doing these practices. I know I've talked about this before, but I'm going to mention it again because it is really vitally important that you're setting an intention before you're doing any of this energy work. Seeing this love and this positive vibration coming in and transforming and allowing the negative energy or frequency to basically leave. And So again, smudging the entire house, it can take some time. You want to be intentional about it. It's not something you want to just rush through. You can, in fact, Native Americans use feathers of either like an eagle or a hawk to actually make the smoke go a little bit further, and it helps as part of their practice. I've seen a Native American smudging, and it was absolutely beautiful. It just was really a cool thing to witness. So it's something that you can do for your own home. You can do it anytime that you want. And again, it just absolutely liberates energy and releases any kind of stagnant energy. So the last thing we're going to touch on is clearing energy from your body and then actually placing protection around yourself. And this is imperative if you're working with other people. You absolutely have to do this practice, because otherwise you'll drain your life force and you can take on other people's ailments, which is the complete opposite of what you want to do in your spiritual practice. You want to be in the utmost health when you're healing other people. And I have come across so many healers that have taken on the healees' ailments. That is a big no. We don't want to do that. Of course, we don't want you to be hurt or injured or take on anybody else's illness or injury. We want to liberate that freedom. And the best way to do that is for you to be in the best health possible. Again, set your intention and protect yourself. So a really great way to clear your energy is just chakra aligning. Literally sit in a meditative practice. Be very intentional about clearing your energy, changing your vibrational frequency, raising your frequency and your vibration in order to allow love and light and everything good into your body. Seeing a light come from the heavens down through your crown chakra, going down through your body, all the way filling your every cell in your body with light, going down through your root chakra, wrapping around the core of Mother Earth, and then coming back up through your feet, and then even having it come out through your heart and emanating that beautiful love and light, and literally seeing that love and light fill your entire aura like a cloud, like a bubble, like a disco ball, something around you where it's literally protecting you, and it's creating a cloud of energy around you of pure love and light. And that meditative state is, again, very intentional about allowing, and since your biggest pores in your body are in your feet, or seeing negative energy coming out of your fingertips, your toes, but grounding it into Mother Earth. If you can stand outside and you can do some earthing while you're doing this, again, it's going to just increase the productivity of that transfer of energy. It's actually going to help it come faster and clear better. So another thing you can do is you can smudge yourself. You can do cord cutting. You can look up a technique that you really like. I like to get a flaming sword from Archangel Michael, and I go around and shave my entire body and imagine cords being cut all over. I go under my feet, I go under my arms, I go everywhere throughout my whole body. I give the sword back up to the heavens, and then I go and I smooth off anything, and I come back and I see those cords being released lovingly back to wherever they came from. I really have a do no harm policy, so I don't want anybody to be harmed when we're releasing them. We always want to release with love and with light. So again, this is a really good way to clear any stagnant energy, to release any cords that someone has corded you, or if you've corded anybody. Very appropriate from a parent to a child. But other than that, cording is something that should be cut regularly, so everybody is on their own energy wavelength. So again, creating this protection around you, super important. But I mean, really, you can use sound therapy, and you can use gem therapy to clear energy as well. Placing certain gems up and down your body along your chakra, your energy centers, or having somebody else place them on your body, or doing sound therapy for you. Or you can listen to something on, again, free on YouTube, on your radio station, that type of thing. You can actually play something while you're doing a meditation and allow that sound therapy to clear any stagnant energy. Very intentional. Set an intentional that you're clearing this energy from your body, any ailments, any weaknesses, and bringing strength into your body, bringing clarity into your body, bringing wholeness and wellness into your body. Again, letting it come out through your heart and surrounding you with love and light and protection. You always want to put protection around you, especially when you're working with other people in your practice. So that is module 4 for clearing energy. I hope you guys enjoyed this beautiful practice. I hope that you use it in your daily life, because it really will make a difference. And clear your stones, clear your space. It makes a big difference. You'll notice a huge shift in your energy once you do this. So we'll see you next time. Have a great night. Be blessed.
Hello, glad to have you here. Be ready for the next minutes of Real Talk with Rainbow Ma Show. Thank you for listening.
Hi everybody, I am Rainbow Masho, an artist, author, entrepreneur, and more on the autism spectrum, and I have grand news to share with you all. NFT NYC is exposing me and my creativity because of a very special drawing I made as a donation for St. Jude Children's Hospital of sickle cell anemia, and the drawing is part of my art series called Fly. It's about promoting all types of people, no matter how different they can be, as beautiful humanoid butterflies. And I just want to say that it's a very, very, very great honor to sponsor St. Jude Children's Hospital, and because every child deserves to live life and be healthy, no matter what. And I just want to thank NFT NYC and Kiksorish for exposing me. I also want to thank NFT Cred and Christie's Auction House for being involved in this special project. You know, I really want to thank Web3 and so many people for giving me opportunities that my school doesn't and some other people don't. But the best part is that I get to learn, grow, and experience more wonderful stuff as the wonderful human I know I can be. And it's a pleasure always being a part of the wonderful events that you host. Last week, I was a part of a free day workshop with Empower Tennessee in their leadership workshop, and I'm so happy I was a part of that. As a teenager with a diagnosis with many strengths and weaknesses, the leadership workshops were very important for me because I got to learn independence, maturity, and responsibility in so many ways, and how I can communicate with the world and connect with others and learn to accept myself before I can accept others. And also, we are in this together and we're not alone, and it's better being together than apart. That's what I want to say. Thank you, Empower Tennessee, for including me. And I must correct myself in one of the past comments. I am not a weak person. I have challenges, but negativity and challenges do not affect me. Sure, we have to go through challenges sometimes because that's a part of life, and we are not weak. We are strong. I believe in myself, and I want you to believe in me. A couple of days ago, I made a special piece of art celebrating the differences between positivity and negativity. Throughout time, positivity has been seen as trustworthy and comforting, while negativity has only been seen as untrustworthy and something that doesn't give comfort. But sometimes many of the things that we perceive as negative are misunderstood, and being positive is not always easy, but it's a part of us being human, and it's important to express ourselves rather than expressing ourselves in a way that's not who we are, and we should learn to look through the world through the eyes of another and respect others. A couple of days ago, my community experienced a shooting and a 16-year-old boy was critically injured. He was moved to life support, and first responders tried to help him, but he ended up dying. And the shooter is still on the loose, and police haven't been able to find him. And what concerns me is how unsafe and dangerous some communities are. And I want community leaders to understand that everybody deserves to feel safe, no matter the situation. And it's important that we converse with each other and find ways that'll help us. A couple of days ago, my dad came to visit from Australia for my 16th birthday, and I had such a wonderful time with him, and I got to do so many fun stuff that we don't get to do because he's so far away. And every time he leaves back to Australia, I always feel sad and lonely, and also hoping that one day we'll be closer and we'll never be separated. But the best part is I get to be with someone who cares about me and is one of the two people who brought me into the world. And I just want to say that I love him so much, and I can't wait to be with him again. You know, dealing with my emotions, many times I appear to be calm and positive, but suddenly, out of the blue, I can appear to be angry or irritated. And when I feel angry, it feels like my whole brain is on fire while experiencing an earthquake. And so many things are known to bother me. So one of the things is the sound of people chewing, and sometimes I get really irritated, and sometimes I don't feel like I could sit with someone, but I am still searching for ways of how I can make sure I calm myself down and control my emotions, even though it's okay to be angry sometimes. And when I said that my brain feels on fire whenever I get angry, the way how I visualize it is that the whole world is shaking and there's arson everywhere. And it feels like my brain is exploding with anger. That's how I feel.
Greetings, everyone. I am Jadida. I am Rainbow Mosha's mom. And the reason why she makes these recordings, the reason why she is fulfilling her desire to share what she's all about, what she's interested in, what concerns her, what worries her, what spikes her interest, acknowledging a lot of these realities as a teen, going through so many transitions. It is because many times she doesn't have anyone to talk to, and I am making sure that her voice is heard and that she gets to say what she wants to say, what she thinks about life, the world, and what is happening around us, because she has something to say. She has meaning, and she has conviction, and she is learning as well. So thank you for listening. Thank you for opening your time and appreciating what she provides, and her thoughts and ideas, and above all, her creativity, which bottom line, the goal here is to make sure that you get to hear about her and about her interests and understand where the combination of colors comes from, why the shapes, why she pays attention to specific details, and why a lot of her art has to do with what she sees in the world and also what she hopes to see in the world. So thank you again. Thank you for supporting Rainbow Motion. If you can like, comment, share. There might be someone out there who wants to see her art and they might be interested. They will become interested in acquiring her art in the many different ways. Thank you so much. Keep in touch and there will be more Real Talk with Rainbow. Thanks.
And this has been another wonderful moment talking with Rainbow Macho. And remember, life can be hard, but it's worth living because there's so much beauty in it. Let's keep the conversation real.
Thank you for listening.
Hi everybody, Rainbow Macho here, and now I'm making a very special drawing about bullying. I'm gonna start off with this little person on the street looking like if they are doing great, but their shadow is gonna depict them being mistreated and abused by society. And it's a very good reflection of how people don't know how to say that they need help and they need someone to help protect them. And some people in today's society aren't caring enough to help people in need who may be getting bullied or abused by anyone. So it's really important to talk about topics like these. Yesterday I heard the heartbreaking news about a young 10-year-old boy, just a decade old, barely living life. He committed suicide on himself after constantly being bullied, and his family contacted his school more than 20 times and they didn't do anything, not even a single piece of shit to help their son. And sadly, he ended his life with suicide, with all the pain and suffering he's been through. And I am sending my deepest condolences to the family. No one has to lose their child due to this trauma. So I really want to help speak out against this unfair injustice by making special arts based off on this. And I want to make a series of different things that are wrong and need to be changed. And I care so much and I really want to help the best way I can. And sometimes the smallest things can turn into the biggest surprises. The reality with bullying is that bullying starts with someone who may have gone through something traumatic and thinks that it's okay to be mean to other people, or maybe they just haven't been taught to respect others and they think bullying is okay. It's important to start conversations like these so that they don't get ignored and thrown in the trash, because when we talk about this and find solutions, we can help end up saving lives. And that's what's needed in our world today. So who's with me to help stop bullying? There have been various moments that I've been bullied throughout my life. When I was younger in elementary, many kids would make fun of my name. My name is Tomais, but they would mispronounce it as Thomas, like if I was a boy, and I felt so small. And sometimes I would get hit, pushed around, or even slapped. And in middle school, I was bullied so much that the teachers were like, I'm sure they didn't mean it. It was an accident. And they did not hold themselves accountable. And in high school, I was mistreated and treated poorly by a bunch of girls who thought they were better than me. And they didn't care about who I was. And every time I would get bullied and mistreated by people around me in society, I would feel so small, like if I didn't belong. And of course, I would have the courage to tell my mom in the end many times, and she teaches me to be strong, seek out for people who will really care for me, and express my needs, no matter what. I'm making a very special drawing about bullying. Some people, when they get bullied, they may say, nothing is wrong, I'm all fine, but their shadow will say of how abused they are based off on what they may have experienced, whether it's in school, with a friend they thought they could trust, or someone else. Anything can happen when someone is vulnerable due to bullying. And that's something I have experienced, and I am still learning to move on from the pain. And with the shadow being attacked by bullies, I'm depicting the bullies as demons because I want to show how bullies can be represented as people who do not take care and consideration if they have been through something bad and they think it's okay, or they haven't been taught to respect others. So it's important to talk about things like this. And I bet you're all wondering, you guys have seen me do spectacular pieces of art before, and I bet you're wondering, why is she doing circles and sticks? Well, I wanted to be like a quick comic, but also getting straight to the point of what could happen, especially during an event like this, such as bullying. And if you are being bullied or have been bullied or know someone who is being bullied, any information and advice to help stop this abuse is very important and helpful, and I'm all ears. Oh, and one more thing. Bullying is never accepted, and bullies must be held accountable for their actions. Hi everybody, I'm back and I have completed my piece from yesterday, and this is a very special piece of art that represents how people can feel when they're being bullied or mistreated. And they'll pretend like everything is fine, and they'll say things like, nothing is wrong, I'm all fine, why would I be really afraid and getting abused? No need to worry. And that's also part of the denial of how they feel, and also not wanting people to have concern for them and not to know about what could happen to them. And the person's shadow depicts of what's really happening in abuse and bullying, along with demons saying nasty stuff and doing nasty things like punching, hitting, pushing them, and drawing weapons at them. And this is what can happen during bullying. And at the bottom I wrote, it's not fine. And it's important to talk about things like this, even though they are hard to mention. And if you or someone you know is being bullied or abused, contact these numbers. And so many families and parents who have their children being bullied and abused feel helpless, but there are so many people out here in this world who will help. And many times with the victims of this unfair injustice have the responsibility put on them, and it's not fair. And things like this don't deserve to happen. So we need to find ways and better solutions to help end this mess.
History ever since the beginning of humanity, it's always been adults being the heroes, but that's not true. Kids are heroes as well, because we start our journey from the bottom and rise to the top, because when we look back at ourselves, when we grow up to be adults, we will remember the free-spirited, innocent child that we used to be, who wanted to make a change even though they were not at a certain age group. And it's important to start off as kids making a dream come true. We gotta work together and understand. And that's why the old generation, I'm talking about the adults, no offense, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's important to listen to kids and respect your kids and their values and how they want to express themselves and who they are and what they're coming from. And it's important that us kids come out of our shells, and we gotta show acceptance, awareness, respect, and support to all types of children, no matter what.
That was amazing. And I feel like, you should, for a kid, you should stay dedicated to, what you love to do. And I feel like, the support of an adult is, important to guide the kid towards their journey as well. And I feel like, the kids should always stay, you should block away that negative energy, but take in what you should learn from it as well. That's an important thing that I feel like
is giving me opportunities and inclusion that not even my school is doing for me. And I have been welcomed for so many things. And I just want to say thank you so much for including me at NTMC. Hey Moon Mars Museum, Rainbow Masho here in the Museum of Natural History in New York City, and look what I found, a model of the moon, and check it out, right here on number 9, Mare Crisium. I found this spot, and my mom has told me that this is where our art on this spot of the moon is gonna get sent to. We're going down in history, people! Innovation and empowerment in Web3 make it the ideal platform for greater impact, because my school doesn't give me opportunities and inclusion like this. So I'm very happy that places like this do. And I am so happy to do collaborations with Consistency is Carrots, Gifted Kids, Goodlets, and Mintangible. And Mintangible has been very helpful. They have been teaching me to have my own copyright. Fun fact with Moon Mars Museum is that we are taking art to the moon. It's not metaphorically, it's literal. We are actually going to the literal moon, and it's so amazing. Even our art will stretch to the farthest reaches of the universe and beyond. So, and any
a really meaningful message. In order to succeed, we have to go through pain, suffering, and so many impossible challenges because we cannot go on the easy path. We have to struggle and fail, and it's part of life. And it's important to embrace flaws and turn it into something special.
All right, Rainbow Sword, Artist Village NFT NYC. Let's see who else comes up. Oh, here. Check it out, Jay. Oh, it went away. I guess it will move from screen to screen. Here we go. Look how beautiful with all the incredible art. This is such an honor for artists to have their art be shown.
I will now be reading Whispers and Whirlwinds by Hope McKee. A silent pause, a moment's grace, a canvas of thoughts left to face. Not in the hustle of voices loud, but in that stillness where hearts are allowed. It is there, whispers, the sound of silence, trying to calm the whirlwinds with guidance. The absence of sound, like a thoughtful plea, encourages us all and sets our spirits free. A canvas blank without color's hue, a dancer poised, waiting music's cue. Yet in this space, a simple truth's call, the absence of sound, the grandest of all. The canvas untouched, a world of dreams awaits. Each color and shade, an artist's heart creates. A gentle stroke, a brush with tender care. In silence, colors mingle and declare. The brush whispers softly on the page. The colors blend, emotions engage. Each dot, a verse that softly speaks to soothe, and silence reigns. The artist finds the truth. The artist's hand provides a gentle guide. With stroke and shade, emotions come alive. As colors blend, the sleeping thoughts collide, revealing secrets buried deep inside. With every mark, the artist finds release in tones of passion, joy, and inner peace. She paints the world where silence is a choice, rising above limits, a discovered voice. My painted pictures are my words, I say, a rhythm in my heart that won't fade away. In this world full of noise, I feel so confined, but in the depths of silence, I find peace of mind. My voice echoes loud, but feels like a dream. I stand in the spotlight, as I stand in the spotlight and let my heart scream. The feelings build, anxiety starts the flight. In the quiet, my mind dances gracefully with the night. I'm a puppet on a stage, my words pulled by strings, seeking acceptance, each note that I sing. But in the solitude of silence, my spirit comes alive. Expressing through skill, I start to thrive. The world's clamor tries to silence my sound, but with each brushstroke and step,
I won't be held down. In the stillness, I uncover the strength I hold and let the imagination create stories untold. Whispers and whirlwinds collide in me, a clash of emotions that no one can see. In the depths of my silence, I find my escape. Through creativity, my soul takes shape. In the stillness of the night, I find my roar. Through movement and expression, I am seeking more. Dancing to rhythms only my heart can hear. Finding calm and release when silence draws near. And so I'll keep on painting with a voice that's unique. In the quiet moments, I find what I seek. For in the art and dance, I'm never truly alone. Whispers and whirlwinds weave a melody of my own.
It's just so awful what can happen in our world nowadays. It's just unforgivable how some of us humans treat nature and wildlife. We gotta do something about it. It's too heartbreaking. It cannot be ignored. I'm now gonna recite a little prayer for the bird. Deities of death upon you, to take this poor soul somewhere safe in the afterlife, where no harm or hate will ever come near it. Make sure its spirit will be able to fly free within the skies. It is destined to feel love and comfort in the afterlife. Make sure it's in a place where it can be free during death, as it remembers the joy and happiness it has experienced when living life. I'm literally so sorry. You didn't deserve to die. I'm so sorry. Please forgive us. Please forgive us humans. I'm sorry. Ugh. Look at all this garbage here. It's just so disgusting. Some of us humans, literally. Why? Of course I have autism, and I am very proud to have a very unique perspective of the world around me. Of course I have autism, but that doesn't make me any less intelligent or creative. Of course I have autism, and I deeply appreciate it when others take the time to support and respect me as a human being. Of course I have autism, but that doesn't mean I am not charismatic, empathetic, kind, or giving. I'm all those things. Of course I have autism, and I do stimming, even at times where it may seem weird or not necessary. Of course I have autism, but even when I have to adapt to new situations, that doesn't mean I don't belong. And of course, you better not forget, this month, which is April, is Autism Inclusion, Awareness, and Acceptance Month.
What do you do after a bad day in school?
Hi everybody, my name is Rainbow Masho. I'm a teenage artist, author, entrepreneur, advocate, and more with autism. And throughout my life, art has been my main goal, and it has been helping me through a lot of things, such as emotions, obstacles, and even bad days. And art is a very special skill that I've gotten from my dad. And with that skill, I have been able to write storybooks and be a part of organizations and art conferences. And I got to sell my art and my merch. And also, I also co-sponsored with various companies such as Lippy Lou and Consistency is Carrots. And I actually brought a special guest here with us today. she isn't going to be part of the story that we're going to be reading today. Her name is Oracle, and she is known as the alphabet creature, and she is a very friendly creature. And her main goal is to help kids learn about the alphabet, and she also encourages them to create their own alphabet and be themselves, no matter how different they may be. And today's story that we're going to be talking about, though, real quick, I need to ask you all a very good question right here. Do any of you enjoy going to the zoo? Nice. We got
I am now here at the Springfield Public Library. I have had so much fun doing a book reading and teaching an art class to the kids here, and all has been very fun and wonderful.
Yes, and we thank the Springfield Public Library and Jessica, always opening the doors for creativity and being a part of the community. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Rainbow Masho. I'm a teenage artist, author, and advocate, along with so many other things on the autism spectrum. I love to let colors and creating stuff along with making art guide me through life. And I also love the things I'm learning and that I have to respect them in life, such as wildlife, plants, being out in nature, and of course my latest obsession, reading books. I'm deeply in love with the book 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea and the stories of Greek myths and folklore. And I can really connect with them as a person, knowing that they give me so much inspiration.
Can you please share how did you discover your passion for art and writing?
Well, art and writing, along with the magic of storytelling, has always been a part of my life. And of course, I did my artistic from my dad. And when I was young, I have always loved making art and drawing cute little stories of my own, even based off on the stories I've heard and seen. But I've always wondered to myself, has anyone ever made a story about people like me? And so I decided to make my stories. And of course, there were moments that big publishers didn't accept my stories due to autism and lack of open-mindedness. But the thing is, I am not giving up so easily, and me and Mom are knocking on the door really hard, showing what we're capable of, mostly what I'm capable of, and that I can be included in a vast, diverse universe with people like me.
Can you please tell us how has autism inspired your creativity?
Well, the thing with autism is that, yeah, I can be a bit of an oddball sometimes, but I deeply admire being an oddball. And throughout my life, I have been oppressed for who I am and have been forced to be ladylike and more human. And of course, I used to go through a major anxiety crisis for a few years, thinking that if I acted more ladylike and human, I would be accepted. But then I realized that I was hurting myself by not accepting for who I am. And the way how autism has majorly influenced my life is learning from my struggles, challenges, and the heartbreaks I have been through, and just fully embracing what life has to offer, even though I may feel afraid, depressed, too lazy, and completely bored sometimes. But I am very grateful that I have teachers and mostly good friends and family members that'll push me out of my comfort zone, but not in the forceful way, in the very good way. And I'm very happy that I'm accepted for who I am. And I gotta say thank you so much for my parents for creating me.
Can you please share why is Web3 a source of learning and growth?
The reason why it's been such a source of learning and growth for me is because of my wonderful nosy mom always knocking down doors. And 2 years ago, she opened an account for me, and Web3 has been very, 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 very supportive and respectful, along with being very welcoming towards me. And I have been given various opportunities to exhibit my art, and I still have amazing art projects that I'm planning on publishing and creating on my iPad. And I'm just so grateful that I'm part of a digital community, that I get to make friends with people and also share our thoughts and information and really connect with one another and share our ideas for the world and express ourselves for who we are instead of pretending to be something we're not.
Can you tell us what is audacity in your own words?
Oh my gosh. Audacity. I mean, literally, so much empowerment, daring attitude, and opportunities for women by women across the world, expressing themselves for who they are. And I mean, wow, it's just so amazing. I mean, back then, many years ago, events like these never happened. But nowadays, they are, and women deserve to rule the world. Men have had their share. I mean, bye-bye, boys. Women are gonna take their own stand. I mean, bam, they're knocking down doors.
Can you share important and meaningful individuals in Web3 that brought you wonderful experiences or discoveries, and tell us why?
Well, there is Flower Girls with Varvara Alay, Nika Yani, Anna Skates, who I see her as my godmama, Women in Tech Museum, and Moon Mars Museum. The reason why I treasure these people so dearly in my heart is because they have given me wonderful opportunities and exposing my art to the whole world and the rest of the entire unknown universe, which is very amazing and welcoming, and I really appreciate that. And I'm just so happy that I'm being exposed and regaining a lot of help from very supportive and respectful people that I owe a lot to. And I'm just so happy to call them part of my chosen family. And I gotta say, thank you so much, you guys.
Now, I've been told that you have donated art before. Why do you do that?
Well, I really do love doing donations and charity for good causes, such as Troglodyte Society in Sierra Leone for the stopping the kidnapping and the rape that goes on with girls of all types, young and old, and Save the Rhinos, which I made a beautiful piece of art as part of a good cause to help an endangered species from going extinct. And of course, Sebastian Alonso, which I made a beautiful piece of art for his new album cover, which he does beautiful songs and amazing singing and music for his album, that he expresses his life through autism and how he is reviving his soul from the pain. And I just gotta say that whenever I have the opportunity to do donations and charity work that help the world and other people in need, I feel very good of myself. And even though I am given a lot of opportunities, and even though I can sometimes be a little bit spoiled, that doesn't mean I don't have responsibility and empathy for others, and I am always looking forward to do things for good causes and to help make this world a better place one step at a time.
As a teen and artist who has opportunities, discoveries, good experiences, but you also have a fair share of challenges and difficulties in society, in school. What would you share with youth at your age who may be facing similar situations?
I just gotta say that youth nowadays, even back then many years ago, have always faced challenges with adultism, pressure from peers, family and friends, even other adults, and so many other challenges, even discrimination for who they are, what they look like, where they come from, and how they personally identify themselves. I just gotta say, do not let that crap get all over you. And even though the world is gonna turn you down just for being youth and for you being yourself, it's not fair, and you gotta take a stand for what's right. And of course, there are gonna be some people who will never support and respect you, but there are gonna be others who will. And you don't need to get praise and attention from everybody. Just look for praise and attention by those who give unconditional support, respect, and care. And of course, even in your own school systems, you may never receive support, just like how I did when I was given the lack of education. And I was interviewed by a reporter, who she is really nice, on the Nashville scene. And the story of me and my mom battling the unfair realities in my school system is very important. And I just gotta say thank you to the Nashville scene for supporting and letting my story be heard. And I just gotta say that youth also need to take a stand for themselves, and they cannot let any adult or other person or the entire world go down against them. And they just gotta take a rise. The harder you fall, the higher you are gonna fly.
Could you tell us how art and literature and Web3 can help promote understanding and acceptance of individuals with disabilities, abilities, and different diagnoses?
Well, what I can say is that when it comes to struggling, whether it's based off on your diagnosis, special needs, or disability, and many other factors in life, you just have to find what inspires you and create something wonderful, whether it's a song, a soundtrack, or a piece of music, a book, or a piece of art. Even graffiti can help express how you truly feel and who you are as a human being, instead of letting yourself be labeled. Understand? What has really helped me express myself and go up against the cruel reality of society is showing my spiritual strength as an artist on the autism spectrum, and learning not to let society run all over me, and also advocating for myself and helping others advocate for themselves. It just has to take one tiny whisper to become a giant voice that will be heard and stretched across the entire world. All great voices start with a whisper.
Now, can you share about your hopes and aspirations for the future?
Amazon Prime, Netflix, Disney Plus, Hulu, and all y'all streaming services. I am literally making art and stories for people of all skin colors, hair textures, genders, personal identifications of all types from all across the world in various different ways, into amazing stories that have to be heard, no matter what the age or personality may be, whether it's from near or far, all over the world. Please, you gotta make my stories into wonderful movies or series that'll be known for generations. And it's important that I have partnership with you, because I can help give out amazing suggestions and ideas of who can be included for these stories, because I want all types of people to be included instead of just one certain specific group. And yeah, it's important that young kids, especially if they're watching channels like PBS Kids or other services with their families, should learn about diversity and inclusion of all types, even though it's not going to be the same, but that's okay. And it's important that we also express our flaws, and being flawless is just a myth. And yeah, let's bring inclusion and equity, people. What are we waiting for? Let's go! And another thing I would like to mention is that when I continue to grow up as a person for who I am, I really want my stories to be exposed more, and I really want to be a part among the giants who give us so much inspiration. And I not only do I want to walk among big people who have a lot of fame and inspiration for the world, but I also want to help give inspiration to all types of people, and also want to let them know that their voices can be heard and understood over time. And that's what's important, that diversity matters instead of staying on one topic. My mom also says that since I love to express myself and demand for inclusion and diversity, including equity, I should be my very own politician. And I agree with her. I mean, yeah, she is very right on that part. And of course, for my future, I want to have my own petition to say these people of all types deserve to have rights to be included. And also, I want to go places and travel a lot to spread my voice. And number 3, to have the chance for my dad to live with me, so we won't have to be away from each other, and that we need each other so much. And I love him, and I gotta thank him for giving me my artistic creative skill. And yeah, I'm gonna be going places one day, people. See ya. Oh, and one more thing. Nathania and Stephanie from Audacity, you girls just rule so much, and thank you so much for the audacity you've thrown into my life. You bring so much value into our lives.
Amazing quantum experiences. I am actually here in Cancun, and I just got done with a week-long advanced retreat with Dr. Joe Dispenza, and last day, going home today, and I really wanted to go into the caves and, you know, just experience swimming in the caves and what the water felt like, you know, seeing the stalactites, and it's a really cool thing down here, but timing was really tight. And so I had made a determination I was going to wake up early today. We went on the beach. There was still a couple hundred people, even though the retreat ended yesterday, out on the beach meditating at 6 a.m. this morning. It was incredible. Grabbed some food, and then a friend of mine who's here, she came up and said, hey, this guy went to the caves just the other day and said that it's a lot further than you think, you know, the local ones. And he started telling me that, you know, like I probably wouldn't have enough time. And this is about literally setting your intention and then letting the universe unfold the way it needs to or it wants to. I had a half hour for breakfast, and then I had a half hour to literally get to the destination. It was like about 10 minutes away. And I had to make a decision. And so I was all in, and I was like, I'm going, I will figure it out. And this is, mind you, I have to have enough time to come home, change clothes, or come back to the hotel rather, change clothes, and then still get down to catch my shuttle. So I had a little over 2 hours, and I said, I'm going. I just said, I'll figure it out. The universe has my back. I have this, I'm going to make this happen. And so I walked down to the lobby, and there's a taxi that had just pulled up, and something just told me to talk to him. And so I go to talk to the taxi driver and I tell him what I want to do, and he tells me a price, and it's basically what I have left in cash and then enough pesos to pay to get into the cave. And I'm like, I'm all in. And so I go to the first one. We went to the wrong one. I didn't have enough pesos, and so they wouldn't budge. And so I was like, this can't be the right one, because I'm thinking like, what, you know, there's an experience here for me. And so we drove to the very next one, and it was the perfect amount of pesos. And I was the first person basically through the door, besides one other gentleman who hadn't gone in yet. And I walk in, and two of the first pools, I get in one of them, and there's these little fish, and they're like literally eating the dead skin off of my feet. I've heard that's a thing, but I had no idea that was here. And so I'm just sitting here giggling in this pond going, what's happening right now? And so then I walk further down the path, and I'm like in the middle of the jungle, mind you, literally in the middle of the jungle. And I walk down this path, and then it opens up into this incredible area where there are pools, and there's like half caves, so you can kind of go under and see the stalactites. And I get into the pool, and I look up on the side, and there's like iguanas, and there's lizards, and there's a monkey. I think they're called a tamarin or something like that, like a reddish monkey with like a long tail. And I just got it all on video, and other people have done caves while they've been here. And in the ones that they went that were more expensive, that were like actual tours, like you couldn't take pictures, you couldn't take videos. They would take a picture, but then, you know, it was a lot. It was really expensive to get the pictures. And I'm sitting here taking videos. I'm taking pictures. They didn't care. I had the entire place to myself. I was literally swimming in paradise in the quantum field by myself with pure intention and just crying in gratitude. I'm still amazed. And literally, so I come back, and I had enough to pay the taxi and give him a tip. And to top it all off, my taxi driver was Julio Iglesias. So I just wanted to get this, because when you set your intention and you allow the universe to unfold the way it needs to for you and bring you what you want, it happens. And it happens rapido, fast, super fast. And unlike anything you could ever imagine. It was a better experience that I could have ever even made up for myself. And it was purely because I set my intention and I went all in. And I said, this is an experience I'm going to have before I go to the airport. And here I am on my balcony recording, because I still have an extra 40 minutes before I have to catch my shuttle. So I mean, if you don't know about Dr. Joe Dispenza's work, definitely check him out. I thank you to him, Kelly, the staff, amazing, all the people here at the conference. I just love you guys so much. I have so much love in my heart and so much gratitude right now. And I'm just swimming in possibilities. So yeah, go live your dreams, you guys. Get clear.
Ruining your life. Overthinking and overanalyzing everything never did anybody any good. Sometimes it's better just to not think and just maybe get into meditation or get into that quiet space where you can actually feel nothing and be nothing and do nothing and connect with the conscious universe. There's a little spider. How cute. Look, just a little guy. I'm going to put him back on the branch here. This kind of stuff's been happening all morning. So I woke up and did my meditation, and it was incredible. I just had vibrations and frequencies through my whole body. And I woke up and opened my eyes, and the first thing I saw was my dog, Love. And so I woke up and saw Love, and I went to shut my phone off, and this post popped up, and it was all about love. It was literally about random love, just giving love unexpectedly. And then I walk outside to take my dogs for a walk, and these two young deer, just start walking right by me, parallel to me on the property. And there's little baby rabbits everywhere, and there is just literally love everywhere. I mean, just even right now, there's another spider. That's the second one, and it's different because the first one was white. This little guy. So I'm put him back on the branch. But it's incredible how much nature has to show us and has to give us, and how by quieting your mind, you can actually listen and you can hear what life has to offer. And it's pure love. It's a frequency of love. It's a vibration of love. I mean, even looking out right now, just the field is just all flowers. Some people might see weeds, but all I see is beautiful flowers. And just listening to the birds and listening to the crows and seeing all the wildlife. I mean, even having these teeny tiny little spiders crawling, and it's all love. This is what life is about. Life is about enjoying the journey and finding the joy within yourself. It's not about having things or doing things. Sometimes it's just about being. We're human beings. We're not human doings. So we're meant to be. We're meant to just be ourselves and find the joy within, because nothing out there is going to bring you the joy or the satisfaction of doing the work to figure out who you are and what you truly want from this life. And it may be very little. It seems like the more that I know, the less I want, the less I need in my life, because I just find joy in these incredible small things. Walking outside and seeing the grass just glistening with water and dewdrops, and just being grateful for water and being grateful that I can see, and I can see this beautiful color, and just appreciate the water. And it looks like, like diamonds. It looks like, just sparkles. And I love sparkles. I think it's so beautiful. But just quieting your mind. And the meditation part is so vitally important. It's so important because it's an opportunity for us to connect with Source. It's an opportunity for us to just really get out of having to be something or somebody, or whether you're a businessman or woman, or you're a mommy or a daddy, or you're a partner to somebody, or you're a teacher. You're a first responder. There's stresses throughout life, and in order to feel whole, in order to feel really who you are, you've got to get quiet, and you've got to let go of all the realness of this world, the fantasy that is our 3D reality. Because what's real is when we're connected to consciousness, and we're listening to what Source has to tell us, and we're activating our brain, and we're stimulating our pineal gland, and we're doing these things that really cause us to have our third eye or our intuition or our gut feelings just open. And we're getting those signals, we're getting those frequencies, because everything is about energy and frequency, everything. And I love the way that Joe Dispenza puts it. He says the modern day language of mysticism is science, because they're even proving that scientifically, meditation is incredibly healthy. And it's It brings wholeness to us, and it brings healing to us. And it's so important. What I learned by doing probably over 40 hours of meditation in 7 days, literally, probably 6.5 days, was that, first of all, I can do it. I can quiet my mind and I can get into state. And no, it wasn't a perfect practice, but it was a practice. And even on the ones that weren't as great, I came out of it going, you know what? I was all in and I did my best. And maybe my mind wandered a little bit on that one. And it's okay. Because again, that's why we go back in and we practice again and again and again. That's why you practice anything to be good. Don't get lazy at your life. Don't get lazy at your opportunities. Because when you do that much meditation in that short of amount of time, you realize that you're connecting to something incredible. You're connecting to the quantum field. You're connecting to all of consciousness, which is where we came from. This is literally about connecting to your source energy, your source power. And what could be more incredible than that? What could be more incredible and a feeling of being whole than connecting to your source energy, where you actually came from? It's one of the most incredible feelings, and I would feel these vibrations and these frequencies going through my entire body. I would just get shivers and chills, and my body would like go physically like hot. I mean, I don't know if someone could have measured the heat coming off of me, but I guarantee that my heat index went up because my body was vibrating at such a high frequency, and it was incredible. It was an incredible feeling. It was a feeling of not wanting anything or not needing anything and just feeling complete. In that time frame, every time I would go, I would be excited. And who doesn't want the mystical? Of course, when we go into meditation, we want these mystical experiences and we want to have, otherworldly experiences. Well, maybe not everybody does, but I know I do. I want to feel these mystical experiences. I want to be able to just elevate out of my body and see this incredible world from consciousness and connect with people through love. Because really, love is the thing that heals. Love is the thing that connects us all. And by doing that amount of meditation, the love that I felt for these other people in the room, there was almost 2,200 people that were there meditating together at this meditation retreat. And the intense love that was felt between strangers, between people that we never met, was incredible. I mean, sometimes I would just wake up and open my eyes and just feel like I was walking on clouds, like I was walking in a dream. And I just would hug the person standing next to me, or walking out of the room hugging 10 people on the way out, because we were all in this state of bliss, of not wanting and not needing and not having to be or do or anything, just being able to just be you, be yourself, be the most honest, whole version of who you are. And that's what meditation brings to you. I learned that you can connect with people, you can connect with strangers, you can connect with love, you can connect with the conscious universe, you can heal your body. And I know that's not proper to say, or I know you can't say that in marketing, that something heals you. You know, there's things against saying that things heal you, but meditation heals and love heals. And these are incredible practices that I would highly encourage you to start working on. And yeah, you might have to start with small practices, maybe a couple minutes a day, or just sitting down and getting your brain back to center and stop the thinking. The thinking is what's ruining your life. Stop overthinking things, stop overanalyzing everything, and just be. Just keep bringing your brain back to center. Keep bringing your mind back. And if a thought flashes through your mind, it's okay. Release it and say, I'm here now. I'm here now. That's one of the things that I do, and I love it. It makes me feel, it just sends this vibration through my whole body when I say, I'm here now. And so I just wanted to share this wisdom with you. I just wanted to share my experience with you of what meditation can bring into your life. And it is a daily practice. I mean, some people meditate multiple times a day to get faster results. Some people, meditate for a couple hours in the morning and set their intention for the day. There's so many experts that say the best time to meditate is at 4 in the morning because our brain is still in that lull, that sleep, that alpha wavelength, maybe even into delta. But you're still in that subconscious category of your wavelength of your brain where you can absorb information and you can program your mind. That's why it's so dangerous to go to sleep with the TV on, because it's programming. They're programming you. They're playing these commercials. They're playing these things. I mean, sometimes, I don't ever really watch TV. I watch a couple of, like Net Geo. I like the survival games, like when they do the greatest races and they do things like that. And I'll watch some National Geographic or Discovery or Gaia. I love those programs. And when I go through the guide, there's so many times where I see like murder and death and betrayal, and just even in the title. It's crazy how there is so much fear in programming, and there's so much anger and hatred and division in programming. That's why if you're not doing your own programming of your own mind, of your own heart, of your own soul, you're allowing somebody else to do it, and you're living your life by default. And you're allowing your brain to just think obsessively about everything and anything. And it's not healthy. But you can do something about it. You can change. You can. I don't care how old you are. I don't care where you are in life. You can do things differently. It takes effort. It takes work. But so does life. Nobody ever said it would be easy. It's simple ideas. But nobody said it would be easy. And why do you want it to be easy? Who wants to sit in an easy chair and just watch movies all day long? That's no way to live. There's so much life to be explored. There's so much beauty to be seen. There's so many beautiful feelings to be connected with. There's so much consciousness and universe to align with. And that is what meditation can bring. Not only that, if you have goals and you want to work towards something, being connected with the conscious universe can actually help you to get inspired thoughts, to help you to reach your goals faster. So I would really encourage you just to, start learning meditation and start learning these practices. And start slow and don't get disappointed, because not every day is perfect. There's masterful people that do meditation for hours a day or have done it for decades, and they still have a hard time sometimes because our brain has just all these neurons, millions of them, and they're firing consistently. And if we have trained a certain part of our brain and neurons to fire over and over and over, they're kind of on auto fire. That's why sometimes you have intrusive thoughts or things that you don't want to think about. But you can release those by thinking new thoughts. And you're actually growing your brain. Because, we have cells and neurons that die. But if we allow them to continue to die, our brain is basically disintegrating over time. But if we think new thoughts and learn new things, then our brain is expanding and it's evolving. And we can keep it young and we can keep it vibrant. And we can keep this positivity. And everything isn't positive in life. We still have to feel feelings. We still have to go through experiences and loss and go through mourning stages. And that's normal. But don't stay stuck in it. Don't stay stuck in it. What I learned through over 40 hours of meditation in 7 days is that everything is possible. And there are limitless possibilities in the quantum field and in this universe and in your mind. So there's so much you can do with just quieting down and not thinking. So I want to encourage you to try. I believe in you. And if you need any additional help, if you want to get there faster, make sure to DM me. Book an appointment. Let me see how I can support you on this journey, because I would love to. I would absolutely love to. So have a fantastic day. I'm sending you so much love. So much love. And so is this beautiful universe. Have a great day. Or taking you into quantum mind thinking, into alpha and theta brainwaves. So the first thing that I want you to do is find a comfortable place that you can relax for about 15 minutes without being disturbed. So no pets, no children, no phone, no nothing. You're probably using this on your phone, but if you can, put it on silent. So make sure that you have a comfortable place, preferably without a pillow if your neck can tolerate it, that you are in a comfortable and relaxed position. And now we will begin. So I want you to close your eyes, take a deep breath in, and as you breathe out in your mind's eye, I want you to see the number 3 and repeat it 3 times. 3, 3, 3. Take another deep breath in, and now do the same with number 2. As you breathe out, 2, 2, 2. Take another deep breath in, and do the same thing with number 1. 1, 1, 1. Now I'm going to take you deeper into the alpha brainwaves by counting down from 10 and allowing you to relax even more. 10, 9, relaxing your shoulders, your back. 8, 7, relaxing your jaw, releasing your tongue from the roof of your mouth and letting it settle on the bottom. 6, 5, 4, feeling relaxation throughout your entire body as you sink deeper and deeper and go further and further into your alpha brain waves. 3, 2, and 1. Feeling deeply relaxed, taking deep breaths in and slowly letting them out. Tell yourself in your mind, I am deeply relaxed. My body is relaxed. My mind is calm. This will allow you to have a single focus. I want you to just focus on my voice and listen to my words as you continue to focus on one thing and one thing only. Shutting out any other thoughts, letting them float through your mind just like wispy clouds. If anything disrupts your thinking or tries to force its way in, just allow it to gently float away and bring yourself back to my voice. Now I want you to bring the picture, the image of the alternate version of yourself. That other person that is you in a parallel universe that has exactly what it is that you want right now. What is that one thing that you want to focus on having right now? See that version of yourself in your mind's eye. What are you wearing? What do you look like? Where are you living? What type of people do you talk to and meet with? Now I want you to see yourself in a hallway, in a small hallway, and at the end of the hallway there's a door. On the other side of that door is the infinite universe with infinite possibilities and infinite versions of you. You're going to walk down the hallway, and when you come up to the door, don't open the door yet. I will count you down. But when you do open the door, that version of yourself that you just imagined is going to appear on the other side of the door. You're going to jump through the door and immediately meet with that other version of yourself. So when I count to 3, you're going to open the door and jump through. 1, 2, 3. Open the door and jump through. Jump into that quantum other universe, the parallel universe, where the version of you that has exactly what it is that you want already exists. Ask yourself a question. What do I need to know? Commit this answer to your memory, whether it's a word or a phrase. Is there anything else I need to know? Commit this word or phrase to your memory. Now I want you to merge completely with this version of yourself. Just step into that version of yourself and see you merging with that other version of yourself. Feeling stronger, feeling wisdom, feeling that you have every skill that you need to be that version of yourself. Now that the merge is complete, I want you to step back through the doorway and into this present realm. I want you to close the door. And I want you to feel the feelings of this other version of you now completely entangled and intermingled with this current reality. You have brought all those skills back. You are feeling stronger and more confident. You have gotten the tips that you need to begin the process of becoming this version of yourself. Feel the feelings of gratitude. Feel the feelings of excitement and joy as you imagine your life now with these current skills, with knowing what to do,
with knowing the next steps to take. And now, I'm going to count to 3, and you're going to come back to this current time and this current reality. As soon as I count to 3, you're going to open your eyes, feeling refreshed, feeling wonderful, and feeling relaxed. 1, 2, 3. Open your eyes, feeling confident, feeling relaxed, feeling wonderful. So I hope you enjoyed that wonderful quantum entanglement about bringing the future version of yourself and integrating with your current reality. This is a meditation for quantum thinking, and it's called quantum jumping. This technique I learned through a wonderful man named Burt Goldman. He's since transitioned out of this realm, and he had over 50 years of incredible experience in quantum jumping, and it is now taught globally in how to merge with the highest version of yourself that has exactly what it is that you already want. And you can practice this meditation anytime that you want. I will do other meditations that include incredible anchoring mechanisms like a bhaga, taking the tip of your tongue and placing it on the roof of your mouth and saying what it is that you want before it happens. For example, if you want a promotion, you can take your tongue, stick it to the roof of your mouth, and I'm excited I have that promotion. And it's anchoring that. So the more that you do these techniques and you practice them, the faster you're going to get to the life that you truly want. So make sure that you are subscribing and following for future meditations and more anchoring techniques so you can get there better and faster. And if you need support and guidance, please tap into my free school courses. The link is below. And join the class, join the platform. And if you need additional coaching and support and you want to get there even faster, I do personal coaching, and I would love to support you in any way that I can. So I hope you enjoyed this wonderful meditation of tapping into your quantum mind and merging with your parallel version of yourself. Have a fantastic night, and I'll see you next time. Your quantum mind might sound like something out of a sci-fi movie or maybe even Marvel movies nowadays with the multiverse and everything else that they talk about. But scientists have long had theories, and some of them they're very close to proving that it looks like there are alternate universes out there. That means there's infinite possibilities for you and your life, because there's parallel versions of you everywhere. And I have this really cool fairy godmother theory where the reason that sometimes you don't feel like you're doing enough in your life, or you see other versions or other ways that your life can be, and you get maybe anxiety, or maybe you get a longing for your life to be a different way, I believe it's because you are telepathically connected to the alternate versions of your life. So you can see the good of what your life can be in a parallel universe, or maybe you feel the the having of what you already worked for, and you have this desire that's welling up inside of you, because somewhere inside you know it's already possible, because again, telepathically you're connecting with a different version of yourself. So there are techniques to actually tap into these parallel versions and actually integrate with those skills to bring them into your life, so you can learn faster and you can feel differently, and you can take those steps that are going to lead you to your highest and your best life, your best self, however it is that you want to feel. Maybe you just want to learn how to feel happy again. Maybe you want to learn a new instrument, or you want to learn a new language, or maybe you want a certain financial status, or a certain type of relationship, or a career, or maybe you have aspirations of really changing the world. Well, all those versions of you are out there. All those versions of you already exist in a parallel universe. And tapping into quantum mind, quantum thinking, just means that you are open to the possibility. You're open to changing your perspective into believing that you are possible right here, right now. Because some people think it's a dream. Some theorists think that this is like the Matrix, or, you know, we're living a dream, or we've already had this life and we're just remembering. But if that's the truth and you have control of your universe, then why not create it the way that you truly want to? So there are 3 simple steps. It doesn't mean it's easy. You still have to practice, and you still have to create those neurons and create those new synapse connections by doing it over and over and over and over again until they solidify. Because you want to release old ways of thinking and old habits. You got to break that old habit of being who you were in order to tap into the new version of yourself. And that does take a little bit of time, and it does take effort. But you're worth it. And the life that you want is worth it. So the 3 simple steps are, first of all, have a very clear vision of the alternate version of you. What is it that you truly want? Now, there might be 100 different things. Maybe there's 10 different things. I don't know what it is for you, but make sure that you're practicing each one individually. Try not to convolute it, because your focus is better the more laser focused that you are. The more that you can work on just one thing at a time. If someone throws 10 balls at you, you're probably not going to catch any. But if someone throws 1 at you, it's highly likely you're going to catch it. So if you can focus on one thing at a time, your opportunity for success is definitely going to increase. So pick one version of yourself that has something that you truly, truly want. Clearly get that vision of that person, you, in that parallel universe. Maybe write it down just in incredible detail. What do you sound like? What are you wearing? Where do you live? What does your appearance look like? What do you change? What is different about you in that parallel universe? How do you act? What actions do you take every day? What kind of words do you speak? What kind of people do you hang around with? So all those things are vitally important. The second step is to learn meditations where you can lower your brain frequency into an alpha brainwave. When you're in a normal day-to-day consciousness, you're working in a beta brainwave. So if you're anxious or worried, or you're getting, really worked up, you're in a high level beta. When you have a normal, like sitting in front of the TV and just kind of vegging out, you've got a low level beta. When you start to fall asleep, and you start having dreams, or you start having daydreams, even when, like, if you ever kind of get lost in thought, maybe, you're sitting at your desk and you're thinking about your future vacation and you're excited and you're daydreaming about it. Or maybe you're thinking about something wonderful that happened in the past. Well, it doesn't have to even be wonderful. But when you are daydreaming, that is that alpha state. You're kind of half awake and half asleep. That is an alpha consciousness, and it's the perfect consciousness in which to start to reprogram your brain. And so you want to do meditations where you can lower your consciousness and you can actually tap into your subconsciousness. And the third step is you want to open the doorway into infinite possibilities
choose the one version of you and that one possibility of you that is the version that you want to be. And you're going to integrate and you're going to merge with that other version of yourself. And you're going to practice these techniques over and over and over. Now, if you would like an actual meditation on how to do this, make sure that you subscribe and follow me, because in one of my future videos, I'm actually going to walk through this meditation of getting into an alpha brainwave, walking through the hallway. And these are all incredible techniques that were taught by Burt Goldman. He's since transitioned out of this lifetime, but he spent over 50 years, over 5 decades, perfecting these techniques, and they are taught all over the world in quantum jumping, in quantum thought, in quantum brain, quantum thinking. It's an incredibly powerful technique. And I love this study. I've been working on these studies for nearly 20 years of personal growth and neuroplasticity, and actually changing your brain waves, changing your consciousness, evolving your brain. And so these techniques are so important for you to stay sharp as your body ages, and to keep your mind active, and also tap into that version of you that you truly want to be. It's super important. So 3 steps. Get clear on that version of yourself, the parallel version of yourself. Do a meditation that takes your brain into an alpha brain state. And 3, tap into that alternate version of yourself by opening the door to that other universe and actually tapping into that parallel version of you that has what you already want. If you need support, if you want faster results, or you want to accelerate your wins, if you need some support, I do coaching as well. You can certainly tap into me, and you can DM here. You can drop a comment down here. You can tap into my social media. You can join my free community on School. There's lots of options and lots of ways to find me. Cat Heart, Fairy Godmother. And make sure that you are getting the support that you truly need. So I'm here for you. I'm going to keep putting free content out. So make sure you subscribe and follow, and I'll see you on the next video.
Hi, thank you for joining us today in a meditation practice, a practice for aligning to our inner light and our inner knowing. Regardless of your level of practice, everything and anything is welcome in this space. So we'll start today with just a few invitations, inviting ourselves to find a comfortable space to sit and land more completely. If possible, finding a place with our back body and seat supported. We'll invite us to close our eyes if we're comfortable, or gently rest our gaze in front of us, allowing the space between and around our brow to soften. Remembering that we are always in choice, and there is no right or wrong way to be in the here and now. We'll begin by feeling our feet supported and connected to the earth, feeling the roots that sprout from the bottoms of our feet, They are at least as deep as we are tall. Noticing the rootlets that sprout from each toe, including our pinky toes, further anchoring us to the earth. Allowing our connection to the earth, to gravity, to expand. Allowing us to soften just a little bit more into being held by gravity. Begin to connect to the sky through our breath without going anywhere. The sky actually comes all the way down to the earth to greet us. It's with ease and gentleness. We're opening up to the sky energy, coming in through our breath and in through our crown, and gently washing all the way down our body back to the earth through our roots. With each breath, as we gently open to the sky energy, we may notice places we're holding more tightly than others in our body. And gently invite that sky energy to gently wash that tension away, giving it back to the earth. Without judgment or attachment, we'll use our breath to gently guide our consciousness down to the cubby hole that lives inside of our heart. If this seems new or strange, don't worry, we'll do it together. On an inhale, just noticing, observing, without judgment or attachment. And on the exhale, allowing our mind to gently float past the backs of our eyes. And down past the top of our throat. Down past the tops of our lungs. landing gently in this cubby hole that lives behind our heart. It's from this place that we connect to a space inside ourselves that shines like the sun. So with each gentle breath, we'll allow our inner sun to grow, starting out at the size of a candle. Noticing how our inner sun begins to fill our whole center heart space. We might find a tender spot, a memory, a care, or worry somewhere in our heart space. And that's okay. Just gently escort whatever's coming up in there to one of the infinite front row seats of our heart. Allowing our inner light to flow into this newfound space and expand. Noticing our light filling up our entire abdomen with gentleness and ease, pouring over the tops of our shoulders, running down our arms to our fingertips. With gentleness and ease flowing down through our legs, our calves, down to our feet and toes, connecting with the earth through our roots. Noticing light coming up our neck and through our entire skull, connecting through our crown to the sky energy. Allowing light to flow from the front of us and behind us, on top and below, to the right of us and to the left of us. To where we are completely full of our inner light, softening into the place that nourishes us from the inside out. aligning to our divine essence. This place that connects us to where we were and who we were before we were. So we might notice a little doorway at the back of our heart, near the center of our inner sun. We'll just gently crack open that doorway. It might fully swing open, or it might just open a tiny bit. Either way is just right. We invite ourselves to connect through this doorway to the big heart, to the ocean. Bringing in, opening up to more of our divine essence. Again, we might find tender places, worries or cares, limiting beliefs or old friends in these spaces, and just gently, without judgment or attachment, escort them to one of the infinite front row seats. And reclaiming the space, strengthening our connection to our divine essence. Allowing ourselves to further soften into being held. Being held in this ocean and warmed or nourished by our inner light. Again, if we find a tender place or a warrior care, without judgment or attachment, allowing that to float into the infinite front row seat. And allowing our inner sun to take up more space. So as we begin to integrate and become connected on the inner and the outer, I'd like to invite you to wiggle your toes and notice how your roots move with you. Even if you're moving, so you're always connected to the earth. And wiggle your fingertips, noticing the energy flowing from your fingertips, still radiating. And then when you're ready, fluttering your eyelids and observing your physical space through heart eyes. I often notice that things feel or seem a little bit softer or brighter after this practice. And what's so beautiful is that when we do this practice, we align a little bit more to our divine essence, and each practice different names of divine love, that which there are 99 of, come in. So I like to share what I was observing in this moment. And the beautiful thing about this is that energy doesn't know time or space. So even though we may not be together in the physical or what we know is the actual time, the energy transcends that realm. And so what I was really feeling was the Noor, or Noor is light. It's a really beautiful divine light coming through and shining and connecting us all together. And then the Rahman and Rahim, which are the most merciful and most compassionate, and said to be like the ocean of mercy, that which opens up our hearts to all of the other names and opens us up to our divine essence. So you may have noticed something else for yourself. I'd like to share that, this tradition and this meditation I've come to learn and love and be able to share and teach with you all through the tradition of Sufism. And if you'd like to practice, this recording's available weekly. And then you can find me also on Patreon with Shine with Adrienne. or Shine with A, and then on Instagram, Shine with Adrienne or shinewitha.com. Thank you so much for being with yourself and being with me. And I hope you have a blessed day.
When I